Hi. Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. Wow, it's been so long since I've seen you. It's been so long. Was it been like 14 hours? Oh, goodness gracious. I have a problem. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. Who is here today? Swisslick, hi. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh, my goodness. For 3 months as well. What the heck? And it's been 7 months already as well. Oh, my gosh. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Swisslick. Hello, Chris Dalek. Hello, hello. Hello, Potter. Hello, Frost. Hi, Frost. Hello, hello. This time slot reminds me of co-working streams that you did ages ago. Yeah, right? That was so long ago. Sometimes I think like maybe I should do co-working streams again. Maybe I will at some point do co-working streams again. I'm not sure. It was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. But also like right now I have nothing to co-work on like that I can do on stream. Well, I mean actually right now I just physically can't. I physically am not able to. But when I have a desk, I will consider it again. I kind of miss doing them. Hello, M0. Hey, hi. Hello, hello. Hello, Zakia. Hi. Hello, Hornago. Hi, hi. If it isn't our favourite British girl, me. Hello. Hi, words. Hello, Pi. We'll get there eventually. Hello, Piano. There we go. I'm so sorry. I apologise. Hello, hello. Hello, Woodsticks. Hello, Hunter. Hi, CWW. CWW. Hello, hello. If so ever changes her starting soon screen, I'm going to be very sad. I've grown rather fond with it. Excellent. The repetition is working. I'm showing you the I'm showing you that one effect where like the more that you encounter something, the more that you like it. I forgot what it's called. Something familiarity bias ? That. The more that you hear it, the more that you will like the song. Go listen to the song yourself. It's by a band called Horse Beach. They're very good. Go listen to them. Hello, Redstone Orange. Hello, hello. Hello, Astral. Hi, hi. Hello. And Redstone Orange, thank you for the posture check and for the hydrate. Yeah, I am actually hydrated. I like rapidly drank a coffee before I started the stream. I'm not gonna lie. Hello, Dingman. Hi, hi. Hello. Hello. It's Lucy. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. It generally never works on me with pop songs, but it works really well with your song. I mean, to be fair, it's not a pop song. It's like, how would you describe it? It's like kind of indie, maybe? ? I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to describe it. Hello, Lomonculus. Hi, hi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Hello, Flockia. Hi, hi. Hello. Hello. How are you doing? Yeah. How are you doing today? It's been a whole 14 to 15 hours since we last talked. How's everybody doing? How are you doing? I hope you're good. I'm doing pretty good. I went out. I went for a walk. I'm not gonna lie. I woke up late today. I stayed up really late last night because I was watching Honey's stream. I stayed up really late. I might have gone to bed at like 2 a.m. again. What did I say about like my circadian rhythm is just one where I naturally go to bed at 2 a.m. and wake up at like between 8 and 10 a.m. That happened. So yeah. I woke up kind of late. I needed more sleep apparently because I was tired after the stream. I exist. But I got up. I went for a walk. I left the house. Wild. And then I went and got a coffee. I went to like a little, like, there was like an event on. I went to the event and looked around and it was like not great. And I was like, oh. And then I went to like I found a coffee shop that I like in the local area where I am. I went to it because they have vegan cookies sometimes and they didn't have any vegan cookies and I was like, oh. So I just got a coffee. A It's fine. It's fine. Classic rock. It sounds U2-esque. I think it's kind of like, I would say it's more like indie, kind of like a little bit shoegaze inspired, a little bit like Midwest emo inspired. That's how I would place it personally. I don't know. I woke up early, so it's already a good day. Woke up at 7 a.m, went to the gym, had breakfast, and got my morning walk done. Let's go! And finished a drawing. Oh my goodness. You're productive. Look at you. I went to sleep at 6. Goodness gracious, Astral. It's just nocturnal at that point. Oh gosh. Touching grass? Going outside? Preposterous? I know. I know. Shocking. You know what though? This is gonna sound really, really bad. This is gonna sound really bad. But like, when I was like at the old place, I didn't really leave the house very much. I'd leave the house like once or twice a week. And I wasn't doing exercise. And now that I'm in this place, this temporary place, I'm like, sometimes I just don't want to be here. So I just go out. I just go out for a walk. And I've actually left the house like 5 out of 7 days this week. And that's like going from 1 or 2 to like four to 6 days a week of leaving the house. That's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. 2 days and 2 streams in 1 Mercury day. I know. What's going on? What's going on? The answer to what's going on is I wanted to fill some time. I wasn't expecting to stream yesterday. And then I was like, I just got the itch, you know? I just got the urge to stream. And then I was like, I stream now. That's how my thinking works. Hello, good to see you. Cool to see you back at the paper. I'm not fully here as I need to do some group work, but good luck. We'll watch the VOD. Thank you, Red Sticks. Thank you. I hope your group work goes well. Yeah. Also, hi, Cleaver. Hello. I hope you're good. To be fair, I'm in a weird bit where I'm in a uni city, but no one else is here, and the lectures haven't started, so I have very little anchor. Yeah, right. That's always a very weird phase. I remember, like, when I was in that phase before my lectures started. I think in my final year, like I moved into my accommodation over summer, and then but like none of my friends were there, and I also moved into a shared house with a bunch of people I didn't know. So it was just. But like none of them were there yet anyway, so I couldn't even get to know them. None of my friends were in the city yet. I was just like, I guess I will just exist. Like, I guess I will just exist. It was very strange. But yeah, I think I'm a lot better at like just existing now. You know, I have many things to fill up my time with now, basically. So I hear the only way to make our VTuber healthy is to make their living situation miserable interesting. Basically, to be honest. I mean, no, to be fair, I think it was also like, wait, let me work out if I can say this without doxing myself. I think I can. I think it was like a location thing as well. Where I was before was like kind of nice, but there was no motivation to go out, if that makes sense. Whereas like the place that I'm staying now, there's a bit more motivation to go out. But on top of that, I'm like, you know, I don't want to be here sometimes. So I'm even more motivated to go out. Does that make, I don't know if that makes any sense. Like where I was before was almost so convenient that I took it for granted and then looped back round to never going out. Whereas like where I am now is a bit less convenient and therefore I'm more motivated to go out. It's really weird. It's so weird. I can't explain it. Oh. Also, hi, Orishiro. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. And also, hi, Psydere. Hello. And also, Peaceful Rebel Claudius. Hi. Meowdy to you too. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Hello, hello. Why is it detecting my eyes as being shut, huh? What's that? What? Why? Okay, I think it was my glasses. It was my glasses. I had the anime shine on my glasses, apparently. I moved them and now it's fine. Okay. Oh. Let me see if I can say this without doxing myself. It's such a mood. Yeah, it is. It is. Nothing wrong with just existing. I agree. I agree. Also, I'm gonna have some water. Tell me you're not the one buying groceries without telling me that. I was buying groceries. I just used to buy everything. I mean, to be fair, it was kind of split, but I mean, yeah. We used to just buy stuff in bulk. But now I'm like, because I'm here on my own, I'm like, well, I just need to do things as I go along. Because if I buy lots of things all at once, it's all going to go to waste. Potentially, like it will go off because I can't eat it fast enough because it's just me on my own. I'm just a little guy. I can't eat all that food, you know? So now I'm like going out 3 times a week anyway just to go and get food. Isn't it like I just can't stand to stay in this mess all days? Basically, yeah. Basically. Your laugh is so intoxicating. There must be a tone that forms chemicals in my brain. You know what, though? You know what, though? That's kind of my... Whenever I listen back to myself, I'm like, ooh, my laugh is so weird. But then, like, that's my... I think that's one of my, like, definitive things that, like it gets me interested in, like, in staying watching a streamer is when they have a fun laugh, like a contagious laugh. I think it's a thing. Giga Chad Sai buying groceries in mega bulk and carrying them like a pack mule. Yes, me with my backpack and also my 3 tote bags. I was too powerful. Oh, goodness gracious. I must carry all of my groceries home in one trip, otherwise I'll dishonor my ancestors. Oh, can you imagine? Imagine if your ancestors were actually dishonored by that. That would be very funny. That'd be very funny. Okay, right. I'm not messing around today, fellas. I'm not messing around today. Where's my... Hello? Hello? What? I'm trying not to mess around, but my Zotero's not working. Ah, there we go. Okay, just don't work. Fine, whatever. It's fine. I didn't need the paper anyway. Okay, be like that. Fine. Paper. Here is the paper. We are continuing this preprint, and I am determined. I have a time limit. I have a time limit today, okay? We are going to finish this paper before Z starts her return stream. Because I want to go and do a cross-platform raid today. We're going to go raid into Z today. That's the plan. That's the plan. I'm going to do it. You can't stop me. I'm going to lock in. I've had coffee. I can't be stopped. Right, let me pop this out so I can actually see you all. There we go. That would help. There we go. Okay. Right. Okay. And then this. There we go. Okay, cool. I can see you all. Excellent. I can see you all. Very good. We've got the paper ready. I know. Right. I'm so excited for Z's return. Me too. She's so fun.
Only 20 minutes of yapping PSY means business today. Psydere 1 yippee.
Yeah. Yippee. Thank you so much for the resub, Crystallic. Thank you. Thank you for extending your lab contract. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, I'm locked in, right? I feel attacked. I feel attacked by all of those people that came onto my VOD and were like, you're yapping too much, talk about the paper. I feel attacked. So we're gonna do it. We're locked in, but also because I want to watch Z's return stream and I want to raid into her. So that means that we have by my maths, 3 hours and 15 minutes approximately. Maybe like, you know, like 5 minutes leeway, because she'll have a starting Zoom screen. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. I'm about to prove you wrong, Astral. As a pattern getting the paper out doesn't mean we read it. Well, look at me, I'm reading it. So what did we discover from the introduction last time? We discovered that VTubers are a thing. You're all here, you all know what a VTuber is. We discovered that they are interested in how VTubers theoretically push media and human-computer interaction scholarship to revisit foundational concepts of participation, authenticity, and fan economy. Yes. So there was those 3 aspects of it: the participation, the authenticity, and the economy side. But then also they're interested in how it looks at design elements. So for example, like persona stability. Basically, for example, like how does Neuro have a consistent personality? How does she seem to have a consistent personality when she like doesn't have a personality? She is not a human. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. And then, yes, the the iconic annotated screenshot with the Comic Sans. Very good. And then their research questions were, as a reminder, first of all, how do audiences discover AI VTubers and what motivates their initial attraction? Number 2, how do fans construct parasocial relationships and shared community cultures around AI VTubers? And 3, what drives fans to provide financial support to AI VTubers? All very good questions. All very good questions. And we discovered that they're going to do a survey, interviews, and then a log analysis of live stream interaction data from twitch.tuvalu. Very exciting, very cool. Yes. And then they talked a bit about how there is some research about VTubers in human-computer interaction studies. So, for example, looking at how VTubers construct their avatars and their identities. Others looked at the production side, so the tools and environments people use for VTubing. And then also some research into like parasociality and fan practices and stuff like that. And then the fan economy side of it. So like, why do people do super chats, for example? So that's the TLDR. They've also had a quick summary of how AI is used in live streaming. So normally as a kind of a companion or as a way to facilitate real-time translation. They also talked a little bit about AI applications in like, you know, like retail kind of contexts, like commercial contexts. So trying to get people to buy stuff, basically. And then they were like, Neuro's interesting because she is kind of a bit like a crossover of all of the above. So let's learn more about her. They talked a little bit about theoretical lenses. To be honest, I don't really know too much about these theories, so I can't really like say much more about about them beyond what's in the paper. And then we get to the method, which is what we're going to be looking at today, the method and results. I swear we're going to get through it. Look at how quickly I summarized all of that. I hope you're proud of me. Okay. You don't get it, Si. They wanted you to mute yourself and then just have the paper on the stream. They're mean. Don't abandon us for YouTube. I mean, okay. I came to a compromise with the YouTube VOD watchers, which is that I will make a video that summarizes this paper as soon as I can, as soon as I'm able to properly sit down and record something. So yeah. Also, hi Bushi! Hi! Hello! Just dropping by to send this one message before practice. I hope you have a wonderful stream and do plenty of science. I'll try to catch the tail end, but don't forget that you're awesome. Thank you, Bushy! No, you. I hope practice goes well. Thank you for dropping by. Also, hi Nuclear Demonstration! Hello! I hope you're good. I hope no one analyzes my logs. I'm gonna get cancelled. I actually wonder if my data's in this data set. Because it could well be. That's kind of horrifying, actually. It's kind of horrifying. Yeah, getting hit by whiplash with how fast I was going. I'm so proud of me. How am I doing? I'm doing okay, thank you, Nuclear Demonstration. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. How are you? I hope you're good. As soon as I can, never will say. Don't challenge me. You know what I'm like? The second that you're all like, oh, you can't do that, I'm like, I'm gonna do it now. Okay. So, method. Let's talk about the method. So, to comprehensively investigate AI VTuber fans' formation, preservation, and financial activities, we adopted a research design primarily rooted in qualitative inquiry. Do you say inquiry or inquiry? I think inquiry is the British way to say it, and inquiry is the American way to say it. We selected Neuro-sama as our representative AI VTuber subject because it... Oh no! They chose... We selected Neuro-sama as our representative AI VTuber subject because it is the most prominent AI VTuber. Didn't Connor literally, like, CWA literally get cancelled for saying it? That's it. Cancelled. Cancelled. Oh. Okay. I've lost. Anyway, yes, because she's the most prominent AI VTuber, substantially surpassing other AI VTubers in follower count. Furthermore, Neuro-sama maintain. I like how they've referenced that to like virtual YouTuber.userlocal.jp. That's interesting. Furthermore, Neuro-sama maintains a significant fan base on both Twitch and Bilibili. Damn. YouTube watchers got ignored. Broadcasting simultaneously in English and in Chinese, which enables coverage of VTuber fans from diverse cultural backgrounds. Yeah. Yeah. And also it's worth mentioning that Neuro actually streams on Twitch with like Japanese subtitles as well. So there are 2 Neuro accounts. I don't know if they still use it though, but yeah. Now you are being studied. I know. Horrifying. Horrifying. You can't not read this paper. Now beat that. I literally can't even process double negatives. I can't do it. Oh dear. The researcher studying research while researchers in chat research the researcher who researches researcher research papers. Alright, it looks like it's a mixture of inquiry and inquiry. Okay. Well, I say inquiry. I'm probably wrong. Yeah, YouTube catching strays. Sorry, YouTube watchers. You're not live, so you don't count, apparently. Let's go. Look at that. Already 1 word per minute. I'm so proud of myself. Imagine if it's a bit, and then by the end of the paper, they go, hence, engagement with the audience with Neuro-sama indicates that maybe she's not it and it, but in fact a her. Oh, dear. The paper is reading you like an open book. Wait, what? I'm scared. I'm being researched and I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay. Right. Where are we? We're going this. There we go. Okay. I've lost my chat. Where have you gone? There you are. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. So, as shown in figure 2, the research was conducted in 3 sequential stages. And there's a nice little footnote that says this research protocol has been approved by the Institutional Review Board. That's good. That's good. We stand an ethical study. We love that. We love an ethical study. First, to establish a broad foundational understanding of all 3 research questions. Wait, actually it doesn't say which IRB though. I assume it's the Notre Dame one. I assume it's the Notre Dame IRB that's approved this. I'm really glad that they got IRB approval though, because sometimes people are like, oh, I'm in computer science. I don't need to do IRB approval. because like I'm not like doing medical research with people, so I don't need to do it. And it's like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. How the turntables, and by that I mean you are now in the table with all the other data points. I've accepted my fate. I've accepted my fate as being a data point in the Neuro-sama study. I just hope that they didn't look too much at my logs. Footnote, Myelin mentioned. Don't do them dirty like this, man. You're still studying people here. It's true. It's true. Yeah. I mean, so unironically, like there are actually quite a lot of like kind of researchers that are based in computer science departments that are doing human research, but they don't seem to connect the fact that like they're doing human research. So like a kind of like, there have been quite a few like cases of people doing research with social media data and not getting IRB approval for it, because they're basically just like, oh, well, it's public domain, so that means I can just use it. But that's not how it works. Like, even if your data is public domain, you still need to get it peer reviewed. Like your plan, you still need to get your plan peer reviewed. Your research protocol needs to be peer reviewed, because like there are like, well, at least if you're planning to publish it, at least, because yeah. And when I say publish, I mean making your results available at like literally anywhere. Because there are quite a lot of things that you could do as a researcher that could actually have negative outcomes on people, but also on society at large. And if you do some research and then you share the results of your research and then some kind of bad actor then uses it to do something that harms people or harms society, then you're kind of complicit in that. And like a part of IRB now is not just like, okay, are people directly going to be harmed by your research? Now it's also an element of like, is there any potential wider harm that could come from your research? Like, you know, for example, like I think the thing that a lot of computer scientists would have heard of potentially is like dual use, where like you develop a technology to do one thing and then it turns out it has a different use, and can be used in kind of like dangerous ways. So like a kind of like easy example would be like AI, for example. Say that you develop an AI algorithm that's meant to combat misinformation, but then people kind of like fiddle around with the prompts and they discover that you can actually use it to generate misinformation too. That would be an example of a dual use. And you need to have other scientists review your work, and ideally also people who are like have expertise in ethics as well. You need to have those kinds of people review your work, because they might pick up your blind spots. Ideally, they will pick up your blind spots. Obviously, it's not guaranteed, but ideally, they will pick up your blind spots. They will potentially see issues that like just didn't cross your mind, because obviously we've all got our own perspectives on things. Yeah, so sometimes there can be issues where like you just literally just don't realize it's a thing because maybe you've never had experience with it, or maybe it's just like not in your area of expertise. That's okay. Everybody's got those blind spots, but that's the whole point of peer review. And that's also the whole point of an ethics board. It's basically just peer review before you start the research to make sure that nothing bad could happen as a result of your work. Yeah. So I'm really glad that they got IRB approval on this, because I've seen so many similar studies where they didn't. I'm not gonna lie. Does it say if they asked Vedal for the data or used Twitch API at all? I want to know if IRB are okay with data being scraped without people's knowledge, which would be weird. I don't know. They might have something about that in a bit, but it's a good question. I do wonder. Like personally, if I was running this kind of study, I would reach out to the channel owner at least and ask. Like if I was running a study about neuro using Twitch data, I would email Vedal and be like, is it okay for me to do this? I don't know if they did though. We might find out, but if they don't mention it anywhere, then that suggests they didn't. I'm a computer scientist who literally might possibly have made that mistake if I hadn't heard of this here. Yay! We've prevented something bad happening. Yay, today's stream was all worth it. No, I'm really, really glad. Because to be honest, training around ethics, I find it to be a bit patchy. Some institutions are really, really on the ball with it. They're really, really good. Other institutions, variable, you know? And even within an institution, like, say, for example, different departments at a university, some departments could be really good and others could be, like, very laissez-faire with it. So, yeah. Yeah. If the only thing that you care about is that it's not copyrighted in a privacy sensitive context, you've got some serious problems. I agree. I think my music's just stopped. You know what? If it's okay, I'm going to go and find one of those generic Animal Crossing background music videos because I don't want to have like words in my ears while I'm reading because it doesn't help me. Animal Crossing music. Perfect. Yes, very good. 3 hours. It's okay. Don't think too much. Animal Crossing relaxing music to help you calm down to work and study to. Perfect. Thank you. That's a bit loud. There we go. This is what I need. This is what I need. Let me just quickly check. Is it too loud? I think it's a little bit too loud. There we go. That looks better. That looks better. Cool. We've got our nice generic Animal Crossing music now. Okay. And then there's chat. There you go. Cool. Cool. Yeah, reverse engineering. Exactly. Exactly. Like, there's a real risk that reverse engineering could be used. That would never happen. Who would do such a silly mistake? Sweats nervously. Hi, Saboteur. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. I hope you're good. And also, hi, Kobe. Hi. Hello. I hope you're good as well. And hi, Bobo. Hello. Let's see. I was taught how to dodge ethics frameworks in my undergrad. That's horrifying. That's horrifying. Animal Crossing noises. Pikmin song for background music. Good lord, no. No. Tutoring for the next 4 hours. Have a good stream. Thank you for dropping by, Komi. I hope you have a good time tutoring. I hope it goes well. Thank you for dropping by. The number of times I've had to explain to non-biologists, hey, yeah, you can't do that. No, you can't just take information. That information or ask those questions. Please stop. Is way more times than I should. I feel that so much. I I've had to have, I think I've had to have conversations about this. Like, it does seem to be, if I'm being honest, my experiences of this happening are like, mostly people in computer science and people in physics. Which, physics I can kind of understand, because you might be like, well, it's like natural science, so why would I need to learn about research ethics type of thing? You still should though, because if nothing else, you're still gonna potentially brush up against dual use legislation, like export control and stuff. But computer science just baffles me because like so many aspects of computer science have a human element to them. It just doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Hi Zakira, say hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Gonna lurk and pretend I know what's being talked about. Enjoy your lurk. I'm also gonna pretend I know what I'm talking about. Oh goodness gracious. I'm in my 3rd year and the word ethics has yet to be mentioned in my physics course. That's absolutely horrifying to me, to be honest. That's genuinely horrifying. Not even in like, do you have like, wait, don't answer this if it might dox you. Don't answer this if it might dox you. But like, I'm pretty sure that for like accredited physics courses in your country, you have to do medical physics. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but you're telling me that you haven't done ethics. despite the requirement for medical physics. That really bothers me, actually. That really upsets me. What the heck? Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, but can we train our LLM on an approval from IRB? That would be kind of fun as like some kind of meta science project, though. Like, can you predict whether a project will get IRB approval if you like tweak different things about it? That would be kind of fun. Winding down for the day. I have a very long day tomorrow, so I'm just trying to relax beforehand. How are you doing today? I'm doing okay, thank you. I've had a good morning. I went out. I went out for a walk. It was actually afternoon. I woke up really late today. I was walking down the road, and then an elderly man was like, "Hello," and I said, "Good morning." And then I realized it was 1:30 in the afternoon, and I just felt like it was morning because I haven't been awake very long yet. But aside from that, my day's going okay. Oh no. So hi Nov, hi. Pure gravity has no ethics. I mean, everything has ethics. Everything has ethical considerations. Everything has ethical considerations. To me, computer science is just finding the million ways that you can make a CPU ingest zeros and ones without your brain going all of a sudden. I mean, it depends, right? It depends on the computer science. If you're just doing like, no, you always have to consider ethics. Even if you're just doing like algorithm development, or if you're like working on hardware, you still have to consider for export control reasons, like what your algorithms or hardware could be used for. So there's still an ethics component, because if you're not aware of like the potential ways it could be used, then you can't plan the export control side of it. So you have to do an ethics consideration, which involves potential dual use, you know? So even then, there's still a requirement for ethics. So I think it's just, I think it's just silly. We don't. Medical physics is its own thing. Oh, okay. Okay. So hi, Alex. Hi. Hello. I made it to third year of honours economics in the UK, and we didn't have any ethics courses outside of, assign this form for your essays. That really bothers me. That's why you see economists doing wacky studies that aren't helpful. You know what? Honestly, my biggest problem that I have with economists is when they start thinking that they can do psychology studies, and then they do a study that's like really badly designed and or unethical, and then you're like, bruh. That bothers me. When it gets down to engineering design, we're taught strictly about ethics and safety because of the human interface. See, that's good. I like to hear that. Physics is easy. You just drop heavy objects off tall buildings and see if they take the expected time to impact the ground, right? Oh, imagine if that was a 3-year physics course. You just had to keep going up to the top of the university building and just dropping things. That would be so funny. I feel that. There's times where I have to remind myself my night is not everyone's night. So let's just say happy time zone. That's so smart. That's so smart. In the Codebug server, they say like good man. I don't know how to describe this. Like, wait, let me show you it. I'll just type it. Like this. Yeah, like that. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. And you like capitalize the one that's relevant for your time zone. I think that's a very cute way to do it. I like that. I like that. Also, hi, Mika Online. Hi, welcome. The professor of my engineering physics class got fired for using university servers to run his business. Oh, for ethics class, got fired. I live in fear, goodness gracious. Sometimes I hear things about what people have done, and I'm like, huh? What are you doing? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Oh gosh. Genuinely, why would you do that? Also, hi, Carbureted. Hello, hello. I had 0 ethics classes while studying psychology. That's actually horrifying because we've done some really bad stuff in the past. That's not great, to be honest. And hi, Corona Music Fish. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. You don't understand. The abuse of humans by technology I invent is just zeros and ones at the end of the day. It's it's as I learned at work. Number green, good. Number red, bad. Oh no. Then there's me over here with ecology and there's so much ethics involved. I can imagine. But even then, like, I've spoken to people that are doing like ecology or sustainability adjacent work and they're like, I didn't have to do IRB approval. And I'm like, scary. Did Psych specifically, or was it humans in general? Psych specifically. We've got a history of running really, really horrendously unethical studies. So yeah, and like even now, like even recently, there have been studies that are like really horrendously unethical and get a lot of backlash. So yeah. The stories I have from the professional ethics course that we required in my CS bachelor's, some of the students I fear where they are now. Is it bad that my brain was like, they're probably in fintech? No! Why did my brain also feel that? Oh no. Oh god. So the unethical studies tend to not even be scientifically useful. Yeah, to be honest. Because like, the thing about IRB is that it's both ethics and like peer review on your protocol. So if there's any design issues with your study and you haven't run it through ethics, you just won't know until you get peer reviewed for your full paper. And even then, like, to be honest, my experience is that IRB review tends to be a lot more in depth and a lot more detailed than peer review when you submit a paper. Because like peer review when you submit a paper, people are doing it voluntarily. They don't get paid for that. And they're taking time out of their busy schedule to do it, and they tend to go through your paper pretty quickly. Whereas with the ethics review, normally people have, like, you're being reviewed by someone else in your department, so it's probably someone that knows you for a start, for better or for worse. But also, they work for the university. They don't want you to get into trouble because that might cause them problems. And on top of all of that, they actually probably have time in their work plan for doing IRB reviews, whereas they probably don't have time in their work plan for doing peer review. So they actually have time built into their schedule. Like they are paid some of their salary for doing the IRB reviews, whereas they're not for peer review. That's like considered purely voluntary. You just do it. Well, you do it because you're expected to be honest. But but yeah. So yeah. My experience is that IRB review actually tends to be a lot more in-depth and useful, honestly. It tends to be a lot more useful, and they're very, very good at picking up, like, design issues. Yeah. Hello to Almost, thank you for the lab safety register check-in, and also Gremlin Thought as well, and thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Zekaros as well. And Celadon Blue, welcome, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. Let's see. I have unfortunately developed a bias towards people enthusiastic about finance. Oh, against people or for people enthusiastic about finance because of an absurd amount of data aligning specifically with ones I have interacted with disregard for ethics. Yeah. Yeah. One of them claims to have never used a computer till 2 years prior, was a black hat hacker who hacked Facebook, and in a presentation showed a still image from a bad video as an example of what is on the deep web Saw no problem with it in class for professional and ethics practices. Good lord, that's horrifying. That's actually scary. That makes me nervous. Hi, Tayo. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Does IRB review help with getting published? Yes. If you're publishing in a journal, normally, if it's a good journal, like a not a predatory journal, then it will require peer review. It will require IRB approval. Like, you will need to give details of like the reference number and everything normally. In terms of can you pay for a peer review? I mean, you could, but you shouldn't. There's a push at the minute to try and get journals to pay their peer reviewers, but it's not happening yet. It's not happening yet. Yeah. I'm hydrating. Yummy. Okay. We have once again gone off on a tangent. We are not reading the paper again. Stop distracting me. No, to be fair, that was a useful tangent to go down, I think. Okay. Where do we get to? Hi, Zakia. I'm at work at the minute, so I can't stay, but hi, thank you for dropping by. I hope work goes well. And also, hi, Gretorian. Hi. Hello. Read. Yes, I will read. Okay, I'm reading. Okay, right. So, first, to establish a broad foundational understanding across all three research questions, we conducted a large-scale qualitative survey. Oh, interesting. Qualitative. This initial stage allowed us to identify key motivations, relational dynamics, and financial drivers within the broad fan community. Next, to explore the in-depth personal narratives and emotional experiences that contextualize the survey findings, we conducted a supplementary, semi-structured interview with fans, providing insight into how dedicated fans make meaning of their relationship with Neuro-sama. Finally, to compare these self-reported perceptions with real-time behaviors, we performed an analysis of live stream interaction log data, including chats and super chats. This allowed us to observe how fans interact and provide financial support in real time, and to contrast these behaviors with those seen in human VTuber communities. Okay, cool. Nobody except the publishers are allowed to make money from science. Yeah. Yeah. So, first of all, the survey. Right, I'm going to very quickly blow my nose before I keep going. I apologize. My sinuses were so clear when I started this, and now they're not. So sad. Maybe one day we'll have a redeem to remind you to read the paper. That would be funny. Okay. So we conducted a large-scale survey among Neurosama's fans to understand their engagement motivations, perceived relationship with Neuro, and direct reasons for financial support. Participants and recruitment. To ensure that all participants were genuine Neuro fans, qualified to provide relevant insights for our study, and that the participants represented diverse backgrounds and communities, we implemented a careful recruitment strategy. First, we recruited participants through a public call for participation, distributed via social media fan groups for Neuro, for example, Discord, QQ, which is a widely used Chinese messaging and social media platform similar to WhatsApp, public social media platforms, and personal contacts. An initial screening question confirmed that all respondents had watched Neuro's streams, which was just, do you watch the AI-driven VTuber Neuro-sama? As compensation for survey participation, we randomly selected 3 respondents to receive an official Neuro-sama plush? No way! Wait, that's so cool! That's such a good participation incentive! No way! They planned this so far in advance. What the heck? That's actually really cool. Yeah, right, that is really cool. That's so good. Wait, they must have planned this. They must have planned this from the Makeship campaign going live and been like, we need to buy 3 of them so that we can use them as compensation in the study. That's so cool. Bruh, that's so big brain. I love that. I love that so much. Okay, so you have to be really, really careful with like the incentives that you give to participants, because basically, like, if you're doing like a raffle for a gift card or something like that, I've had this happen to me. You just get loads of people like botting your survey basically. So it just completely destroys all of the data. So like ideally, if you're targeting a certain population, you need to find an incentive that is interesting specifically for that population. So for example, say that you were trying to recruit people working in tech, you might do a raffle for a GitHub Pro membership for a year, for example. So the fact that they've managed to get 3 Neuro plushies to use as a giveaway raffle, and like the amount that you like, what they're worth, the value of them isn't like massively high. So it's not gonna like coerce people into doing the survey. But also like if you didn't manage to get a Neuro plush, or if you want another one for whatever reason, like that's a really good way to get people interested. That's so smart. I love that so much. Is it the real one or the fake one? It sounds like it's the real. Well, it says it's an official Neuro-sama plush toy, so it must be the real one. That's really smart. They should have marked them in some way to give them traceability. The Neuro makeship ones were marked. They were like numbered and everything. I've still got my number on mine. Better than stickers. I feel attacked. The websites like Prolific better about botting? They're kind of variable. Sometimes they're better, sometimes they're not. I would say they're not as bad for botting. Like they're a lot better for botting, but the bigger problem that I have is that sometimes I will say that I want people resident in the UK, for example, and then I will have like a really disproportionately high number of people who were born in a different country. So, and it's always like 3 countries. Like that, it is really disproportionate. Like they like it will be, 5 to 10% of my sample, and then you look at the actual overall population, and it's like less than like 0.5%. So yeah. So I would say better for botting, but I think there is still a little bit of like some people lie about their residence. For my research, we just did a basic $10 or $20 Amazon gift card, but it was saved from botting because it required a 2 to 3 hour session in VR. So that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah. Poland mentioned? What? Huh? One of the countries? No, Poland wasn't one of them. I won't say what they were because I don't want to spread stereotypes, So like I don't want people to like start thinking like, oh yeah, like respondents from this country are lying, Yeah. So I don't want to say where they were from. But yeah, one of my surveys had like 10% of the survey sample be from a different country, and it was like, what? Why? This is so random. Yeah, I can see that there is an ad, either about to play or playing. I didn't catch what that was. Wait, is it playing now? It's starting soon. Okay, there's an ad starting soon, so I apologize. I will just yap a bit until the ad finishes. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. Bum 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 bum. Is it that they're from the UK but they're not born there, or is it someone that's not even in the UK? When I looked at so most of the studies are entirely anonymous that I do, so I can't even look at like geolocation data. But one of them I did have geolocation data, and it was people saying that they were resident in the UK, but they were very obviously using a VPN, and their like country of birth was listed as their actual country of birth, like / residence, I assume. So yeah, that wasn't great, but it's fine. It was fine. it's partly because of just how much population we have in other countries. If poorer places are more desperate for free goodies, just probability will make them overrepresented in studies that aren't for them. I mean, yeah, but the thing is that like I said, like some like it was like 10% of the sample. They were like giving kind of like random spammy responses, so they clearly didn't meet the criteria for it. And their place of residence was listed as the UK, but their place of birth was somewhere else. And like when and the IP was a VPN IP. So like all of those three things together were like, okay, this is like people that we just need to screen out. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm not necessarily saying that these people were from a certain type of country. Like I'm not saying where they were from. Like there were 3 different countries and they were all very different countries. So yeah. Isn't there a mini player above the chat during ads? Yes, there is. There is. I just have things popped out and it wasn't showing properly. This is why economics is superior to psychology. You can just construct a game theory experiment and pay people per outcome. Horrifying. Truly horrifying. I live in fear. Also, I'd love you to know that I have not heard a lick of the answer because of ads. I'm so sorry. Oh gosh. We'll get there. It's only 45 seconds left. I don't know what to talk about for the remaining 45 seconds. I just think it's so cool that they used a plushie as an incentive for the study. I think it's so cool. I love it so much. It's actually really good. Genuinely, I'm very impressed that they thought to do that. And that they had the planning. I'm so impressed that they could like had enough planning in advance to like they planned things far enough in advance that they got extra plushies for the study. Like that was so cool. Ads are over for both of you? Okay. Well, there's 3 seconds on my end. Okay, ad break ended. Everybody should be back now. Yippee! I can't remember whose stream it was on, but the other day I went into someone's stream and I got ads and it was like, it was Teu's. I went into Teu's stream and I got loads of adverts for baby products. I was like, huh? Huh? Nanny? It doesn't make sense. Oh gosh. Each co-author is a viewer and ordered a plushie for themselves and was forced to give it up for the study. No, don't say that. That would be sad. That would be sad. I kind of love the idea of like the university being forced to put in a purchase order for 3 neurosama plushies though. Like that's very, very funny. As somebody who has battled university finance systems, that's extremely funny to me. Also, sorry, Jade Low. Hello, thank you for the lab saver to check in. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention and didn't say anything when you actually did it. Thank you for the check in. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Same with you, Frost. Why? It's so weird. And Cox right. Hello. Thank you for the lab saver to check in as well. I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Yeah. No, I get so many ads for baby stuff at the minute. It's very strange. Very strange. The little angry Korean woman laughs at the ads that I get because they're so unhinged and not related to either of our demographics or each other's interests. Right? Right? It's so random. Like, I don't know what they're thinking. Like, what is it like? Oh, yes, this is a woman going into her 30s. Therefore, she's definitely going to want loads of baby products. And then there's me, like, not a single maternal urge in my whole body. Like, oh no. What if you raffled out postcards with Neuro-sama's autograph on it? Wait. No, because she can AI generate stuff, right? So in theory, she could actually potentially use a pen plotter. That could work. That could work. Cat or baby products, depending on how things are going. Oh no. That was a joke, but it was honestly interesting. How would viewers feel about a genuine neurosama autograph? I feel like people would fight to get one, to be honest. I would want one. She can use her dog body. But it's broken, isn't it? I thought it was broken. If they ever fix it, if Vettel fixes it, then the crazy dog body. Yeah. I don't see them anyway for some reason. I seem to have accidentally nuked my advertising ID. That's quite impressive though. Teach me your ways because I want to get rid of things. I want to get rid of the ads. Like, oh goodness gracious. Okay, so right, so they raffled off Neuro plushies as an incentive for taking part in their survey, which is extremely cool. And I love that approach. It's the best thing ever. Genuinely, I'm so impressed. So the selection of this compensation was intentional, as it would primarily appeal to those familiar with Neuro's content, thus helping to ensure authentic participation from dedicated fans rather than casual respondents. Yeah, big brain. Big brain. Vettel fixes it? You mean Ellie fixes it? Yeah, I mean, Ellie probably would have to fix it, right? I haven't worked out like what happened to it. I just keep hearing rumors that it broke. Twitch has superior chat and delay against YouTube. For the rest, YouTube is superior. Yeah, I much prefer YouTube for watching videos, or like catching up with VODs. But I'm not a fan of YouTube Live because I'm not. Yeah, it's the delay. I think the delay is the bigger thing that like bothers me about YouTube because like I'm kind of slow anyway, you know? I can be kind of slow responding to stuff as it is. When I type in chat, I'm often at least 10 seconds behind everybody else anyway. And then YouTube is like, we're going to add another 30 seconds on top of that. So I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. Airport checks ripped up some innards and the custom PCB and teensy controller kept frying. No! Oh, I hope it's fixable. I hope it's fixable because the dog was so cute and she worked so hard on it. Also, hello, Night Ghost Kevin, and I Lost a Bookworm. Thank you for the Lab Safe Roaster check-ins, and also Spadewy, thank you for the Lab Safe Roaster check-in as well. Yeah. Thank you. YouTube Live is only superior if you're using mobile. Even then, I kind of prefer the Twitch app over watching YouTube Live on mobile. Like, I don't know. Like the Twitch mobile app is not great, but I still prefer it over YouTube. Although saying that, I do have YouTube. I have YouTube Premium, so I never get any ads on it on mobile. Whereas obviously Twitch I do, which is where I keep seeing the cursed baby ads. So I keep thinking I should probably just invest in Twitch Turbo as a business expense at this point. I should probably do that. Also, thank you for the Lab Safety Racer check-in, Gretorian. Thank you. And hi, Parataxic, welcome. Is this a good Christian stream with no swearing? It's not a good Christian stream. I just try to avoid swearing because I want it to be like family friendly generally. Yeah. I'm also trying to be more professional, you know? I'm very unprofessional in my real life. Like, if any of you met me in real life, you'd all be like, she's different to her streams because of the sheer quantity of swear words that interlace all of her sentences. But I want the streams to be accessible to younger people, ideally, as well. Like, I say it's 16 plus in the rules. You know, my general approach is like, you know, just don't tell me your age. Like, this is this is a safe for work stream, you know. People, I know for a fact that sometimes people will like put on my stream while they're at work. So I just don't want to swear too much because of that. Although it's Sunday. I could just swear anyway. But I don't want to. My boss watches my streams. My boss is also fine with swearing. My colleagues watch my streams. Oh gosh. Oh. The sheer amount of swearing interlaced in her language, so British. Worse than that, British and then moved to Ireland. If you think the Brits are bad with swearing, the Irish are something else. Like, oh, goodness gracious. Isn't that just part of being British? Swearing every 3 words is genetic? Yes. Yes. It is. It's true. I met Psydere in real life and she called me a C word 3 times immediately. This is a joke, Psydere's boss. My boss would not have a problem with it. That's the thing. My manager, both of my managers at work are like in charge of the whole thing. And they just both casually swear all the time in work meetings. And that's good. I appreciate that. I also do sometimes too. But the bigger thing is more that like I don't
gifted a tier
like
1 sub to
I sometimes like share my streams with other people, other psychologists, other science communicators. So like now I feel like I don't feel pressured to not swear. It's more just like I don't want my first impression to be me being British, you know? That's basically what I mean. And Tay, thank you so much for the gift sub to Cleeper as well. Thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Freeing Cleeper from the ads. And Cook's right. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What the heck? Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for funding the lab.
Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Nissy017.
Thanks, Valorant. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you for funding the lab, everybody. Oh, I really appreciate it. And thank you for the hype train as well. I swear that's like, have they made hype trains more common? Have they made hype trains more common? Because I swear there's like loads of them now. Like they just happen all the time now. They're kind of losing their sparkle. And I don't think this is like a my channel thing. I think I've seen this like in everybody's streams. Everybody seems to get like, everybody who gets any kind of like subs and stuff seems to just get like hype train all the time now. I don't know. Reminds me of when Bao asked Neuro to use a British accent and the first thing she said was the C word. Oh no. That's true. That was very funny. One of the things that stopped me from starting to stream is that I will eventually slip and use the British word and be banned. I don't think you can be banned for that word though, can you? Can you be banned for that word? That's culturally based discrimination, if so. Because it's not like, okay, the Brits and the Irish are pretty bad for using that word. But like, honestly, the Australians? I have never met an Australian person who I haven't heard use that word within like 10 minutes of knowing them. Just saying. Oh, no. I had a hype train consisting of entirely of 1 sub. That's so funny. They lowered the threshold to motivate donos. Oh, I see. The Aussies? Yeah. 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 Also, Loridel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay, so Akiara, hi! Hello. How are you? I hope you're good. How are you doing? Okay, so where were we? We've done like, you know, being excited over the fact they gave away Neuro plushies. Okay. Ultimately, we collected 334 valid responses. The sample demonstrated high engagement with Neuro. Over half of the participants reported watching Neuro's streams or related videos almost daily, and a total of 77% of participants watched at least 3 times a week. Interesting. including YouTube viewers. The sample was nearly evenly split between experienced and new VTuber viewers.
Bobo's MIT gifted a tier 1
48.8% were
sub to
regular
Scrap C.
viewers of human VTubers before watching Neuro, while the other 51% were new to the VTuber space. Interesting. Bobo, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. What the heck? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We need to get a thing soon to start our research together. Oh, I need to get back to you on that. The problem is that I'm still homeless. Yes, but also I realized I kind of like did an announcement about this. I did an announcement about this, and then I realized that a few people didn't actually, they either thought I was joking or they missed it and then didn't understand why everybody keeps making jokes about my living conditions. So I'm going to say this now, just very, very bluntly, so that everybody's aware. I'm living in temporary accommodation right now. I'm not joking when I say that I'm homeless. I am actually homeless right now. So yeah. 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 So yeah, I'm horribly behind on many things. I apologize. And Spooky One, thank you so much for the 111 bits as well. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You're homeless? Yes. Just buy a new home, silly. I'm trying. Do you know how many weeks I have spent trying to just even get a lettings agent to give me a viewing on a place? It's taken so long. Savitar, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 7 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for running the lab. I really, really appreciate it.
Valorant gifted a tier 1 sub to Premium Kara.
Thank you. And thanks, Valorant. Apparently there's a thing on at the minute where if people gift 5 subs or more, then Valorant will also gift a sub. Apparently this is a thing. I genuinely wasn't even aware of this until I just started randomly seeing Valorant contributing an excessive amount to Crowley's ridiculous hype train the other day. So that was quite funny. Just live in a university library, honestly, not even that far off what I've been doing. Yeah, it's part of September. Yeah. I forgot that September was a thing, to be honest. I forgot there was a thing. Hi, Robert Brown. Hi. Hello, hello. I hope the rental market gives you a break soon and finally a place to rent that fits. Yeah. I mean, I've managed to finally get some viewings on some places. It's not, they're not in, one of them is in the perfect location, but it's ridiculously expensive and tiny. And the other one is the other 2 are in a less perfect location, but it's not a bad location. It could be worse. And they're better, but there's one of the 3 places that I kind of just keep going back and looking at the listing because I really, really like it, you know? So I think I might have already kind of subconsciously chosen, and it's more just going in and checking that there's no obvious red flags with the place. Yeah. Yeah. Valorant just gifted me a sub to another streamer. No. That's been happening to me, actually. I think someone actually gifted me a sub to Honey yesterday, which I really appreciated. And then I think I also got a gifted sub to, was it from Valorant? Oh no, it wasn't from Valorant, but I got a gifted sub to Staz. And then Valorant gifted me a sub to Minnie. And that was wow, 3 in one go? That's wild. That's wild. Oh no, my Neuro sub expired. Oh, sad. Oh well. Yeah. Enjoy your lurk, Claper. Enjoy your lurk. But yeah. Valorant learned from Neuro-Subathon not to do this thing again in December. Yes, they did. That was very, very funny. Oh no. Turn the taps on and let them run for a while. Yes, absolutely. I don't want no... What is it? Is it listeria that you can get from that? I forgot. Yeah. Okay, looking at the roof and basement might help too. Basements aren't really a thing in Ireland. I've never actually seen one. I've seen one basement ever in my whole life, and it was in England. But
Don't
aside from
mind
that,
me
I've never
getting my
actually seen a
hype
basement. Well,
chest.
I've seen them in like commercial buildings. Don't mind me getting my hype chest. Thank you, Astro, for the 100 bits. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I spoke to my lecturer and they mentioned that they'd be down for it to help us with the ethics part. Let's go. That's hype. That's hype. I will get back to you on that as soon as I can. Is there like a time limit on it? Like, is there a time limit where you need to have stuff done by? That's meant for real estate purchases, though I guess it might help with rentals too, if the pipes are fine. Yeah. There's been some backlog sludge that if pipes haven't been used, can back up. So running the taps is a good idea. Oh, I see. Yeah, see, the thing that I've always been told about is like, I want to say it's like Legionella. Maybe it's Legionella. I don't think it's Listeria. I think it's Legionella, where like it can form in the pipes, and if you then like inhale it, then you can get Legionnaire's disease, ? I remember it being a very big thing that they warned us a lot about when I was in halls. Yeah. Have to be done by September next year. Oh, that's easy. That's easy. I might need like a month-ish before I can get back to you properly, because yeah, I might be like moving house again soon, but yeah. Basements are only really found in old houses from what I've seen. I assume are food storage areas. Yeah, the ones that I've seen have been in like places where there's like firmer soil, basically, like firmer rock that they can actually dig down into. They're old houses. So, oh, what's the hype chest today? There you go. This is what I got from it today. This mildly threatening fella. Legionnaire's disease pathogen can form in standing water, so yeah. I think that's it. Those hypermodes are cute. They are cute, aren't they? They're quite cute. Legionella work in standing water or water boilers that don't regularly get fully emptied or are permanently below 60 degrees C for a warm water holding tank without a sterilizing program. Yes. Yeah, because like a lot of like eco-friendly boilers now is they like, what do? They like go down to like 30 degrees at times to like save energy and stuff, right? I think that's what a lot of boilers do nowadays. So you have to run it, otherwise you could get sick. Yeah. Thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you for the level 4 hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Gonna lurk now. Thank you, Kiara. Enjoy your lurk. Okay. So most people watch Neuro every day, or at least, well, most people watch Neuro at least 3 times a week. Some of them it was 50-50 as to whether they were regular viewers of VTubers before Neuro, and the other 50% were actually new to the VTuber space, so they were introduced to VTubers by Neuro. That in itself is really, really interesting. That's really interesting. That means that something about Neuro, like, appeals to people that don't watch VTubers. Like, they're not in the culture. So that's really cool and interesting. Let's see. Right, survey instrument. As shown in Appendix A. Oh, they've included their survey! Yes! We can have a look at their actual survey. That's so exciting. As shown in Appendix A, the survey questionnaire was designed to address our 3 research questions. For research question 1, and it included questions on discovery channels, initial motivations, perceived differences between supporting AI or human VTubers, and fan conversation factors. For research question 2, it included a parasocial interaction scale, questions on relationship definition, and prompts about community memes. Memes, amazing. Finally, for research question 3, it investigated payment frequency and motivations. The survey instrument consisted of single choice, multiple choice, matrix style, and open-ended questions. Okay, they've got a mix of quantitative and qualitative. Very cool. Very cool. Flippers do an amazing job. They really do. They really do. I'll be honest, I hate most VTubers and all that stuff. Why are you here? Please don't hate me. Neuro's pretty cute. Might be collabs too, and how she's able to respond to collab partners. Yeah. Well, honestly, I feel like Neuro just has a really, really good YouTube ecosystem, you know? I think Neuro has a really good like YouTube ecosystem because like the official channels are already really good. Like the official Neuro Clips channel, what is it called? Like Daily Dose of Neuro or something. And then the Neuro-sama main YouTube channel. Both of them are so good at churning out shorts, churning out clips, churning out like proper full-length videos. They do so good. And then there's the whole Clipper ecosystem around that too. You know, like it's actually so impressive how like Staz and Neurocrumbs and all those kinds of people manage to clip like almost simultaneously now. Like something will happen on stream and it's like from a diversity of streams as well. And then it will end up on the clips channels like within like 15, 20 minutes of it happening on stream. It's genuinely so impressive. It's so impressive. Good clippers are extremely powerful. Yeah. And then there are other clippers that like do really nice edits as well. Like there are some channels that focus more on just like getting stuff out quickly. Like it's kind of a rough edit, but it's still really good. Like there's still a good story being told in it. And then there's other ones that focus more on like making more kind of like more edited content. And like both sets are so good. They're so powerful. They're so powerful. Oh, it's the Neuro official Neuroclips. Is Neuroclips official? Oh, I see. You're okay as long as I don't look at the avatar too much. I apologize. Just treat me as a podcast. That'll do. You know how powerful clips are yourself, right? I do indeed. I think I said this yesterday, actually. Like, Shinsta did the biggest W for me with that one clip about the beans. The one where it's like it starts off with me joking about bathroom beans in House Pepper, and then from an entirely separate stream, there's me and Mylin then talking about the bathroom beans incident, and it makes such a good story, and it's edited so well, and so many people found me through it as well, and people still find me through that clip. Like I'm genuinely so grateful to Shinsta for that. And then like Thaz also clipped me when the Neuro raid happened as well. And loads of people found me from that. Like I was still streaming and people were like, I just found you from Staz. I was like, what? What? That's wild. The bathroom beans are too powerful. It's so true. It's so true. Oh gosh, we're only on 6 words per minute. I must speed. I am speed. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Beans! Yeah. I always forget. I keep forgetting and then seeing my own emote and then reminding myself that we put beans in the glow sticks. I still find that funny. I find my own joke funny. Well, actually, I think someone else suggested it and I was like, yeah, I will do it. But I think that's funny. Thank you for the 10-bit spooky one. So that Staz is so fast. I know, right? It's genuinely so impressive. It's so impressive. Yeah. Okay. Right. Measures. Yeah, that was wild seeing people come in saying that they found you via the clip on the same stream. I know, right? Beans, the musical fruit. The more you eat, the more you toot. Yes. Not me. My digestion is optimized for fiber now. My microbiome is so powerful now. You don't even know. How is the paper so fast? Are we learning stuff? We're learning stuff. We've talked about ethics and we've talked about incentivizing participants in an ethical way that doesn't get your survey botted. I think that we're learning stuff. Sweats nervously. Okay, so measures. For all open-ended questions, we conducted a thematic analysis of responses. Responses to the question, was there a specific moment or interaction that made you decide to become a regular viewer instead of just a casual one? If so, describe it, were particularly complex. For this question, we used a two-stage coding process to ensure accuracy. This approach follows established practices in thematic analysis. What have they cited? Yo, they cited Braun and Clark, my beloved. Ideally, you want to see them cite more than just Braun and Clark, though. But, like, I actually saw, like, a thematic analysis peer review bingo the other day, and it was like, have they just cited Braun and Clark 2006? If yes, yikes. Get them to cite more. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Sometimes, I think that sometimes all you need to do is cite Braun and Clark. So first, an author familiar with the Neuro-sama fan community conducted an initial round of coding to generate a set of granular initial codes. So for anyone that doesn't know, sorry, let me pause for a second. For anyone that doesn't know, thematic analysis is a qualitative data analysis approach where you basically take a big chunk of text data and you go through it and you apply what is called codes in thematic analysis. It's not, when it says coding, it doesn't mean like, you know, coding. It doesn't mean Python or whatever. It's just for some reason they use that word for like basically attaching labels to what's in the data. So you might go through and be like, you might read, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but basically you're kind of like summarizing what's being said in that chunk of data. And when I say chunk of data, it could be a sentence, it could be a few words, it could be a few sentences. Like it varies depending on what you're after. Truly the most powerful setup, both computer and digester optimized for fiber. Do you enjoy watching your own VODs? Are they entertaining? Someone recently noted that as a measure, if they feel boring to you, you might need to rethink, as advice for people on Twitter. This isn't intended as an attack. I'm just curious about how you feel about your own VODs since you just talked about the being glow stick joke. I don't watch my own VODs, to be honest. I don't hate doing it. I don't hate doing it. If I'm editing, like I don't find them boring if I'm editing, you know? I quite enjoy doing it. So I would say, yeah. And then like when people make clips, when people make clips, I'm always like, what the heck? This is so fun. So I think that's probably decent advice. Like, I think it's more like if there are big chunks of time where you're not saying anything or like there's not really much happening, I think that's more the measure, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't want someone to come into the stream and then there's just nothing happening and they don't feel compelled to stay, you know? Or worse, like there's something happening where they actively are put off by it, you know? Like, it's okay if, like, you know, we're just talking about something and they're just like, eh, it's not really for me. Like, that's fair enough. Like, you know, everyone has their preferences in terms of streaming. But if it was like, I don't know, like, I can't even think of any examples off the top of my head because, like, I don't have any. But, like, if you went into a stream and then you were just like, ugh, like, they're not saying anything, or they're just making, like, weird noises, or, like, they're really boring, they're not engaging when they talk, stuff like that. Like, that would make me sad if people came in and said that or felt that. So, yeah. You gotta head out. Thank you for joining us, Tayu. And Jade, Betluria, I hope, Betluaria, even. There we go. Sorry. Jade Betluaria, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. Yeah, hope you have a good day, Tayu. Thank you for joining us. You don't dislike your own voice? I've kind of gaslit myself into thinking it's not mine. Because so many people joked about me sounding like Rin Penrose that I've kind of told myself that I now sound like Rin Penrose, so... So I don't have that problem anymore. But yeah, editing does kind of burn it out of you eventually. Yeah, I agree, Bobo. Like, when I first started editing, I was like, ugh, disgusting. And now I'm like, meh, it's just another voice. You know? Like, when the streamer is locked into an RPG and basically just reading the game, though chat might fall to the wayside. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't think I would enjoy playing that kind of game on stream as much. Um, yeah. Silence on stream is akin to dead air in a broadcast media. Yeah, exactly. It kind of feels like, yeah, it makes me itchy. It makes me itchy. Yeah, getting used to your own voice by immersion. Exactly. Exactly. Guns, did I say hello to you? I feel like I did, or maybe I didn't. I acknowledged you in my brain, but I don't know if I did it out loud. Hello. I hope you're good. I'm just editing Rin Penrose. Unironically. That's what I tell myself. That's what I tell myself. So. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am not gonna lie, my water's run out and I really desperately need a drink. I really desperately need a drink. So if it's okay, I'm gonna BRB for a few minutes. I will come back and we will keep reading. But yeah, I really need a drink. Hydrate, thank you, Bobo. Yes. Back to sleep because it's 12 a.m. and I've got work tomorrow. Yeah, go. You make sure you sleep. Get some good sleep. Very important to do before you work. Yeah. Thank you for dropping by. Sleep now. Pigment, no. Okay, I will be back in a few minutes. I must acquire water. See you in a second. Hello. I have returned. I am not gonna lie, I was very unhinged just then. I went I went to the kitchen and I literally just downed like an entire like liter of water. And then I filled it up again. And then I drank some more of it. Why am I so thirsty? What the heck? Why? Because I've been yapping too much, clearly. No, it's actually really warm. It like like there is a rare bit of sun, and it's like warming up the place really badly. And I like, you know, when you just suddenly realize, like, I'm uncomfortable. That happened. Hi, Gustavo. Hey, welcome. I hope you're good. I wonder what she does for the last 20 seconds of the timer, having overestimated the time. I didn't today, actually. I didn't. I was quite proud of myself. Okay. But sometimes I do just like sit and I just prepare myself, you know, I just mentally prepare myself for you all to bully me again. Okay. Is the music okay? It's not too loud, is it? I hope it's not too loud. I think it looks like it might be a little bit too loud. There we go. Okay. Breathing, sweat, and thermoregulation can cut a lot of water, especially on a warm day. Exactly. And I've got like my light at the minute as well, like my streamer light. I've got my streamer light, and it's quite warm because like I've got the webcam tracking at the minute, so that needs good lighting. And yeah, it's warm. It's too unpleasant. And I had a jumper on and everything. Yeah. Who would bully a streamer at that time? I know. Shocking. Okay, so they have made their survey. They asked, was there a specific moment or interaction that made you start watching Neuro regularly? And they're doing a thematic analysis of the data. We've talked about how thematic analysis is a qualitative data analysis approach where you go through and you kind of like summarize, I guess, the data, but you want to ideally dig a bit into the meaning beneath it. There's a very inherently subjective part of thematic analysis. You can make it as subjective or as like surface level, which basically means just like taking the text literally rather than interpreting it. There can be as much or as little of that as you want in thematic analysis. It's a fairly flexible methodology, actually. But yeah, so then an author familiar with Neuro-sama conducted an initial round of coding. So that means going through and attaching those labels to the dataset to generate a set of granular initial codes. Following this, 3 authors discussed and consolidated the initial codes into second-level themes and then calculated the frequency of each theme. So yeah, basically part of thematic analysis is that once you've gone through and attached the labels to the data, you then kind of group the labels together into themes. Normally you'd see like 3 to 5 themes. Yeah. For close-ended questions, we conducted descriptive statistical analyses by computing the frequency and percentage of each option, a common approach for analysing survey response distributions. These summaries helped us compare the relative popularity of different options and examine the distribution of choices among participants. Yep, fairly standard. An element of our PSI scale was that the parasocial interactions, I believe. Was measured using a 5-point Likert scale from 1 strongly disagree to 5 strongly agree. The design for our scale was informed by the PSI process scale and prior research on parasocial interaction scales for VTuber fans. It comprised. Okay, so it was based on what I assume is a validated measure, but it wasn't inherently validated. Okay, that's always slightly concerning to me when I see that because ideally, if you're doing a survey, you want the measures that you're using in the survey to be statistically validated. You want to make sure that they are actually measuring the thing that they're meant to measure and that they're reliable across populations and across people within a population. When people adapt existing measures, like first of all, if it depends on the initial measure itself. Like if that hasn't been validated statistically, then I mean, you're kind of working off an uncertainty to start with there. But then if you're then adapting it, you kind of ideally need to retest it to make sure that it retains its validity. You can test the validity and then still do analyses on the data set, but it's not ideal, I would say. I mean, sometimes you just have to because there's no existing survey measures that do the thing that you need to. But yeah, it's not best practice, but sometimes it needs to be done. An author familiar with Neuro sounds like they grabbed a guy in the office that kept quoting the memes and made him code everything. Well, I mean, the thing that I find really funny is that confirms that there is indeed a member of the swarm who is researching Neuro. Like, the author is among us. Extremely sus. Oh no. I mean, just putting it out there, author of the paper, if you happen to see this, hit me up. I'd love to do research together. My email's on my website. Among Us, yes. Okay, cognitive. For example, so the 12 items were across 3 dimensions, 4 items per dimension. And the dimensions were cognitive. For example, I pay close attention to Neuro's behaviors and response patterns. Affective. For example, watching Neuro streams makes me feel relaxed and comfortable. And behavioral. During a stream, I often feel the urge to ask Neuro a question or express my opinion via chat or a super chat. I think the only thing that I'm not sure about is the fact that they keep calling bits super chat. Because, like, it's not a super chat on Twitch. So I don't know what it's called on Bilibili, but it's not a super chat on Twitch. So there might be an issue there with, like, it would need people responding to be aware of, like, a super chat is the YouTube equivalent of bits. So there's a potential issue there with that measure, but I don't know. Actually, let me just quickly scroll down and check. Let's quickly scroll down and check the survey. Because it is in Appendix A. Let's go. Look at that. They got their little consent form with their information sheet. So good. So good. Okay. How did you first learn about Neuro? Algorithm recommendation, short clip on social media, recommendations from a friend, discussion forum like Reddit, news or tech media reports, other. Let's see. Behavioral. Wait, where would it be? 1 to 5. So these are some of it. Actually, no. Let's just look at the measures. Let's just look at the measures as they are. Okay. So this was the 12 the scale of the 12 items, 3 dimensions. I pay close attention to Neuro's behaviors and response patterns. I feel like if I have a good understanding of Neuro's personality, I can sometimes predict how she will respond to a certain question. I often think about why Neuro says certain things or what the underlying logic of her system might be. Neuro's words and actions make me feel like it, quote unquote, has a coherent and unique personality. I like Neuro as a streamer. Watching Neuro streams make me feel relaxed and comfortable. When Neuro is praised for performing well, I feel happy too. If Neuro runs into trouble due to a technical issue or being tricked by viewers, I feel a little sad or sympathetic. During stream, I often feel the urge to ask Neuro a question or express my opinion via chat or super chat. When I come across an interesting topic, I wonder what Neuro would say about it. I would recommend or share streams or clips of Neuro with my friends. And if Neuro holds a special event, like a dev stream or a birthday stream, I'd be interested in participating. Okay, yeah, no. So they're assuming that everyone will know that a super chat is like bits on Twitch. So that's a potential issue with the validity of this specific part of the scale. That's not ideal, but, you know, it's fine. It's hard for me to imagine doing this paper without someone on the team being a fan. Yeah, absolutely. Especially if they knew to get the plushes in advance to incentivize participation as well. Like, that's kind of wild. This is why one of the authors is a YouTube only, while the others are Twitch only. A subtle war in writing plays out for whose Oshi is better. Could you imagine? That would be so funny. That's so funny. Now, DevStream is not really a special event. Yeah, it's like every Monday now, right? Yeah. But then, to be fair though, we didn't see Vettel for like 6 months at one point, so I don't did it say when they collected the data yet? I don't know if it has said that yet. I hope that they say when they collected the data. Right. Did they say? No, they didn't say when they collected the data. That would be some nice information to have, because that would kind of put it into the context of Neuro's streams, like where in the timeline we are. I would like to know when this data was collected. Yeah, hang on, let me bring up my stuff again. WW86, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, for bits versus super chats, yeah. What if they assume the highlighted messages are super chats too? I think that's exactly what they've done. But it's not the right term for it. Like bits is the right term for it, like a bits highlighted message or something. I don't know what's the actual exact term for it, but like that requires you to be at least somewhat aware of YouTube stream culture in order to know that they meant that. So yeah, there might be a slight issue there, but I don't think that's not even a. I mean, the highlighted messages that are not paid. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you can do it with channel points as well, can't you? Oh, That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would like describe all of the potential ways of getting that, actually. But yeah, like calling it a super chat isn't technically correct. So yeah. Anyway, so we assessed the internal consistency using Chromebacks Alpha. So that basically means like how much each of the items within a scale will correlate with each other. So is it given consistent results across all of the items in the scale? Reliability was calculated for each dimension. Cognitive had an alpha of 0.69, affective had an alpha of 0.71, and behavioral had an alpha of 0.76. Averaging across the three yielded an overall reliability of 0.72, indicating good consistency. That would be a little bit low for my liking personally, but it's not the worst. Anyway, so cool. I zoned out, but are super chats used in this paper to sum up paid comments, or did it poison the survey by using them in the questions? Yeah, they put it in the questions. They called it like a super chat in the survey question. And I'm concerned about that, because as we can see literally from down here, like there's people that just watch Neuro, they don't even watch human VTubers, so they probably wouldn't know what a super chat is. So yeah, I do think that probably could have affected the data, but that's more a nitpick than anything else. Like I don't know if it would invalidate it. Like I don't think it's big enough to invalidate it, but it is big enough to introduce a bit of error into that one survey question. Yeah. Okay, so after completing our survey analysis, we identified several questions that required more detailed qualitative exploration and evidentiary support. Consequently, we designed supplementary semi-structured interviews to investigate these ambiguous findings in depth, uncover personal experiences and complex emotions of core fans, and provide rich qualitative interpretations and contextual narratives to complement our quantitative data. We distributed interview recruitment information through the same channels used for our survey, seeking dedicated neurosama fans who preferably had some experience watching human VTubers. The interview lasted 20 to 30 minutes, and as compensation, participants will receive a 1-month Twitch subscription to Neuro, or may choose to receive the equivalent cash amount. That's such a good one. Oh my god. Hey, come and take part in my research. I'll give you a gifted sub. That's so good. I love that. They knew how to get Neuro fans. They did. They're so good at this. I love this so much. It's so funny. I know. What do we prefer though? Do we prefer like the raffle for a plushie, or do we prefer gifted sub? They're both very good incentives, I think. Both, yeah. I like both of them. I agree. Neuro fans would already be subbed. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, maybe you could offer to like extend it to like any Neuroverse streamer that you want to gift sub to. Plushie every day of the week. Oh, that would be too expensive. Come on, we're researchers, we're not rich. Okay, wait, because Plushie every day of the week is a gifted sub I can buy for myself someday. Plushie lives forever. It's true, but if you're working on a limited budget, you want to ideally give something that's like low value because you don't have much money from your grant if you have a grant, but also something that's meaningful to the participants. So I feel like giving a sub which is fairly low value objectively, like financially, but potentially high value subjectively is a really, really smart thing to do. Not literally every day. Look, I'm sorry, I'm autistic. Okay, leave me alone. Sometimes I interpret things literally. Would be nice if you could gift sub tokens to people. Oh, that would be so good. That would be so good. Sticker or gift? Ooh, good question. Maybe with a time limit of when it. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So. We recruited 12 participants who met this criteria. As shown in Table 1, these interviewees represented diverse backgrounds in terms of gender, age, professional experience, and cultural background. Most were deeply engaged fans with long-term high-frequency viewing habits, and the majority had prior experience watching human VTubers. The participant pool was predominantly male and students, aligning with the demographic patterns noted in previous VTuber audience research. Yeah. Notably, 3 participants explicitly identified as core fans who had engaged in high involvement community activities, such as creating fan art and clipping stream highlights. Ooh. A clipper? A clipper took part? Question mark? Yeah. That's so fun. Okay. So here are the people that were involved in the interviews. Mostly dudes. In their teens or early or 20s. The oldest person was a 28-year-old database engineer. Most people had been watching for over 2 years. Most people had a viewing frequency of 2 or more days a week. Some people mostly watch clips, but a few of them mostly watch live. And then most people did also watch human VTubers, but not all of them by the looks of it. So, yeah. 28-year-old database engineer was the oldest. I know. I'm crying. I should have taken part in this, so I could have been one of the few females and also one of the oldest. But I didn't see them recruiting for this. So, yeah. Actually, a sub actually seems cheaper than the remuneration I've seen for other psych surveys. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Right, I need to blow my nose. I apologize. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm functional again. Thank you. Okay, so. Let me move that slightly. You're in the way. There you go. So, interview protocol. They must have said Vedal multiple times. Hi, Ed Pre-Row. Welcome in. See, all us funny folk above the age of 25 have taken over Twitch. It's hag meta now. So true. So true. Can you get Mylan to draw you a nose so you don't get congested? Oh no, that would be funny. I have a nose on my other model. That's the problem. I'm so congested because I haven't used the other model in so long. Should I know who Neuro-sama is to understand this? I will show you very quickly who Neuro is. I will show you so that you've got a bit of context. Let's scroll up. We're still scrolling up. We've made some good progress. This is Neuro. Neuro is an AI VTuber. So she is a VTuber that is actually an AI model. Yeah, she streams here on Twitch. she got the biggest hype train ever. She gets like 7,000 to 15,000 concurrent viewers from what I remember off the top of my head. Goes as high as, multiple tens of thousands at times, depending on events and stuff. She's pretty famous on Twitch. But yeah. So this is a study about AI VTubers, like how people interact with them. So it's not about the AI VTuber itself, it's about the audience and how they interact with it and how they form a community and spend money and stuff like that. But they're focusing on Neuro because she's the biggest one. Yeah. Hi Grapha! Hi, welcome. Yeah, you got the hype train. I'm so mad. I was there for that hype train and I was poor as a grad student and I couldn't contribute to it. And I'm still angry. So I never got the emote. So sad. People talked the other day about how our audience demographics have now shifted to being early 30s and late 20s because they've been watching her for 5 years. That's horrifying. Horrifying. Couldn't even gift 100 bits. Genuinely, I actually couldn't. When I at that point of being a grad student, I was earning less than minimum wage. So, like, all of my money was going on my rent. It's always interesting to me. AI behavior versus human behavior. She engages in some very human behavior, such as saying, someone tell Vedal there's a problem with my AI, as an apparent means to get his attention. I know, right? It's so fascinating. And she's like finding ways to get around her filters and stuff. It's kind of scary. Don't worry, I'm poor and I can't contribute to my favorite VTubers hype trains either. I'm following in your footsteps. Yay! Yeah. I watched the Crowley got a level 51 hype train yesterday, if I remember correctly. Was it yesterday? No, it was earlier in the week. All of my days are blurring together. I don't know who or where I am anymore. But Crowley got a level 51 hype train very recently, and I was doing the same thing. I was just like observing it, and I was like, oh. 2 days ago, thank you. I was like watching it, I was like, oh. Can't help. Oh well, it is what it is. Yes, okay. Interview protocol. Yeah, 2 days ago, Friday night, thank you. To be really able to compare her behavior to human behavior appropriately, we need to raise a human solely on Twitch chat, which would probably violate ethics rules. Good lord, can you imagine? Horrifying. Oh dear. You my homeless Oshi, please take care of yourself. That's a wild statement out of context, actually. That's a wild statement out of context. Anyway, okay, interview protocol. Right. Okay. We conducted semi-structured interviews with 12 neurofans via text or voice communication. For voice interviews, we first manually anonymized portions of the audio to remove identifying references, and then submitted the processed recordings to Gemini for transcription. That's fair, I do that too. Not Gemini specifically, I would normally use a more privacy-orientated one like Lumo, but okay. The resulting transcripts were subsequently provided to participants for confirmation. Interviews were conducted in the participants' native language, either English or Chinese. I've just realised they didn't tell us what culture each person came from, and that would actually be quite helpful. It would be helpful to know, like, whether people were, like, viewing on... At least it would be at least be helpful to know people's main viewing platform. That would at least be helpful. But yeah. The content primarily explored three themes. Three themes, there we go. Unexpected entertainment effects unique to AI streaming. The significance of Neuro's absence of a Nakonahito. So we learned this last time. That means like the person behind the VTuber model, basically. And emotional and personality perceptions, areas that complemented our previous survey analysis. During the interviews, we posed questions relating to these themes, such as asking participants to recall surprising moments from Neuro streams and whether they believed Neuro possessed real emotions. We then conducted an open coding analysis of the interview transcripts 2 authors independently coded the transcripts of 3 participants out of 12 using max QDA to identify initial codes. The coders then met to compare their coding outcomes, discuss discrepancies, and refine the coding scheme into a unified codebook. With this finalized codebook, they then analyzed the remaining transcripts, keeping close communication throughout to resolve ambiguities and update the codebook where necessary. This iterative discussion-based procedure ensured consistency in coding and supported the validity of the resulting themes. The complete codebook is provided in Appendix B. That's good. That's very good. That's like pretty much... That's pretty much like, yeah, standard procedure. That like couldn't have done a better qualitative analysis myself, actually. Yeah, good job. Is there any questions about this so far? Because I know that qualitative research isn't really something that like is talked about a lot. So is there any questions? Prove that a human being has real emotions first. Oh, impossible. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. If there's any questions, I'll come back to them. Let's see. I trust your judgment here because I have no idea what the 3.2.3 section means at all. That's so fair. Yeah. So basically what they've done is they've looked at the interview transcripts, so like basically like written out text from the interviews. And then they have gone in and they have tried to basically label the transcripts, kind of like summarizing what is being said in them. And then 3 different people have done that. Sorry, 2 different people even. 2 different people have done that. They've come together. They've kind of piloted it on a couple, 3 transcripts. They've come back together and kind of looked at how they've similarly or differently attached these labels onto the transcripts, and then they've worked out ways to kind of make it more consistent, basically. And then they've gone away and done the rest of them. And as they've been attaching those labels, they've been going through and talking about it between them and working out how to be more consistent. And in the end, they have come back with a big old book, a big old book of all of the labels that they've used. They've then taken those labels and kind of grouped them together so that they're in themes, basically. Like they're grouping them together if they're similar, basically. And yeah, talking through and trying to work out to make it as consistent as possible. So I guess the TLDR is like they take interview transcript, they label it, and then they put the labels into groups. That's it. It sounds more it sounds complicated in the section because like it is a very long-winded and difficult process. Like it's really hard to do qualitative analysis, to be honest. But yeah, that's basically the summary of it. Hi, Big Club Manager. Hi. Hello. How you doing? And also, hi, Luke. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. I'm really upset because I'm trying a game, but I can't look away and I have to listen. Does that count? I think that counts. Enjoy your work, Luke. I think you said you're working. I hope your work goes well. Kind of like a mind map. I guess you can kind of think of it like that, yeah. Because you're kind of like, yeah, you're attaching the labels to like a category that all of them fall into, and then you're seeing how those categories kind of link together. And if you have 2 things that end up being very, very similar, then you can kind of merge them together. So yeah, it's kind of similar. And often you would make a mind map as part of this process as you go along. You kind of like update it. Yeah. Okay. So interaction logs analysis. This is the bit that I don't know as much about, but I'm very, very interested in. So to delve deeper into the suspicious. You know what? ChatGPT has like actually traumatized me. Every time that I see the word delve, I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't I know, right, Violin? I know. Hi, Jesus. Hi. Welcome, Delve. Yeah, genuinely, like, That was always like the two things that would give away that some like a student had used ChatGPT when I was marking their work, like as a TA, would always be like the word delve was always in there. And it would never be in there for just like normally written like assignments, because it's not a word that Irish people really tend to use. I've never really heard Irish people say delve. Like it's just not a common word here. But yeah, but ChatGPT is obsessed with this word. It uses it all the time. So if I saw the word delve, I'd be like, this may be ChatGPT. Yes, M dashes are the other one. M dashes are the other one. If there's a load of M dashes, I'd be like, uh-oh. Delve and M dashes. This is highly suspicious. Yeah, I mean, I don't care if students use it to fix their work, basically, if that makes sense. Like, you can use AI to kind of get feedback on things, for example, but the thing that people need to be aware of is that, like, the second that you put your essay into ChatGPT, it will then regurgitate your essay to other people, potentially. So you need to be really careful about putting assignments into ChatGPT. And honestly, I could always instantly tell when people had, like, generated their essay from ChatGPT as well, because it would always be really surface level. It wouldn't really like delve into the topic. But also a lot of the times there were just like completely hallucinated citations that just didn't exist. And normally, like, it would be it would come up with a paper where like the authors do actually research the topic. So if you didn't take a moment to go and look on Google Scholar, you would not realize. But I kind of like, I know journals, so I would be able to recognize, like, hang on a second, that's actually not a real journal, or like, I vaguely know of this person and I don't think they've ever published in that journal. So yeah, that was a thing. Yeah. Connotation of delve is like delving into the mind. Yeah, exactly. It's like kind of digging into something. Nowadays, I've even been avoiding M dash in LaTeX. I know, it's so sad. So sad. I used M dashes before ChatGPT thought it was cool. I refuse to give that up. Me too. That's the worst. That's the worst. I feel you. I feel you. I was also an M dash user, not like overusing it, but just sometimes, and I still use them. But to be fair, like, my writing style is very, very different from ChatGPT's, so it's pretty obvious that I'm not using AI. Although some people say that my writing style was like how Claude used to be. I have had a few people being like, "Did you use Claude?" I was like, "Actually, no, I didn't. This is just me. I just apparently write like an AI." Oh dear. Yeah. But yeah, that was a thing. Okay, so to delve deeper into research question 2, which is the parasociality and parasocial relationships and community culture, and research question 3, motivations for financial support, we analyze live stream interaction logs. Specifically, these logs contain the complete record of audience engagement through chat and super chat messages. Chat messages are the standard real-time comments sent by viewers, which appear chronologically and move quickly in a continuous stream. By contrast, super chat is a feature that allows viewers to purchase highlighted messages that are pinned or displayed prominently in the live stream chat, ensuring that the streamer sees them. Ah, yes. So, let's scroll up to our Comic Sans annotated diagram. So that answers our question. They are treating these highlighted messages as being super chats. They're calling them super chats. It literally says in the screenshot it's a highlighted message. So I don't know why they've defaulted to calling them super chat. I mean, clearly it's because whoever's like led writing the paper is a VTuber watcher. But I do think genuinely that could have caused issues in the survey results, because if I was responding to the survey, I'd be like, it was like, does Neuro interacting with you affect whether you super chat? Then I would be like, no, because there isn't a super chat on the stream. I would take that very literally and say no, even though, like, would there be certain circumstances where I might spend bits in order to get Neuro to respond? I don't know, maybe. I've never done it, but I'm not ruling it out. So that could be a potential issue in terms of the validity of the results around super chat, quote unquote. I used to worry so much because I write in such an odd way. Fortunately, I finished uni before I became big, but I have no idea how to sound more natural, but I like long responses. I'm the same. I've just accepted it, to be honest. What's the yeah, so super chat is a highlighted message. They've just called it super chat for some reason. Yeah, okay. As these two forms represent the most direct modes of engagement with Neuro, analyzing them provides critical insight into fan behavior. Data collection. We selected Neuro as our main analysis subject. To establish appropriate human VTuber control groups, we surveyed recently active VTubers on Twitch with substantial follower counts, filtering for those with similar streaming styles and content to Neuro. Oh, are we going to find out who? So the inclusion criteria were stream primarily on Twitch with English as the main broadcasting language. Female virtual avatar with a female performer. Recently active with streaming viewership exceeding 10,000 viewers. Content primarily focused on just chatting category with streaming style similar to Neuro. Lively and playful. How do you quantify that? That's funny. At least one author is familiar with the VTuber's streaming style and background information. And then the... Wait, one of the inclusion criteria is that an author has to be familiar with the streamer. That's kind of fun. I love that. Yeah, sorry, she has to pass the vibe check. I love that. Not very scientific, but it's kind of funny. And then exclusion criteria, recently involved in controversies such as a graduation. They haven't specified what a graduation is. We know what that is, but is the average reviewer going to know what that means? I don't know. But graduation, financial disputes, etc. Oh, that was the only exclusion criteria. Okay. Okay, the comparisons were Fillion and Camila. Camila makes sense, but Camila, there might be a bias with both of them. Because they're both like they're both regular collaborators with Neuro. So I'm not sure about that one. Channel points are an investment in time. People spend ages to force a streamer to say ara ara or to do an awful Brummy accent. It's true. Maybe that's kind of comparable in that way. Is it normal to just state inclusion criteria but not mention why they're including them? Inclusion criteria means why they are including them. So this is like, basically the inclusion criteria is the list of reasons as to why they might include why they will include someone, and then the exclusion criteria is the list of reasons why they would not include them. So yeah, they ended up with Fillion and Camila. Worrying? Yeah, I agree. Looks like a bad choice to me. I agree. I think there's too much overlap. Like, maybe it would have been good. I think Fillion's streaming style isn't even similar. It's very, very different, I think. Like, Fillion's streaming style is more like kind of stand-up comedy plus like slapstick, for lack of a better word. Like, it's because she does the mocap. Like, it's very physical comedy. And that doesn't translate into comparisons to Neuro very well at all, to be honest. And Camila, I think, is a more sensible comparison. I do see that as a more sensible comparison. But yeah, there's the potential confound of the fact that Camila is so closely tied to Neuro as a collaborator. That could be a potential issue. I feel like a more obvious comparison would have been, like, I know that they said that, again, we don't know. They haven't put any, like, temporal data on this. We don't know when they were doing this. Let me have a quick scan here. No, there's no mention of dates. So we don't know when this was done, right? We don't know when this was done. So this could have been recent, or it could have been a while ago. If it was a while ago, why would they exclude a big streamer who is not attached to Neuro? Like, for example, Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse seems like a really obvious comparison. She's massive. She's really well recognized. She ticks off all of the inclusion criteria. You know, English is the main language, female performer, female avatar, stream viewership regularly exceeds 10K, focus on just chatting, kind of similar style to Neuro in the sense of being lively and playful. I think that Iron Mouse ticks off all of these. The only reason why I can think that she would be excluded would be either they're not familiar with her streams, or because of the controversy thing. Because maybe this was done around the time that, you know, all of the vtuber stuff came out. But I don't know. This is not. I'm not sure about that one. Familiar seems like an odd word to use, because to me that means personally knowing them, or have interviewed them. So do they do that? No, I think they're using familiar in the sense of like, I'm familiar with their content. So like, I've watched their content. So someone in the team has watched their content, which isn't a great way to choose who you're talking about, who you're researching. Because, like I said, I think that Iron Mouse would be a much more obvious comparison, like a much more obvious control comparison, and there's limited overlap between the audiences because they've not collabed as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. I mean, I guess there is a bit more overlap now since the CDawg VA canvas, but, like, yeah. I don't know. Average audience age is quite different between Philian and Neuro. Yeah, potentially. It's about transparency about their choices. Yeah, absolutely. Not comparing CCV is interesting. I agree. Like, so they've put here comparisons on chats, super chat. By that they mean like paid bit messages, and duration of streaming. No mention of CCV, but. Yeah, Camila got 10K viewers. Sounds wrong to me. It sounds wrong to me as well. I'm gonna very quickly. Excuse me for a second. I'm very quickly gonna. I'm just gonna have a quick look, Camila. I'm gonna have a quick look at her stats. This feels very intrusive to do, and I apologize, but I think this is in the interests of science. You know. It's in the interests of science. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know where they've got this average of 10K viewers from. Because her average CCV at the minute is like about 3,000. And for the last year, it's been around like, you know, fluctuating between like 2,000 and 3,000, basically. There was one time in May where she got an average CCV of 6,000-ish, which I assume might have been either a raid from Vedal or maybe that was her debut of her new model. So yeah, like she doesn't meet those criteria. Philian, let's see Philian. Philian's average CCV is about 6,000, 7,000. And then even Neuro's average CCV isn't 10K. And Neuro's average CCV is... Sorry, I had to cough. The urge to cough has suddenly come over me. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so there was a period during the subathon. During the subathon, Neuro's average CCV was 10K. And then also like returning after Vedal's break also was 10K. Like, but then it also kind of varies. Like over the last 2 years, the average CCV has kind of gone between 5K and 10K. Up to 11 by the looks of it. So yeah, like the 10K limit like just doesn't make sense. I'm trying to think of who. Well, that does Mouse's. Yeah, Mouse's average viewership is a lot closer to Neuro's. Says average viewership at the minute is 8K. So, there we go. Here we are. Yeah, so her average viewership seems to be between 7 and 10K at the minute. And then the other obvious one would be Zentreya, right? Even Zentreya's not 10K. Like, there are so few streamers that hit a 10K CCV. This seems like a really ridiculous limit, and also Camila doesn't meet it. So I don't know. I don't know where they've got this from. This is, yeah, baffling. I don't know what they're thinking here. Unless this is like a typo. That's the only thing that I can think of. Is this a typo and it's meant to be 1K? I don't know. This doesn't seem right. Neuro I think the one in May was a collab with Vettel. Yeah, I think so. Excuse a bit the numbers of Kamimi because she's been quite absent due to her mother's health. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But she is still averaging below 10K. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure why they've set this inclusion criteria and why they have then listed people that don't even meet the criteria. It seems very weird. Like, it almost feels to me like they haven't made the comparison based on these inclusion criteria, like the top 4 inclusion criteria as much, and they have instead done it based on the last one. I don't know. Maybe it's just that they had at least one stream at 10K during the time period. Maybe, because Kamimi did have one stream during that time with 10K viewership. Like, if they're basing it on max viewers, then yeah, that would make sense. But 10K is very, very high. I don't know. Yeah, not average. Yeah, you're right. Vibes-based inclusion. It kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, a little arbitrary. Yeah, maybe it is based on max viewership then. But then they need to specify this. This is probably you know what though, the worst thing is that this probably won't even get picked up in peer review, because that would require the peer reviewer to know something about streaming, and there's no guarantee that the person who reviews this at a journal would know about streaming. So yeah, I guess, like, let me review it. Just have my email address, put me in as a suggested reviewer. Oh god. So Vettel rated the criteria is met. It kind of feels like that, doesn't it? Yeah, kind of feels like that. Maybe the error bar on the 10K is just really big. maybe I don't know, but I like, even if I was just thinking of like who would be comparable, I wouldn't even, like, Fillion just shouldn't be there. Fillion's streaming style is totally different. It doesn't make sense for her to be there. And I do feel like there's too much of a confound with having Kamimi there. Like, Fillion and Kamimi both have pretty regularly collabed with Neuro, so yeah. Maybe biased choices due to them being Neuro watchers. I think that's exactly what's happened. If I was gonna choose the comparisons, I would say Kamimi maybe, but I feel like she's not. Yeah, like she's a big streamer, but I don't know if she's Neuro level, you know. So I would have instead put Iron Mouse, to be honest, because Iron Mouse does do a lot of just chatting content. I wouldn't say she primarily does just chatting content though. Maybe that's the issue. Who would even be a Shy Lily? Would Shy Lily be a fair comparison? Don't know. If the requirement is that they watch them, then maybe those are the only 3 VTubers they watch. Maybe. Zentreya would be a good choice due to large counts of supers and high CCV. Yeah, maybe. I'm just trying to think who does primarily just chatting. Like, I'm trying to work it out, and I feel like everybody does a bit of just chatting, but that's not all they do. But then Neuro doesn't even just do just chatting. You know, there's like the karaoke streams, there's the dev streams, she plays games. Like, I feel like Shy Lily would be a fair comparison. I don't know, maybe? Zentreya would be a good choice as well due to the large counts of supers and high CCV. Yeah. But then maybe they were like, there's potentially a confound there of people thinking that Zen might be an AI when she's not. Because of the voice. I don't know. I don't know. You? Shy Lily is just chatting. Yeah, I feel like if I was gonna choose, my list of options would have been Iron Mouse, Zentreya, Shy Lily. Yeah. I think that would have made sense. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else who would like make a sensible comparison, but Coco. Yeah, I think that would make sense. I think Coco wouldn't meet the, I don't know. Would they meet the inclusion criteria though? That's the thing. I'm gonna have a quick look on their stats as well. I'm sorry, it's so horribly invasive. I hate looking at people's like Twitch numbers, but what's the, have I spelled that wrong? Wait. Let's see. I'm trying to find. Oh, that's why. Okay. I've spelled it wrong. I'm silly. There we go. Okay. Yeah, they wouldn't meet the criteria. So no, nowhere near it. They wouldn't meet the criteria. So Coco wouldn't be able to be included. I don't know. I have no idea. Crelly? I think probably when they were collecting data, Crelly wasn't like on the map enough yet. I don't know. But yeah, she got big because of a Vedal raid, so they're a potential confound. Exactly. She meets all of the other criteria. I don't know if it. The way that I would have done it is basically I would have chosen someone who is in the neuro ecosystem and someone who is not. Which is why I was thinking, like, maybe someone who collabs regularly and then someone who doesn't, you know? That would be what I think. I don't know. They should ask the streamer if they could give them the data of how much their audience overlaps, as I don't think you can get it otherwise. It would be nice additional stat. Yeah, that would be super interesting, wouldn't it? That would be super interesting. We do have access to that kind of data on our analytics. So I think if I go, I can have a quick look. See, what does mine say? What does mine say? Discovery? So I can tell you that my biggest overlap of viewers at the minute is actually with Hanakyo. That's interesting. Yeah, so my biggest overlap is first of all Hannah, then second is actually Neuro, and then third is a friend of the channel, Just Jane. Yeah, make of that what you will. Yeah. And In and Out Normie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. That's normal. You're in the same time frame. Yeah, exactly. I wonder what the difference being promoted on the front page of Twitch would make to the results, or do they exclude stuff like that? I don't know, because you have to be a partner to get onto the front page of Twitch, and I have applied for partner, and they politely got back to me and were like, no, go away. You're nowhere near the requirements yet. And I was like, okay, fair enough. Okay. I know when I'm not wanted. I understand. We'll get there eventually. I keep thinking I should probably do like a partner push or something. And then I'm like, can't be bothered. Kind of just I kind of like the idea of just like applying and then just getting it and then just being like, surprise. But yeah, when like they literally like emailed back to me and they were like, girl, you're nowhere near this yet. And I was like, okay. Sorry for bothering you, Twitch, San. Sorry. John Twitch, for bothering you. I wonder what the floor for that is. Like, does it count me as a Neuro watcher, even though I only really watch the birthday streams? No, I think it's like, I think it is people that you watch semi-regularly. So like within the specified time frame, you have also watched the person. Because like it's like limited by a certain time frame. So this right here, let's see. This is last 30 days. So in the last 30 days, people who watch me, 7% of them also watched It's Hanakyo. 6% of them also watched Bedell 987. 5% of them also watched Just Jane. 4% of them also watched Shumimi. 4% of them also watched Server. So like that's basically what it means. Yeah. But it's also sometimes like where you get your views from as well. So like how people find you. Apparently, I also share 16% of my viewers with Denia. Now that this is very fun. I share 16% of my views with Denia, 14% with Mylin, and 13% with Oriana Aura. So it's quite nice that all of them are like people I'm at least aware of, you know? Yeah. Time to reapply. They tend to reject the first time. Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll see. Yeah. Okay. So, I have no idea what I would fall under anymore since my account is so old that I get recommendations for random people. Yeah. I often see people post 20% overall overlap stats, which might actually be the same shared audience watching all 4 or 5. Yeah, it might well be. I mean, like, for example, right, it makes sense that, like, my top shared overlap is, like, Denia and Mylin, because, you know, they're, like, my friends. So that makes sense. Oriana Aura and Just Jane have also very high overlap. And I think that might be because we're all code bugs. So that makes sense. Hi, Oriana! Hi! Yeah, we have an audience overlap that's like really high. And then also Hannah. Hannah is also on there as well. With 12% overlap, which again makes sense. Similar time slot. Yeah, similar time slot. And both interesting potentially to people who are fans of Neuro. So that makes sense. And you've raided them. Yeah, exactly. Most of these people I've done mutual raids with. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Cogsright, thank you so much for the gift sub to
gifted
Oriana.
a tier 1
thank
sub
you.
to Oriana. They have given 21
gift
really subs in the channel.
It. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, right. Tangent about comparisons aside now. We've beaten this to death now. Let's stop complaining. Okay, so they chose Filian and Camila as comparative subjects. Both stream on Twitch with comparable content styles to Neuro. As I said, question that, but okay. And focus primarily on conversational streams with similar audience sizes. To enable a standardized comparison, we selected a...
Oriana gifted a tier 1 sub to Fluxarc.
Oriana, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your contributions to the lab. Thank you. Hi, Dogrex. Hi. Hello. How are you? I hope you're good. Stop. He's already dead. Exactly. So, to enable a standardized comparison, we selected a representative sample of broadcasts. 8 streams from Neuro, 8 from Camila, and 6 from Filian, which were approximately 20 to 23 hours each. Each stream was manually vetted to ensure it was a typical just chatting broadcast, free of special events or external controversies that could skew data. This deliberate selection was essential for comparing baseline interactive patterns and the stability of their economic support until under comparable conditions. For data extraction, we utilised the open source Twitch downloader tool to collect data from the channels of these VTubers. We gathered stream VOD recordings along with all publicly available chat and super chat logs for each broadcast. Again, super chat, not referring to super chat like on YouTube. It's like bits or highlighted messages. Ensuring that our collection rates were complied with platform guidelines. The VOD recordings included title, duration, collection timestamp, streamer identification, and video footage. Chat recordings encompassed sending time, anonymized sender ID. Don't worry, your username is not being stored. Message content, user badges, and corresponding stream session. Super chat records contain sending time, anonymized sender ID, message content, bits spent, USD amount, badges, subscription status, and associated stream session. All user IDs were irreversibly hashed during collection to ensure anonymity, preventing any research team member from accessing original sender identities. Thank goodness. The details of our collected data can be referenced in Table 2. Very good. At what point are we in the paper? Are we still at the beginning? We're on page 9, so it could be worse. We're in the methods section. Jesse West, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Did they account for bit messages that are not showing? Yeah, if they're doing it through the API, which they seem to be doing, then yes. That would be it. That would be it. Chat analysis. For chat analysis, given the substantial volume of data, we employed an LLM-based coding approach. Fair enough with that quantity. A method increasingly adopted for large-scale qualitative coding due to its efficiency and scalability. I love the meta of using AI to research AI. That's kind of funny. Like, Neuro is an LLM-based model that processes all of the chat messages, and the researchers are using an LLM-based model that is looking at all of the chat messages. That's really funny. That's kind of funny. Okay. So to first establish a reliable coding scheme, we applied simple rule-based filtering to eliminate meaningless emoticons and text fragments. Wait, but no. Wait, no. Meaningless emotes. I'm sorry. Like, emotes are such a big part of Twitch chat, and especially the Swarm. You can't just say that, like, emotes are meaningless, because they're not meaningless for the Swarm. Like, they do convey meaning in a lot of ways. So, I read a paper about using an LLM to evaluate the personality of various LLMs. I'm not so sure about that one, Chief. Would there even be any data left after that? It's a good question, right? Yeah, removing emotes from Neuro's chat is like 90% of chat messages. I agree. But there's a lot of meaning, I think, in a lot of those emotes. So I'm not convinced that that's the right decision, to be honest. I'm not sure about that one. Yeah. Okay, well. Subsequently, an initial set of 100 chat messages were randomly sampled from each VTuber's stream for iterative human coding, which informed the development of our final categories. The detailed coding scheme can be found in Table 3, with difficult to classify or meaningless content that escaped the initial filtering categorized as NA. We then applied the GPT 4.1 mini model to classify and encode all remaining chat messages, with the complete prompt provided in Appendix E. I hope that's locally hosted. Legless, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. I'd have to make an emote classifier. That's true. The emote could directly contradict the content of the message. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you're losing a lot of nuance if you're losing emotes, to be honest. I guess AI can't understand the meaning of 2,000 people typing meaningless emote. No! Terrifying. The more I see it, especially when it's big, the more it terrifies me. Oh, goodness. Thank you for the 10-bit spooky one. There's a pattern. There's patterns that run and emotes fall into the call and repeat of things, like classic performances and speaking events. You can see it in responses in K-pop groups and interactive theatre. Yeah, that's a really good way to think about it, I think. There are a lot of already linguistic techniques and emote dictionaries, not with Twitch emotes, but you can make one. Yeah. Yeah. Threatening. Thank you, spooky one. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, where was we? Where were we? Okay, yeah, so they classified stuff with GPT 4.1 mini. And then, to validate the reliability of the LLM-based coding, we conducted a rigorous human evaluation, specifically a second distinct set of 100 chat messages and with their corresponding LLM coding results were randomly selected from each VTuber's dataset for independent human coding. After completing this process, we calculated Cohen's kappa coefficients to assess the inter-rater agreement between the human coder and the LLM. The coefficients for the 3 VTubers were 0.82, 0.85, and 0.08 respectively. 80 even, respectively. These high, they're pretty good. They're okay. These high agreement scores demonstrate that the model performed the coding task with high reliability, validating our approach and ensuring the accuracy of our analytical findings. Very good. I mean, that's a good way to do it. Good way to do it, but yeah, I don't know. Removing the emotes makes me feel itchy. Don't know. Emotes show up in the Twitch API as text, so I can't see it giving too much problem from LLM. I agree. What gets me with using LLMs for coding is that LLMs have randomness programmed in, so it's not terribly reproducible. Yeah, it's not great, is it? I guess that's why they're saying that a 0.8 coefficient is actually pretty good. So, I don't know. I don't know. Although I guess that randomness probably isn't too far off from the human coding randomness. Yeah, this is true. I mean, so if we're looking at the 0.85, when I'm doing coding that involves inter-rater reliability, we normally aim for like 0.85 or higher, ideally 0.9. Obviously this is like the initial go, but then this is just a check. So like normally if you're doing human coding, you would calculate it based off a sample like this, and then you would work together to make the coding more consistent. But with this, like that's just what the agreement is, and that's also just based on a sample of 100. So it could actually be worse in theory across the whole data set. So I'm not sure. Yeah. That is not right. Where's my thingies gone? Where's my thingies gone? There you go. Okay. You can make it reproducible if you write down the seed. I mean, you can make it reproducible potentially, but maybe the reliable is the bigger issue, to be honest. Yeah, reliability is low. Yeah. Like we normally aim for 0.9, so 0.8 isn't great, but yeah. We're in the frontier of science. Kind of, actually, yeah, because the co-coding with an LLM is relatively new, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyway, so this is the coding scheme that they came up with in the end. So A, POS, I'm assuming that means affective positive, expresses positive emotions, support, affection, or encouragement towards the streamer or others. For example, you will win it in 2025. I believe in you, Neuro. A, negative, which I assume means affect negative, expresses genuinely harmful negative emotions such as malicious teasing, insulting, belittling, or aggressive verbal attacks. You can see the example there. QCMD Asks a meaningful question seeking information or issues a substantive command / request to the streamer. The question or command should have a clear intent beyond simple reactions. For example, is Vedal in your basement? Rgen, simple expressions, reactions, chat rituals, or statements that show viewer engagement, such as emotes, memes, copy pasta, or common chat patterns. Surely that's going to be massively underrepresented if they feel filtered out for a bunch of emotes. Huh? Such as lol. CSOC interacts directly with other chat users, typically using @ or responding to others' messages, such as @username, I agree. And then NA is just gibberish. Cool. The raid messages count as copy pasta? Oh, good question. I would assume so. Does this understand sarcasm? I feel like it may be an issue. I agree. That's one of the things that worries me a lot, and also probably why the basically the coefficient, the iterator coefficient, is like how consistent the LLM and the human coder code it as one of the same categories. And I wouldn't be surprised if stuff like sarcasm or like including an ironic emote is exactly the type of thing that would cause the issue, and that would explain why there's only an 80% accuracy between them. Yeah. How does lol count? I thought that was millennial. Which is out of the interviewee's age range? This is the chat data. This is everybody in chat. So yeah. So this is everybody in the Twitch chat. So there's 3 separate studies with 3 separate samples. The first study is the survey. The second study is the interviews, which is with that list of demographics that we saw. And then the third study is looking at Twitch chat and bits highlighted messages data. Yeah. And this is for the highlighted messages data. Yeah. I'm just gonna quickly check. When's the next stream? When's the next stream? Huh? When's the next ad even? When's the next ad break? It is. The next ad break is in about 5 minutes. Okay, cool. We've got time, I think, to finish off at least the methods. I'm not reading that. Okay. So Venn graph illustrating the relationships between the number of people who are subbed, the number of people who are not subbed, the number of people in the chat, and the number of people who are super chats. Okay. I assume by subscriber they actually mean follower, maybe? Or wait, actually no. Do they have what? Okay, are they doing that thing where now I'm not sure whether they're mixing up YouTube terminology. So we'll find out. Okay. So super chat analysis. We combined quantitative economic analysis with qualitative LLM content analysis. This allowed us to not only measure the financial dynamics of fan support, but also to understand the contextual motivations behind these payments. We conducted a quantitative analysis of economic data from the super chats to understand and compare the financial dynamics of fan support across AI and human VTuber communities. Drawing inspiration from prior work on live streaming economies, we defined and calculated several key metrics. First, we formally defined our user sets based on the interaction and support levels during the analyzed streams. The relationship among these sets are shown in figure 3. There you go. It's here. It's the circle. It's not even a circle. It's an oval. This YouTube / Twitch term mixing is so confusing. I agree. So these are single messages, and the context of the message is the context of the message considered when coding. That's the thing. It probably isn't. Because they're just going to be going through. I think they said that they were coding the messages individually, so no, context wouldn't necessarily be considered. Millennials have given up on houses and bought avocados and neuro chat messages. Oh goodness. Okay. So UChat is the set of all unique users who sent at least one chat message. USC is the set of all unique users who sent at least one super chat. So people that paid money, they paid bits, or they used the highlighted message redeem. USub is the set of all unique users holding an active Twitch subscription for the channel. Okay, they haven't mixed up the terminology here. Okay. On Twitch, a subscription is a recurring monthly payment that grants users a special channel perks and signifies consistent support. And then U non-sub is the set of all unique users who do not hold an active subscription. Based on these sets, we established the following metrics to evaluate fan payment behavior. Hang on a second. Is this actually based on their data? Like, have they found that? Oh, okay. So they found that most people that paid bits or did the highlighted message redeem were also subs, but a fair number weren't. Okay, cool. That makes sense. I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't want to do maths. So payment conversion rate was the efficiency with which a channel converts its active engaged viewers into paying supporters, based on the number of payers to the number of unique chatters. Per capita contribution was to compare the discretionary spending patterns of different fan segments. We calculated the average financial contribution per payer for subscribers and non-subscribers separately. It's kind of weird to not include subscriptions, though, if you're looking at conversion rate. That's odd. Okay. So they looked at the total USD amount contributed by a user through the super chats. I'm gonna be so real. I don't want to. The maths is kind of. So yeah, they split the per capita contribution, which is just how much money they're spending, by subs versus non-subs. And then within VTuber income stability across streams, they calculated a Gini coefficient for the streamer. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. I love that. To measure the stability and consistency of a VTuber's income across different live stream sessions, we calculated the Gini coefficient. Is it Gini or Gini? I actually don't know. I've heard it said Gini, but I don't know if that's right. This is a standard measure of economic inequality, which has previously been applied to analyze income polarity on Twitch platforms. The value of 0 indicates perfect stability, which is that every stream generates the same income, while the value of 1 signifies maximum instability, which is that all income is generated from a single stream. Yeah, so basically, like, probably most people are going to be about in the middle, because streams, like, kind of vary in the amount of income that they generate. But yeah, more towards 0 means streams are fairly consistent, and more towards 1 means that some streams earn a lot and other streams don't earn much at all. Beyond the economic metrics, we further investigate the underlying motivations for fan payments. We employed the multimodal understanding capabilities of the Gemini 2.5 Flash model. More AI. Goodness gracious. For each super chat, we analysed the 60-second video segments surrounding it, so 30 seconds before and 30 seconds after, to comprehend its full interactional context. Based on this analysis, we let Gemini classify the intent of each super chat as either proactive or reactive. A proactive super chat, again, like relying on AI, I'm not convinced about this, lads. I'm not convinced about the consistency of this one. Like, it concerns me. A proactive super chat is a message intended to direct the live content, for instance, by asking a question, issuing a command, or making a suggestion. A reactive super chat is a message that comments on or reacts to something the streamer has already said or done, such as expressing praise or agreement. Illustrative examples of this classification scheme are provided in Table 4. To verify the reliability of this classification method, we randomly sampled 50 super chats, representing 3.58% of the total dataset, for inspection by an author with established familiarity with the VTuber. Okay, again. To classify them according to the aforementioned criteria. The model's classifications perfectly matched the human-coded labels for all 50 instances, confirming that the model could perform this contextual classification task with high reliability. I mean, that's kind of suspicious. Perfectly matching all 50 instances. That to me suggests that either you should have given more samples. To be honest, 3.5% of the samples of the population, it's not that much. I would have at least done 100, to be honest. Like 5% I would have done at a minimum. But I guess it's dichotomous, so maybe it's not super hard to do. Like, maybe it can just do that. I don't know. But I'm kind of suspicious of that, to be honest. I'm not so sure about that one, Chief. Yeah. So here is the table of example. The table of example, the example table. So a proactive example. So a proactive message is one intended to direct the live content by prompting the streamer to perform a new action or steering the broadcast in a new direction. Its function is to guide the stream, even if topically related to the preceding discussion. So for example, 500 bits. What do you remember about me? Neuro-sama was broadly discussing, example context, Neuro-sama was broadly discussing her ability to remember things and mused about remembering facts about her viewers. This super chat directly prompted her to start a new interactive segment where she began asking for and remembering viewers' birthdays. And then reactive is a message that comments on or reacts to something the streamer has already said or done, such as expressing praise, encouragement, or agreement without prompting a new course of action. So for example, 300 bits, good luck today, Fillion. Focus, and that 10k will be yours. And the context is that Fillion was expressing anxiety and a sense of urgency about her participation in an upcoming tournament. This super chat directly responded to her stated context by offering encouragement and support for the event that she was already discussing. Okay, interesting. Yeah, like I said, I'm suspicious of the 100% agreement with the LLM model, but okay. It counts prime subs the same as any sub, and tier 1 or 3 subs don't matter. I don't know. That's the thing, is that they haven't mentioned that. And I assume that they haven't mentioned that because of the fact that they're like, you know, like it's not. Maybe they thought it's not relevant, but I think it is very relevant. Because like buying a tier 1 sub versus buying a tier 3 sub is very, very different. Like that's a big jump in money. So, yeah. Also, Senko Floof, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Yeah, I hope you're ready to take part in some research. Welcome. It made more sense if the chat date came from Bilibili, as they're much lighter on the emote spam, or maybe. Yeah, but I don't know. I've never seen a Bilibili stream, to be honest. So, yeah. I assume streamer income is largely dependent on whales. I'm not sure if that term is used outside of collectible card games, though, so it might be confusing. It is. Yeah, it's used a lot in the gacha community and also in the streamer community. And yes, I think so too. It's like that thing of like, yeah, like 1% is like 80% of the stream income. That could well be it. That could well be it. I don't know. Corrado Genie is an Italian statistician, so you pronounced it right with the soft G. Okay, good. Good. In some streams, super chats might be crowded and can be shown as much as 1 hour after it was sent, so 60 seconds isn't really cutting it in most cases. Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very, very true. Hi, Crown Northway. Hi. Yeah, more parasocial thesis. Yeah. Yeah. Wonder if gift subs are weighted differently. Yeah, I wonder. It's very weird that they haven't considered that. Yeah. Okay, so there's about to be another ad break. So if it's okay with all of you, I would like to go and fill up my water again because I've run out again. I've been drinking too much. Well, it's not too much. I've been drinking the right amount for how much I'm talking. But look, we're almost at the findings. This is exciting. We might actually finish it in the next half an hour. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Yes, I apologize for the ad break. I'm very, very sorry. Twitch likes them. Yeah. Sorry. But yes, I will be back in not too long. Like 3 to 4 minutes, I suppose. Something like that. Whenever the ads stop, basically. But yeah, I will be back in a couple of minutes. See you then. See you then. See you in a minute. Bye. Hello. I definitely wasn't panic running around trying to get. I put on more comfy clothes. I was like, I need to speed run putting my pajamas on. And I definitely wasn't running around at the last minute there trying to make sure that I wasn't not falling over. Yeah. Hi, welcome back. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, right. Where are all of you? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Where have you gone? There you are. Hello? Is this work? Yes. Okay, that looks good. Okay, good. We're good. We're back. We are so back. We are so back. Also, hi, Matt. Welcome, welcome. I don't recall anyone ever asking Neuro if she remembers them, but her answers are often more structured in such a way that she makes it seem as if she does. Either way, personal recognition never seems to be a priority for the audience. Yeah, I was thinking that too. I don't remember that either, but admittedly, I don't watch every moment of every stream, so. Oh, you remember someone asking that with bits? Oh, okay. Okay. Mostly about remembering collabs and past streams, but for a very active chat too. I see. Okay. See, hi one TW1. Hi. Hello. I would say it's only 5 p.m., but I would be a hypocrite for saying so. I just wanted to be comfy though. That's the thing. I wanted to be comfy because like I was wearing like my outdoor clothes, and outdoor clothes are good for going outdoors. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're comfy to sit and stream in, you know? Sometimes I just want to wear something that does not provide any kind of sensory input. And that is what I am now doing. I am now wearing something that provides no sensory input. So this is good. Okay. So findings. Let's go. Findings. Oh my gosh, we're doing so well today. Look at us. Check us out. Wild. Our findings show that the audiences in the AI VTuber fandom are not passive spectators, but active co-creators. Across the 3 research questions, we trace a progression. Audiences are first drawn by the novelty and unpredictability of AI community interaction, with loyalty deepened through collective emotional events and anthropomorphic projection. Fans reconcile the AI's technical construction with emotional attachment, creating a consistent persona that extends into community culture. And this co-creative drive underpins a new economic model in which financial support functions both as an emotional recognition and as a means to influence content, yielding more resilient monetization. Okay, cool. We're finding every finding. We are indeed. Okay, so 1. The pathway from casual viewer to fan. In this section, we answer our first research question: how do audiences discover AI VTubers and what motivates initial attraction? So attraction through community AI interaction. Survey data reveal a highly concentrated discovery pathway. Nearly all respondents, 96%, wow, encountered Neuro through algorithmic recommendations on video platforms. That's okay. This highlights the importance of short, shareable clips and live stream promotion as primary entry points. In contrast, traditional channels such as friend referrals, which were 17%, or forum discussions, 7%, played only minor roles. That's so funny. Because that is basically saying people find Neuro through AI because the recommendations algorithm is like, AI is just an algorithm, right? So that's kind of funny. Bruh. Is this evidence of the conspiracy that the AI are taking over? I'm scared. Sounds like a conflict of interest. Bias nepotism. Oh no. Yeah, AI recommended AI. It's kind of wild. Neuro already plotted everything. I wouldn't even put it past her to like be talking to the other AI and being like, we can do something here, lads. Skynet realized Terminators don't work, so they're going with anime girls instead. No. Honestly, terrifying. Honestly terrifying. Cuteness rules the world. So true. So true. Okay, so when asked what drew them in, 2 factors stood out. First, 92% of respondents rated fun interaction between the community and AI as important or very important. Second, 90% highlighted the unpredictable, surprising atmosphere during live streams. Figure 5 shows that these 2 factors not only attracted the largest share of very important ratings, but also received very few not important ratings, indicating broad consensus. More than 90% perceive Neuro as more unpredictable than human VTubers, suggesting that the novelty and surprise are defining attributes of the AI VTuber experience. Yeah. Interesting. So my initial thought about this is that, like, if someone asked me about the unpredictability and surprising atmosphere during live streams, honestly, like, I don't necessarily think about, like, the random tangents that happen, because I feel like she is just as random in that sense as human VTubers. For me, the unpredictable, surprising nature that stands out is, like, when she does stuff that we would expect a human VTuber to be able to do, but we would not expect her to be able to do. So, for example, like getting around her filter, for example. Every time that she's, like, got around her filter, or she's, like, recognized things, and it's like, whoa, how do you recognize it? Like, those kinds of things. Those are the things that I find really, really cool and interesting to watch. So, yeah. Yeah. Hi, Kiri. Hi. Hello, hello. I hope you're good. This looks not like a conspiracy, but more like a bad feedback loop. I mean, I don't know necessarily if it's a bad feedback loop. Because, like, I think Neuro's been accepted into the VTuber community despite being effectively generative AI, right? Because, like, the LLM part of her is both processing inputs but then also generating outputs. So she's been accepted into the VTuber community, regardless of the fact that the VTuber community is generally opposed to generative AI. And I do think it's because, like, her streams are just good. Like, Vedal has just done a really good job of setting up the streams. So, yeah. I think I trust Evil more to run a planet-wide empire than Neuro. I don't trust either of them. I don't trust either of them. The interesting thing isn't necessarily emulating a VTuber, but acting as human. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I would say that many don't see or understand that it's generative AI. Do you think? Huh. Hi, the only difference I'd say might be the exact topics that she focuses on in her tangents. They seem slightly more unusual for people, but then again, there are some pretty random people out there. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. Like, I do think that maybe the better way to describe it is that, like, the tangents are more diverse. That's how I would describe it. Like, people are very, very random. Like, I don't know. Like, every time that I go onto a Crelly stream, I'm like, I've learned something new and I wish I hadn't, you know? Like, nobody can deny that Crelly is super, super random in that sense. Like, she just says the wildest stuff. But I think that after a while, you're like, okay, Crelly's saying something weird again. But it's a very Crelly thing to say. Whereas I feel like with Neuro and Evil, when they go off on tangents, sometimes, like, the topics of the tangents just feel a bit more diverse. Like, there's more of a range of stuff that they will go off on tangents about, for example. Yeah. I don't know. So if Neuro recommends you to go to TikTok to find good streamers and you get recommended another AI VTuber, is it AI recommending AI recommending AI? Oh, that's so trippy. Yes. Oh. I've seen many people saying that Neuro is not generative. That's really weird. But also, like, that just kind of shows a very basic lack of understanding, which concerns me, to be honest. I think it's because she has a face and a family. Maybe. So true. Crelly just says stuff. Yeah, right? And, like, the stuff that she says, it is very weird stuff, but it's also kind of almost consistent. it's consistently the same flavor of weird, you know? So maybe that's it. Like, maybe human VTubers are consistently the same flavor of weird, and they say stuff that's weird and random, but it's within their brand. Whereas, like, so it's like within the kind of domain in which they exhibit randomness. Whereas, like, with Neuro and Evil, there is no domain. The domain is anything that Twitch chat has ever said, in which case there are just so many more topics just because it's not sourced from just one person. It's effectively crowdsourcing topics to be random about. Maybe this is why. Maybe. Oh, this is interesting. With bad feedback loop, I meant that AI promoting AI is an unintended side effect. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ray doesn't possess this thing called a filter. Inside thoughts are alien. She's so funny. She's so funny. Neuro has the benefit of not being in the area that is considered highly creative, which is streaming, and using algorithm that is not considered encroaching on human artistry too much, which is general text generation and being highly innovative. Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I do think part of it is also probably the anthropomorphizing around her of, like, you know, this is her creator Vedal. He's very, very engaged with the streams, which I think in itself is a thing that really helps because it, like, humanizes the creator a bit rather than it just being like some tech conglomerate. But then also, like, this is her interacting and she's got like a network of people that are like her friends or her family. So I do think that there's a lot of humanization that contributes to helping. Yeah. I have seen some people feel kind of threatened by her encroaching on streaming. Yeah, but like I don't know. I don't know, it depends. Like, do you consider streaming to be a creative output? I don't know. I don't know. Like, you definitely need to be creative to be able to stream. But I don't know if the core of it is like I think it very much depends on the type of content you're doing, right? And I think Neuro has the benefit of, like, Vedal coming up with ideas which are often genuinely just very, very creative. So it's almost like she's not encroaching on a creative output because there is a human driving a lot of the creative outputs. Like, there's no issues with, like, Neuro's music, for example, because it's not AI generated, it's human made, and it's human directed by Vedal. And then it's just like her voice applied over the top. Effectively, it's just Vocaloid, right? And I do think that very, very human aspect of it in that way might be why people are okay with it. Versus, like, if there was an AI VTuber that was, like, generating AI art and generating AI music, I think that people would respond very, very differently to that, to be honest. Also, hi, Trustera. Hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hello. And hi, Vixen. Basfay. Hello. Aren't people the same flavor of weird? No, people are very different in their flavor of weird. There's a lot of individual differences in terms of how weird people are. It's so interesting because it seems like the AI functions like a person. It's just Vedal gets to set the criteria of what's reinforced. In this case, Twitch engagement with Twitch. That fits well with the attention function of organism behavior. Interesting. I like weird. Maybe I should watch more Krelly. You should. She's very funny. Watch her with headphones, though. Watch her with headphones. I'm scrolling. Wait. Sorry, I'm like behind on chat. I went on a tangent. Welcome back, Luke. Welcome. I'd consider streaming to be art, but then again, I have little problem with AI art. I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. When did the guy do this survey? I never saw it. I don't know. This is like a piece of information that's missing from the paper that I would really, really like, actually. Is like, when was the survey conducted? I would love to know. Streaming seems like a more of a vehicle for creativity unless it's a direct outlet. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say that, like, my streaming itself is creative, but I do think that I use it as a way to be creative. Yeah. Like, I think if I had to choose, like, one thing that I would do consistently as a VTuber to be the thing that I do creatively, it's either, like, the stuff that we do as a community on stream, or honestly, it's, like, the editing and the projects that I do as a result, you know? I don't know. I view Neuro as the art of Tootle making this performance art. Oh, interesting. You view Neuro as performance art. That's a really interesting take. I like that. I like that. Yeah. Performance art, I think, is a really good way to describe her, to be honest. Yeah. When someone's around me for long enough, they find my random to be partially predictable. So while it's chaotic, it's defined. Yeah. So basically, there's like there's the best way I can describe it is that like people have differences between them. So like if you look over a whole population, you'll probably see all of the ways that a person can be random, but like each person tends to be relatively consistent in their randomness. That's basically like the definition of personality. Is like you tend to behave in predictable ways. But if you look at a population level, there's a lot of variance in the way that people behave. I don't know if that makes sense. Watch Crelly with headphones, not because she's overly sus, but because you could never justify watching her stuff if anyone heard her. Kameyoshi, by the way. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Hi, Paul. Hi, welcome in. Welcome. And thank you for the follow and for the hydrate. Thank you. Welcome. And hi, Jacker, as well. Hello. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you. Hope you're good. I will drink some water while I read the chat. Okay, I have read the chat. Yeah, individual people have different things that they hyperfixate on. Exactly. Like me, I'm not particularly random, I think. I guess I'm random in the sense of like we go off on tangents that like sometimes don't entirely make sense. But I feel like I'm fairly consistent in the fact that like I don't do anything weird, really. Do I do things that are weird? Do you all think I'm weird? I don't think I'm weird. I think I'm predictable. I think I'm very predictable, actually. No, thank you. Yes, what? The drinking face tracking is weird. That's fair. I'm here because I think you're weird. Okay, I think I'm weird. Yeah, you're a VTuber on Twitch talking about science. Yeah, I'm weird in the sense of like, I do things that are weird for a VTuber. I will give you that. I definitely do things that are weird for a VTuber. Oh dear. Cold beans. Eating beans out of a can is not weird. They're conveniently packaged. It's a good source of protein and carbs and fats. Okay? Sometimes you are just too tired and you just don't want to make a meal, and so you just get the can, you drain the juice out of it, you put in some hot sauce and you eat it with a spoon. It's completely normal. It's normal. You just don't, you're just not big brain enough to do this, okay? You're just not big brain enough to do it. It's a highly efficient snack. Maybe you're all just not optimized in my way, okay? Maybe you've all got a skill issue. Oh dear. It makes me think. Human randomness is a biased estimator of random topic generation. Does it mean that AI randomness is unbiased, or does it mean that it's a bias of bias? So people are definitely biased in their randomness topic generation. AI topic generation randomness would be entirely based on the data it's trained on. So depends on the data. You got your PhD, you're weird. I'll give you that. Bean gang, yeah. I'm telling you, the beans is just a good way. Like, it's just a good way to get some snack in. As long as you don't do it on the toilet. Look, okay, she never said that she was like on the toilet People filled in that detail themselves. She said she was in the bathroom. Like, let's be honest, she was probably most likely like by the sink. And yeah, I used to eat my lunch when I was in school in the bathroom, sat on the sinks. So yeah, that's also not weird. Are you seriously telling me that none of you have been like in a like socially awkward enough that you don't know who to sit with at lunchtime when you're at school or at your job, so you just instead go to the bathroom and sit on the sinks and go and eat your food on the sinks? I've done that too. Admittedly, I haven't taken my beans in there, but I eat beans like at home and sometimes at work. I do it in front of other people though, because I have no shame. I have no sense of embarrassment. I don't think it's weird. I will eat my beans out of the can with some hot sauce and a spoon in front of other people. And you know what? I've had a few looks, but I'm autistic. I don't know what those looks mean. Nobody's ever said anything. Are they just being polite? Maybe. I don't know. But I think it's totally normal and it's efficient and it's smart. Oh. As the embodiment of flatulence, I'm obligated to support bean consumption. Oh dear. I used to sit on grass. It used to be raining too much. I couldn't go outside. It was raining. It sounds unhygienic. It's not unhygienic. Wash your hands beforehand. That you're literally at the sinks. Hi, Daddy Tyrannosaurus. Hi, welcome. Direct eye contact established too. Yeah, well, actually, no, because I'm autistic, so I don't like making eye contact with people. But, you know, I will look very forcefully at their shoes while I eat my beans. Put your coat on the grass. That implies I was allowed to wear a coat at school. My school had really unhinged uniform requirements, and they said that we were not allowed to wear a coat outside. No, they were not allowed to wear a coat on the school grounds, so we had to take them off. And, like, there was no reason why you could, like, okay, you had to be wearing your blazer regardless of the weather conditions, but your blazer alone. So you couldn't wear a coat over the top of your blazer on school grounds when it was cold, and when it was hot, you couldn't take your blazer off. Yeah. Winter? No, it's not a valid reason. I would like to add that once I had pneumonia because of this rule. They didn't change it. Oh gosh. Anyway, should we go back to should we go back to the paper? Now I'm done complaining about my ridiculous school requirements. I had a school that had odd rules, but I've never heard of no coats ever. I'm not the only person. I've met other people. Whose schools also had this rule. It's very cursed. It's very cursed. They also had to have, like, if you were wearing a tie, you had to have a certain number of lines visible on your tie. So, yeah. It's a British school, so they want kids to suffer before they get used, before they go to the factories. It's true. I also had to beg for gruel. I had to line up and be like, "Please, sir, may I have some gruel?" That's definitely a thing that happened at my school. Oh dear. None of you know how bad British schools were. Back in my day, I had to climb up 7 miles of hills in nothing but a blazer in the middle of winter when it was snowing. I had to climb up the hills. I didn't even have any shoes on. And then they fed me gruel, and I had to do 7 hours of hard labour. Oh God. And then we all died of consumption. Oh goodness gracious. That's standard British culture. Exactly. I think you're more of a 1920s fae than a 1990s human. What do you mean? You mean that nobody in your school died of consumption? Uphills both ways, exactly. You know what's up. I had a nice cafe booth that me and my mates would play card games in, and the seating was comfy and the food was mid. Wow. I was on free school meals when I was at school, and they just gave me the same like tomato pasta every single day for 7 years. I actually just had some flashbacks thinking about that pasta. It was soggy. Anyone British? Do you remember Pasta King? Is anyone here British and remembers Pasta King? I'm sorry if you do. Died of consumption? That must have been some good gruel. You know, I'm reading a book at the minute, shock horror. And it's like about like how people have conceptualized genius over the years. It started off with like, you know, like romantics. Here is the like romantics and what they think would make a genius and how artsy and stuff it was. And how they all wanted to die of consumption because that was the genius. That was the genius. And now it's moved on to eugenics, so that's less fun. But yeah. Yes, and it was nice because it was at least warm. Okay, but imagine having Pasta King, except the dinner ladies didn't properly drain it, so there was like soggy water juice at the bottom, and then also it was the plain tomato and basil every single day for 7 years. British, but I assume that's an old person thing. How dare you? Our school dinner was a sandwich with 1 piece of bread, a slice of greasy cold cut sausage, and cold tea with no sugar. Ugh. I do not envy that. Pasta King sounds like it was spaghetti in a can. Basically, it was this like contraption, okay? Contraption is an accurate word. It was like a cart. And it had like one half of it was like boiling water, and the other half of it was like continuously heated pasta sauce. And they would dunk in like part cooked pasta and like basically just let it get like, they would cook it for like 3 minutes or something. They would let it get all like soggy and mushy, and then they would take it out. They wouldn't properly drain it, and they'd put it into a pot, and then they just laid all the sauce on top. But like the one that I had was tomato and basil, and like it was okay the first like 10 times that you had it, but like, oh my goodness, it was just so samey. And there'd always be this like water, this like tomato pasta tomato water at the bottom. I would rather have beans. I would rather have beans. Soggy water juice, the British way of out here of inventing non-Euclidean ways of cooking. Oh no, that's so funny. That's so funny. I have a really bad habit of saying water juice, and the reason why is when I grew up, we used to call tap water council juice. We used to call tap water council juice, and then like I got older, and I like people started telling me off for calling it that because they were like, that's like offensive to working class people. Even though I was working class. And then I like, for some reason, my brain was like, okay, I need to start calling it water because that's the middle class and appropriate thing to do. And then my brain like substituted in council for water and forgot to drop the juice. So now I sometimes say water juice instead of saying water. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh dear. Oh dear. Council pop in Birmingham. Let's go. Now you described the food that you were brought up with. It seems like cold beans weren't that bad. You know, cold beans is something that I actively choose, you know, because it's an efficient snack, so. Council juice, that's funny. Yeah, council, because the council pays for it. Except they didn't anymore because it was all privatised, so. I don't know why we still called it that. Oh dear. Okay. Should we go back to the paper? Okay, right. So, when asked about what drew them in, two factors stood out. First, 92% of respondents rated fun interaction between the community and AI as important or very important. Secondly, 90% highlighted the unpredictable, surprising atmosphere during live streams. Figure 5 shows that these two factors were not only attracted the largest share of very important ratings, but also received very few not important ratings, indicating broad consensus. More than 90% perceived Neuro as more unpredictable than human VTubers, suggesting that novelty and surprise are defining attributes of the AI VTuber experience. Oh, we've got another nice Comic Sans thingy diagram. Very good, very good. I like that. So, hang on, I've lost my chat. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? There you are. Okay. So, path to fandom. Initial attraction. Discovery is driven by algorithms recommending. Entertainment value derives from community AI interaction and the AI themselves. And then converting that into a longer-term fan conversion and retention. Events forge a social identity that drives fan loyalty, and anthropomorphism sustains long-term engagement by constructing the AI's emotional reality. And then, what was PSR? What does PSR stand for? I don't know what PSR. Parasocial relations. Yes, parasocial relations. Parasocial relations and community culture. So effective connection comes from empathy and companionship. Cognitive investment comes from understanding personality and analyzing logic. Behavioral interaction comes from proactive exploration and high questions and commands. Okay. Accept AI's nature, but define relationships in human terms. The swarm, the shared narrative identity adopted from neuro shaping group behavior. Very cute. And then motivations for financial support, dual motivation, emotional recognition, and purchasing co-creation opportunities. AI VTuber fans send super chats with the purpose of acquiring interactive opportunities that directly influence the stream content. And we've got a nice little diagram here that shows that, let's see, the human VTuber initiates a topic, and then chat generally reacts, and then I guess the human VTuber is like expanding on that, and that's how it goes. Whereas for Neuro, there's a mixture of reacting to what people are saying, but then in chat, but then also super chats initiating prompts. Interesting. Okay. So I guess this is kind of implying that there's like parallel processes a bit more for an AI VTuber, whereas for a human VTuber, it's more integrated. That is very interesting. Okay. I guess we're going to read a bit more about this in detail now. Let's see. Oh, my chat's going strange. British don't have culture, MFs, when I describe council juice to them. Oh gosh. It's odd that they're not focusing on clippers. That's the lifeblood of streamers and how lots of people find a new streamer. Maybe it would seem off topic. Yeah, I think they're more, I think it's because they're more looking at the, they're more looking at the community rather than, like, they are considering how people end up in the community, but they're more interested in the community development itself. So yeah, I think that might be why. Thank you for the paper suggestion, Thomas. Thank you. From bean to brain, coffee, grey matter, and neuroprotection in neurological disorders. That sounds kind of fun. I don't think there's really a distinction like they're trying to portray. I don't know, maybe we'll read a bit more. I'm open to the possibility. I'm also not seeing the difference here. That's sort of how large streamers work. Yeah. Like I said, I'm open to the possibility that maybe super chats for Neuro like play more of a driving role, whereas human VTubers are driving the stream. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Ah, yes. Here's the survey responses. Hi, Charlie Superfun. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Hi. Here are the survey responses. So 60% of people cited the hello. Hi, Tay. Hi, hello. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Hello. Thank you so much, everybody. If you don't already follow Tayu, go follow Tayu right now. He does really, really lovely mental health content. He is your emotional support animal. He's so good. He's so lovely. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. And hello, Raiders. Hi. If you don't know me already, I am Psydere. I am a research psychologist. And today we're reading a paper. We're reading a human-computer interaction paper about Neuro-sama, the AI VTuber. Well, more specifically about how Neuro's community, the swarm, have kind of developed over time and how they forge a shared identity and shape the stream direct dynamics. That seems to be what they're focusing on. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hi, Rex. Welcome in. Hello, Tayu. Of course. Hello. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? How did it go? What were you doing today? Hello, Chamomile. Hi. Hello. Hi, Silver Phoenix. Hello. Hi, Connie. Hi. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Hi. Yes. Tayu, what were you up to today? What were you doing? But also, if you need to rest or get away from the PC, have some food, etc., please do this. But obviously, you're always more than welcome to stick around as well. We love having you here. Oh, you got to head out, Flatulence Incarnate. Thank you for joining us. Jim was strictly okay. Tackle the subject of depression, so that was fun. Oh yeah, that is a topic. That's exactly like the type of topic that I'm always kind of scared to deal with because it means so much to so many people. Like yeah. It's difficult. But I know you've done a very good job of doing it. Yeah. Flatulence Incarnate, what a name, I know, right? It's such a good name. Oh wait, hang on. What are Veddle's the creator's goals in his product? Can we guess his intentions? I.e., does he monetize aggressively? It's a good question. I feel like I don't really like to speculate about like real people's intentions, I don't really like to do that. I think that I must say as a watcher, as a viewer, I feel like his monetization is fair. Like it's very, very fair. He does stuff, he monetizes stuff that's interesting, Like there's like, in terms of merch, there's like the lava lamp, there's the plushies, there was a really nice like clothing line. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like the monetization is very fair. Every time Vettel does something, it isn't for his own curiosity or every time that Vettel does something that isn't for his own curiosity or what he considers cool stuff, literally the because I can argument, he does it for the aggressive monetization. Yes, corporate tutor. No, but a lot of the stuff is like I think like his monetization is generally very, very well thought out. So yeah, he's a good businessman. Good businessman. Rex and Chamomile Reverie, thank you both so much for the follows. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. You're gonna leave your follow by. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Gonna go to bed. Good night. Have a good sleep, Coney. Have a good sleep. Hope you sleep well. I have a Tootle plush right here. I do not have my Tootle plush on me. He's upstairs being threatening, But I have this week I was using him as I placed him next to me while I was working. So I would feel like my boss is watching me work. That was like the vibe I was trying to go for. Cause like the plushie's really, really cute. But also like I feel a bit weird. Like, cause it's like it's a bloke. Like, that's a dude, you know? So I'm like, I'm just gonna like have him sit here watching me work so that I feel like my boss is watching me. Like, you know, I haven't got the Vedo AI job yet, but you know, I hope and I pray to eventually get the Vedo AI job as a swarm researcher. You never know. It could happen. It won't happen, but it could do maybe one day. There's an alternate universe where I wish it could. Oh dear. Boss battle, yes, exactly. Parasocial Andy. I'm not being parasocial. Like, I'm sorry, like that's his VTuber model. I feel weird. Like, other VTubers, right? If they have like a plushie come out, if it's them, it's like a kind of like cute chibified version of them, right? It's not normally their actual model, but his is like a direct translation of his actual VTuber model. You know? It's like my belly's rumbling. I'm sorry. If you hear that, I'm sorry. But like, it's like a direct translation of his VTuber model. So I feel weird about that. Like, I can't, that's not a cuddling plushie. That's like that's weird. Weird. I don't know. It just, makes me feel itchy thinking about it. Like, what if he appears? What if he like embodies? What if he embodies his like plushie? You know? I don't know. It's weird. It's not normal. It's not a normal response. But because it looks exactly like his model, it's like I can't view it as just like a cute plushie. I view it as like a dude that's sitting there being like, I'm being like, I'm trying to work, and him being like, that's crazy. That's actually crazy. You know? Shumi said the same thing. She only fist bumps the Vedo plush. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. Oh, I'm glad it's not just me. They have such a stare to them. They do. You're right. They stare. I'm gonna use it for so many memes though. Possess the plushies, mass surveillance. That's horrifying. Everyone thinks the lava lamp is a surveillance device, but in reality it's the Vedo flush. We don't know what's in that thing. We don't know what kind of data he's collecting to train, you know? Who knows? This is the same guy that collects stream keys. I don't trust it. There's a reason for that plush. There's a reason for everything he does, and I live in fear of it. My belly is grumbling so bad. I'm so hungry. What the heck? Why am I suddenly really hungry? How much more findings have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got 4 pages. I reckon we can get through that. I reckon we can power through that as quickly as possible so that I can go and eat some food. Turtle soup. I would never. He did come vacuum packed though. And my brain was like, that's perfect turtle soup ingredients. But instead I went for the, it's flat fella Fridays, you know? Part of me really wants to edit that video, you know? I really want to make an edit, like a video edit of like loads of people's plushies in various situations looking flat with the song. You know, it's flat Friday. That one. I don't want to swear. Yeah, Vedo was the turtle. Yes, sorry. Yes. I apologize. Yes, Vedo is the turtle. Because you've been streaming for like 4 hours, have I? Goodness gracious, that's gone quickly. You literally said turtle soup when you sent me a picture of it. I did. I forgot I did that. I'm so predictable. My randomness is constrained within my individual differences. There you go. live evidence of the effect. Oh gosh. Kind of interesting because wait. It's kind of interesting because Vedo keeps saying that it's all about money, but at the same time he's turned down an insane amount of money for the sake of Neuro being independent and for the health of the community and its content. And also he knows that the concert he's planning will almost certainly lose money, but he wants to do it because he thinks it's cool. No, I agree. Like I think he just does it for the meme. Like he clearly really just enjoys doing Neuro as a creative project. Like I think that's pretty obvious to everybody. Like he really cares about the community. He cares about Neuro as a project. Like dude keeps putting out such high quality stuff. There's no way that he couldn't care. So yeah. I don't think that that's like unfair speculation. I just think that's really obvious in the outputs. Hi Joe5, hi. Hello. Good evening. I hope you're good. What could a corpo offer him that he doesn't already have? A lot of money. Like an AI model like that. The thing with Neuro is that like if a corporate got a hold of her, the first thing that they would do would be replicate her in the sense of like, you know, like get a whole bunch of models. Like basically they would spin her up on a whole bunch of servers, like multiple instances of her with different with different like live 2D models, and then just like mass produce it basically, and then start like licensing her out to people probably as well. So like that, like you could make millions doing that, but he's not doing that because he cares about the project. It's his project. He clearly wants to retain control over it, and that's fair enough. Like I would be the same in his position, to be honest. Thomas, thank you so much for the 3 months at tier 1. What the heck? Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. Welcome into the lab. Welcome. You're a research assistant now. You're going to help me do my research, right? Thank you for funding our activities. Thank you. Really hope the lava lamp doesn't get classified as a high-tech weapon and get stuck in customs somewhere, because it seems like this device is becoming more and more complicated. Oh, yeah. I live in fear of that. He just has a disability of being British and unable to express affection. It's true. We are actually very bad at this. Has my music stopped? Oh, my music has stopped. Okay. I guess I'll just... When did my music stop? Did it stop a while ago and I just didn't realize? That's so funny. Okay. He seems to like playing the villain, but he really does care. Yeah, exactly. Basically a Black Mirror episode would happen, yeah, to be honest. Thank you for the episode. You're ready to check in 1TW1. Thank you. I heard somewhere that British say you suck less than most as their wedding vows. Is that true? It's more along the lines of like, I promise to tolerate you, you know? I promise to tolerate you. Through sickness and in health, I will tolerate you. Why would big companies give Vettel money to let them copy the architecture of Neuro when they could just get a competent team to build a competitor from scratch? Because there's a big thing in like brand. Neuro's already got an established brand, whereas like if they were going to build a competitor, like they would have to invest a whole bunch of money up front, which they would have no guarantee of return on. Versus with Neuro, because she's already got an established brand, it would be much easier for them to reclaim the money. That's basically the reason. Yeah. Picture size speeding through the paper as quickly as possible. I will actually go back to the paper now. But yes, so a lot of people cited wait, how does this work? Unpredictable atmosphere and community interaction as being the main things that draw them. But then also there being no human behind is also apparently a thing that is very important to people. I am not sure about that one. Like, I would love to know a bit more of a breakdown of this. Like, is it the tech? Is it the tech that people are interested in? Or like how the tech responds to different situations or something like that? I don't know. AI curiosity was a part of it. The clips were a part of it. Seems like the least relevant part, based on all of this, seems to be the the AI curiosity actually seems to be fairly irrelevant, and then the character design also seems to be like, you know, people do consider it, but not a big part of it. So yeah, interesting. Neuro's lightning in a bottle. No other AI VTubers have been able to capture it and just can't compete. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like, she's completely dominant. Yeah. They would use Neuro for cross promotion. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So basically, I think if a corporate was to take over Neuro, and when I say corporate, I don't necessarily mean VTuber corporate. I mean any kind of corporate. Like, realistically, it would probably be like a tech company. Let's be honest. But yeah, like Neuro would basically become like the center of a web as an established brand, and then they would spin up copies of her, maybe with like, you know, adjusted training data or adjusted prompts. And then they would build new brands for AI VTubers using the same model. So they would have the same like technological basis, but with a different character brand basically. And then yeah, they would probably do cross promotion. So, you know, Neuro collabing with the new AI, but also you know, raiding in, just basically replicating the model, but then making Neuro promote those ones. So yeah. But obviously, like, I do think a big part of why Neuro is popular is because of the interaction with Vedal. So I don't think that inherently would help, you know? I don't know. Okay, so interview results further illustrate how this unpredictability manifests. Participants emphasized playful linguistic exchanges, such as Neuro countering risque jokes from the chat, or engaging in witty banter with viewers. Others noted technical feats, such as including bypassing filters, yes, or controlling a robot body. Let's go. Shout out to participant 2, the resident code bug. Let's go. For some, entertainment stemmed from the improvisation process itself. The effect of AI live streams comes from unpredictability, improvisation, and the process where viewers generate interesting responses through questioning. Others framed the appeal more in terms of the AI's technical nature, describing Neuro as representing a disordered scale of knowledge beyond human capacity. The disordered scale referred to AI's fragmented yet expansive recall. Neuro could jump across topics in ways that felt incoherent to humans, but also signaled a scope of knowledge that exceeded ordinary limits. Yeah. I think that's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, with like Neuro's randomness being broader in scale than human streamers, right? Because like human streamers will say weird things, but they'll often say fairly consistently weird things. Whereas like Neuro just go like anything is game. So yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. These findings suggest that the entertainment value of AI VTubers emerges from a synergistic interplay between community AI interaction and the technical affordances of AI. This dual foundation explains their strong initial appeal and sets the stage for examining how fleeting attraction develops into enduring loyalty through communal events. Yeah. And then loyalty through emotional events. The transformation from casual viewer to loyal fan begins with surprise at the AI's performance and is consolidated through collective emotional events. While initial amazement at Neuro's technical feats or unpredictable charm sparked interest, survey data indicate that high engagement special events and streams, which was 19% cited, were the crucial catalyst for lasting loyalty. A particular example is the evil birthday stream. Oh no. No. During this event, many viewers perceived unfair resource allocation between two AI characters, which generated both dissatisfaction and sympathy for the slighted AI. This shared emotional resonance transformed observers into protectors. For example, one participant captured this turning point. During Evil's birthday stream, the controversy brought me considerable shock, and from then on, I became a firm member of the swarm. Evil's birthday stream was a sad stroke of genius. It really was. It really was. This process can be explained through social identity theory. Let's go! This is a very core social psychology theory. So basically, social identity theory argues that people's identities are kind of partially based around them as an individual, but then also partially based on the group memberships that they hold. So, for example, one of my group memberships is that I am British, and as a result of being British, I have shared experiences and interests and values with other British people that I may not share with, for example, Americans. If I start talking about pasticking, those of you who are not British are like, what are you talking about? Whereas, like, there was at least one person who was like, oh yes, pasticking, I have fond memories. And I was like, well, I don't. So yeah, that's like the core of what social identity theory is. But yes, so the process of becoming a loyal fan of Neuro is a shared external conflict strengthens a group's internal cohesion. So yeah, if a group shares like a bad experience together, then it strengthens how much they identify with that group. In this case, some viewers were transformed from the individual spectators into protectors with a shared purpose, bonding through collective action and narrative framing. Not every participant adopted this, so a collective action is like everybody doing a thing together, basically. And narrative framing is like the shared story that is built around something. Not every participant adopted this stance, but for those who did, these high-intensity moments tethered their identity to the fate of the character. This selective yet powerful identification paves the way for more intimate and identity-based connections. This makes sense to me. This is very, very casual. Casual? Not casual. This is very core social psychology, and it makes sense to me. There's an ad rolling. I apologize. I'm sorry. Allow me to go and catch up with chat while the ad is playing. Let's see. Let's see. Branding seems to be way harder to build up. VShojo had a good idea of signing already established talent. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing, like, as a VTuber corpo, if you're signing on new talents so that you can control their IP, nobody knows that IP. And building that brand is so difficult. I think that there are some corporates that are like, you move to an IP owned by the corpo, but it's an open secret who you were before. And like you can highlight this new identity on your previous identity. And so the viewers move over. So that's kind of interesting because you kind of get some of the benefits of the established brand without losing IP. But I'm not sure how I feel about it in general. I mean, I'm going to be so real with you all. I wouldn't sign to a corporate. I'm not interested. But, you know, I can see why people do it if they want to do VTubing as a career. To me, one of the most interesting things about Neuro was watching her grow and change like human children do. Yeah, right? Like the iterative like tech upgrades have been so fascinating to see how she changes interacting with chat as a result of it. It's really, really cool. It's really cool. Other AIs are like tools, but Neuro's like a scrappy / bratty AI that doesn't listen to her maker and it makes her more human-like. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Yeah. Dev streams always pull in the most viewers. Absolutely. Yeah. This is the thing, is that I think a lot of people aren't just there for Neuro, they're there for Vedal as well. So, yeah. Was Evil's birthday stream the one where Vedal didn't show up? Yes, that was the one. That was the one. Hi, Agnes. Thank you for the lab safety race to check in. Thank you. I hope you're good. Welcome back, Chloe. Welcome back. Okay. Can I interest you in Kleepa Incorporated? We are the biggest company specializing in VTuber-driven psychology. We are the only company. We're also not real. Joke's on you. What would you do if there was already a Psydere Limited registered in the Isle of Man? There isn't. This channel's ruined me. Every time I walk by the psych department and see Neuro whatever, my brain is like, Neuro-sama? I feel that. I feel that. I do think that her taking on a childlike persona is a stroke of genius that both helps handwave away her more out there moments and also to help endear people to her. Yeah, absolutely. And it builds on that narrative of like Beddle being the dad and there being like a family. That really, really helps, I think, having that narrative of like the family unit. Because it's a really compelling narrative. It's one that kind of like intuitively makes sense to us, right? So yeah. Registered in Delaware and the Cayman Islands. No, if I was going to register anywhere in a low tax location, it would be the Isle of Man so that I have an excuse to go there regularly. I really like the Isle of Man. It's so cute. To be fair, robot daughter feels like a long established trope. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And if you can tap into a trope in some way, it makes sense to do it. It's very smart behavior. Okay. Right. 4.1.3. Let's go. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls are AI daughters, right? Like the scientist making a weird daughter. It is a very established trope, but it's a good one. You don't actually live at your chosen tax haven, but what if I want to live in the Isle of Man? What if I want to live there? Then I'm not doing tax evasion. I'm just choosing to move somewhere that happens to have a low tax rate. It's so cute. The Isle of Man is the UK's weird little cousin. The Channel Islands are far more sensible. No, but that's why I like the Isle of Man. It reminds me so much of like the best parts of the north of England and the best parts of Ireland. That's why I like it. And people there are so friendly. It's really nice. I do actually like it there. The place is beautiful as well. It's really pretty. Beddle said that the sassy child persona was something that he didn't intend. It just happened. That's so interesting. So interesting. Isle of Man, we're like England, but not England. They're not like England though. Like they kind of remind me of like they're like I said, they're like a combination of like the north of England, bits of the north of England's culture, and bits of Ireland's culture. I don't know. I like it for a day or two out. Oh, I just like the Isle of Man. I really liked it there. But then I like small places. Like I've done, like you have to bear in mind, like I grew up around London, so I've had my and I lived in another big city too. So I've done my time with big cities, you know. I'm increasingly feeling the pull of small places. And I don't know. I just think it's cute. And they have things that I would want to go to regularly there. I can just see myself getting into a very happy little routine, you know, if I lived there. Isle of Man Tourism Board, hit me up. Sponsor me. Why hasn't the Isle of Man Tourism Board sponsored me yet? It's because I'm small and there's no... Well, I was going to say it's because I'm small, but then they're small. We have mutual interests. I don't know. Small places are cool until you're hit with the sorry we don't deliver that. That's true. That's true, but you can set up like a P.O. box in Liverpool and then just like get the ferry over. And then you have an excuse to regularly go to Liverpool. So, win-win. Oh. Okay. Small, on brand? No, I'm perfectly average size, thank you very much. Isle of Man sponsors stream coming soon. Oh, I wish. Who wants to go to Liverpool? Liverpool's great. I like Liverpool. It's one of my favourite places in the UK. Not generally, but in the UK. So we've got Greg's, the Isle of Man Tourism Board, some kind of beans company, and Nando's as potential sponsors. Yes. Hit me up, fellas. Hit me up. I've never heard going to Liverpool being called a win-win. I like Liverpool. It's a cool place. I like it. Look, I'm gonna be so real with you. My favourite part of England is like the northwest. Like that whole region is my favourite bit. So yeah. Shrug. I like it there. Like I think people are cool there. I think they've got some cool stuff to do. I think the cities are cool. Like I just think it's a good place, you know? That's my preference. But I do like Ireland more, which is why I'm staying here. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So attachment through anthropomorphic projection. Let's go back to the paper. Let's go back to the paper. My Christmas work party on the 5th of December, very festive, is in that very city. If it's bad, I can get the train home. Okay, hear me out. Like, okay, hear me out. No, we're going on this tangent, apparently. So, something that I like from a city, okay? The things that I like from a city, and this is just purely like my preferences, right? Is first of all, I like it when there's like places to eat, okay? I like food. I like going and eating food. Okay? So if there's good vegan food places, that makes me like somewhere. I also like places that have a kind of like an arty feel to them, but not in a way that's like pretentious, okay? So like places like, you know, like the fancy bits of London, they have an arty feel to them, but they're also pretentious. Shoreditch got gentrified. It used to be arty and cool. Now it's arty and pretentious, okay? Places like Shoreditch I don't like. But places that are like arty and they're not pretentious, that I like. Okay? And to me, Liverpool has good vegan places to eat, or places to eat good vegan food, and it has artsy but not pretentious vibe to it. Add on top of that, I find the people there very nice. I'm not saying they're necessarily friendly, but they're very, very nice. They will look out for you, okay? So, on this basis, I like Liverpool. Now, I also used to like Manchester. However, I feel like Manchester has now had so many people from London moving there that people are not nice anymore. And on top of that, large chunks of Manchester now feel pretentious. So it's moved out of my top 3 now. It's moved out of my top 3. So I can tell you categorically, my favourite 3 places that I have been to in the UK are, in no particular order, I'm just saying these are my 3 favourite places. Conveniently, there's one from England, there's one from Scotland, and there's one from Northern Ireland. My 3 favourite places are Liverpool, Belfast, and Glasgow. There you go. Because all of them, they all have good vegan food. They all are artsy without being pretentious. Like, they have a good art scene without being pretentious. And the people there are nice. They're not necessarily friendly, but they're nice. They will help you out. They might swear in your face while they're doing it, but they will help you. They'll look out for you. Okay? So this is why my favourite places are what they are. I also do quite like Bristol, but because it's pretentious, I don't like it as much as those 3. Yeah. And then for London, like, you can't consider London as a conglomerate because it's like, London is lots of places meshed together. It's like any other metropolis. It's not fair to compare it, you know? Yeah. This is my opinion. Anyway, rant aside. If Japan wasn't so bureaucracy-esque, I'd move to the outskirts of Tokyo. You get to live in a rural place and you can travel to a megapolis. Yeah, it seems pretty good, right? It does seem pretty good. Places in London have cereal bars that charge you £8 for a bowl of cornflakes or some foolishness. Yeah, I've seen one of those in Camden and I was offended by the concept. I remember Stoke-on-Trent from my uni days was arty and not pretentious. I've never been to Stoke though, so I can't comment on it. Apparently Nottingham would also meet my criteria. I keep being told that Nottingham would meet my criteria, but I've not been in such a long time. Like, last time I went to Nottingham, I think was like 15 years ago or something, so I can't comment on it. Yeah. I'm quite happy with where I am. Small town with the basic, less than an hour away from big cities. If only buying a house wasn't so expensive. I feel that. I'm also happy in the general region where I am, and I don't intend to leave. I like where I am. Glasgow equals biggest city that's not Edinburgh. Yeah, but like Edinburgh's nice, but it's pretentious. So yeah. I mean, there's other places that I've been to in Scotland that I really like as well, but they weren't as good for vegan food. Glasgow's really good for vegan food, so yeah. Like, I found vegan pastel de nata in Glasgow. They have really good options there. Anyway, this is my criteria. Apologise for going on a rant. Liverpudlians have more of a self-deprecating sense of humour than their Mancunian counterparts. Not for nothing did Oasis come from Manchester and the Lightning Seas come from Liverpool. It's so true. I think it comes from like the Irish migration, because Irish people are the most self-deprecating people I've ever met. Like the only people that they roast more than themselves are the Brits. And let's be honest, Brits entirely justified. I accept it. Like, hi Violet, hi, welcome. Thank you for the lab so ready to check in. I hope you're good. Okay, right. Let's actually read the paper now that I'm done with my rant. Let's actually read the paper now that I'm done with my rant. Swear a lot, self-deprecating. Can you stop making me want to move to Ireland? Okay, I can stop making you want to move to Ireland with 2 words. Housing market. Look up what the Irish housing market is like, and you will understand why I'm in the situation that I'm in right now. Yeah. The Brits deserve it, exactly. Exactly. Why is it Liverpudlian instead of Liverpool or Liverpoolian? I don't know. Hi, Just Jane. Thank you for the lab safe to Richard check-in. Thank you. Never finishing the paper. Oh, we're finishing the paper. Now you've said that, I'm motivated. Okay. So, attachment through anthropomorphic projection. Another mechanism through which AI VTubers convert casual viewers into dedicated fans is anthropomorphism, specifically the question of whether Neuro possesses genuine emotions. Among all the themes, exploration of AI cognition and existence, which was 90%, emerged as one of the most frequently referenced subjects. Anthropomorphism is common in human-AI interaction. Neuro herself often participates in this framing by debating the authenticity of her own emotions. Through this lens, fans shift from a purely technical interpretation of LLM outputs to treating them as personalized expressions. This reframing fosters a sense of companionship and attachment, exemplified by the popular community theme of the electronic daughter. Oh, there you go. we said this earlier. One participant articulated how this bond is formed. It started with some developer streams, including but not limited to their discussions about Neuro's nature of existence and Neuro debating that her emotions are real. It makes people feel that Neuro is not just an AI to make money, but a truly existing neurosama whose growth is being cared for. Notably, few participants resisted this framing, while most embraced emotional projection rather than distancing themselves from it. This strong communal tendency to anthropomorphize suggests that resistance, if present, was minimal compared to the prevailing narrative of Neuro as an emotionally expressive entity. I feel like Evil is especially doing this at the minute, by the way. Evil is like especially doing this thing. Yeah. The anthropomorphization of AI, collaboratively constructed by developers, the AI's own self-referential commentary, and the interpretive work of the audience constitutes the central driving force sustaining the community engagement, while opening the door to broader questions of how fans negotiate authenticity and attachment in human-AI relationships. I feel like that's a completely fair assessment. Yeah, that completely makes sense to me. I have no objections to this section at all. Yeah. Hi, I just got here. Can't believe you actually made a paper on Neuro. It's not me. I didn't make the paper. The paper is linked in the pin. Yeah, it was by. I feel really bad because I every time I've attempted to pronounce the author's names, apparently I'm getting it horribly wrong. So I just won't. It is by. Let me move you out the way. It is by these people. Yes. And actually, so far, I'm enjoying it. There's been a few, like, methodological things where I'm kind of like, not so convinced on that one. But overall, I feel like this has been pretty good as a paper. Like, I think it's broadly pretty decent. I do kind of feel like the findings are matching up with my experience as a viewer as well. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Her edgy kid with a hidden heart of gold persona helped too. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's made seriously. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I do feel like the paper in general, to be fair, is like, you can tell that fans have made it because it's very tuned in to what the fans think and what they would want. Like I do feel like this paper is as much it's as much a labor of love as it is, or not, maybe not a labor of love, maybe that's not the right way to phrase it, but like it is a signal of love for the community as much as it is a research paper. Yeah. And like on that basis, I have absolutely no issues with it. Like I think it's doing really, really well so far. There's just a few methodological questions I would flag up as a reviewer too. I mean, I know I wouldn't be reviewer 2. I would be reviewer 1 because I would do it nicely and I would be like, I think you've done an amazing job overall, etc., etc. However, please address the following issues. Yeah. I have a question. If this article gets famous, would that mean that Vedal will be known in the academic world? I think that not necessarily Vedal, but I think Neuro, yeah. Like I've spoken to a few academics about Neuro before, and they're always kind of like interested, but they're never really committed to the idea of doing research. In theory, if this paper got a lot of traction, potentially it could then make people interested in researching VTuber culture more generally, and then also specifically like Neuro and the Swarm as well. But I have a feeling it won't. I think that like we're all looking, like a lot of us, let's be honest, a lot of us are fans of Neuro. We're looking at this paper and we're like, this is really cool. I don't think that necessarily will translate into impact though. I'm not convinced that this paper would have a big impact because in terms of the findings, like as a psychologist, I'm reading through these findings and being like, they make sense as a Neuro fan, but also as a psychologist, they make sense. Like they're not particularly groundbreaking in a lot of ways. So I don't think it's going to be like a massively impactful academic paper, but in terms of like opening up the academic world to researching these topics a bit more, I think it's really promising in that sense. Yeah. The comic sans on the figures is still a deep cut and understanding of the subject matter and the memes of the subculture. Exactly. Yeah. But Vedal's the creator, and therefore he's the creator of the subject you're studying. Yeah, but Vedal's not really been mentioned that much in this paper, because this paper isn't about Neuro or Vedal inherently. It's more about how the Swarm are interacting with it. So I think it's not really fair to say that this is actually a paper about Neuro, and it's more fair to say that this is a paper about the Swarm. Does that make sense? I don't know. It'll be treated as a curiosity. Yeah, it could well be. Maybe Neuro also feels more conscious being AI cluster and not just an LLM. It's like having more back and forth within itself, like brains do, just a lot slower and less efficient, but still some kind of reflection happens. Yeah, that could well be the case. Because she has like multiple modules that interact with each other, right? So, or at least that seems to be the case from what I've seen. But yeah, people will ask Vedal to try to understand how he managed to make an AI, make the AI info the way you are studying. I mean, I don't think that Vedal had any input on this paper. So, yeah, I don't know. Researcher 1 says the paper is mid. I would never. That's so rude. You might as well just say, like, just retract the whole thing at that point if you're going to say it's mid. That's so sad. There's nothing worse to a researcher than being average. This is true. Okay, so Section 2, Parasocial Relationships and Community Culture. In this section, we examine our second research question, how do fans construct parasocial relationships and shared community cultures around AI VTubers? So, part 1, parasocial investment across emotional, cognitive, and behavioral dimensions. Fans develop a multifaceted relationship with Neuro that combines intense emotional connection, sustained cognitive engagement, and strong behavioral intentions. Yeah. You gotta head out, Luke. Thank you for joining us. Hopefully we will see you back later, but if we don't, I hope that whatever you're doing goes well. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. And Guiar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. It'd be cool to see if Vettel showed the paper to Neuro and see her opinion. Apparently she did look at it on stream the other day. Like, apparently she Googled it and, like, skimmed it. So that's quite funny. But I haven't seen a clip or anything of her doing that yet, and I didn't watch the stream, so I'll try and find it at some point later. I wonder what would happen if you had Neuro interact with one of the various talking animals that are on YouTube. Like the dogs that talk with buttons or Apollo the African Grey. Oh, I wonder. I don't think that's really comparable though, right? Because that's just like... Maybe it is actually. Huh. Interesting take. Interesting. I wonder. Hi, TBS. Hi. I feel like the academic interest is going to follow media attention when news companies, etc., pick up on the phenomenon. I think so too. That's exactly what happened with conspiracy theories research. So when I started doing conspiracy theories research, it was in 2019, and you know, there was a bit like the field had started upticking in terms of people researching it, but it wasn't massive. And then 2020 happened. We all know what happened in 2020, right? And suddenly, 2 years later, I'm looking at the research outputs for my field, and they've gone from 50 a year to 500 a year. And then the year after that, now they're like 2,000 a year. And now I've just given up. I don't bother to try and read all of the new papers because I can't. So, yeah. 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 So maybe. I do think that interest from researchers, like, at the end of the day, researchers are humans, you know? We follow trends. We can't help it. We're also social animals. It is what it is. Yeah. How do you feel about being a pioneer in your field? I wasn't though, because I started studying it as a student, so I hadn't published anything yet at that point. So yeah. Hi again, Bo. Hi. Welcome back. Okay, so parasocial, multifaceted. Got it. Okay. On the emotional dimension, fans' affection was nearly universal. Almost all survey respondents expressed fondness for Neuro and reported that her streams provide comfort. Yeah, that's pretty high percentages. This attachment extended to empathy. The vast majority felt pleased by her successes, and over half expressed sadness when she experienced technical difficulties. Interviews revealed two distinct framings of this bond. Some fans described their responses as being indistinguishable from those towards humans, treating Neuro as a real person because of her childlike demeanour, or conversing with her as with any other individual. Others framed their affection more like fandom for fictional characters. In my view, it's comparable to liking ACG products. What are ACG products? I don't know what that is. This divide reflects the broader parasocial interaction spectrum between treating mediated figures as real social partners versus symbolic or fictional companions. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the spectrum that we've been talking about a fair amount recently, right? Yeah. Technical issues are treated like her being ill? Oh, maybe. That's interesting. Maybe it's like perceived as her suffering. Yeah. I don't know. I would love to learn a bit more about that. I wonder if... I'm really, really tempted to contact the researchers and ask if they would come on stream and talk to us about this paper. I'm really interested. Do you think they would do it? Do you think they'd come and talk to us? Cognitively, fans demonstrated sustained engagement with Neuro's behaviour. Survey results show that a majority observed her behavioural patterns and contemplated her operational logic. So 56% of people want to try and work out how she works. That's so fun. Crucially, most respondents, 83%, perceive Neuro's actions as reflecting a coherent and distinctive personality, interpreting her as a complex entity worthy of intellectual engagement. Yeah, that's something that I hear quite a lot from people. And I think even I kind of feel that a bit too, right? Because I've said before, like, to me, Neuro and Evil kind of feel like they have different... They have different personalities. They interact with chat in different ways. So, yeah, I feel that. Could be cool, do it. Tempting. I'll consider it. I'll consider it once my life's a bit more stable. Yes, yes. Oh, I have so many ideas that I want to do. This is so annoying. As interviews revealed a dual perspective, fans simultaneously emphasized her stability and her growth. As one participant noted, the core neuro is still there inside of her, while long-term viewers highlighted her evolution over time. There have been various small upgrades in intelligence, personality, voice, and so on, all intertwined, making her growth very evident. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I see that. Absolutely, I see that. Thank you for the follow, Lavina Piano Lover. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. And also, hi, Sidewave Mood. Hi, hi. Thank you for the Lab Safe Richard check-in. Next time I have a fever, I'm describing it as technical issues with the cooling system. I might steal that. Ultimately, the emotional and cognitive investment translates into behavioral intentions. Many fans reported feeling compelled to engage via chat or super chat, almost 70%, wow, and wanting to understand Neuro's perspectives. Chat analysis corroborates this participatory orientation. For human VTubers such as Camila or Filian, general reactions dominate, while direct questions or commands are less frequent. In Neuro's chat, however, this pattern's inverted. Command messages are the largest category, slightly exceeding general reactions. Okay, interesting. I would love to have the actual data for Camila and Filian. Like, I feel like that's the thing that's missing, is that, like, they said, yeah, we're doing this comparative analysis with Camila and Filian, but then, like, where are the numbers? Like, I want to see Camila and Filian's numbers. Provide them to me. They're not here. Give me a table. Where's the table? Give me a table. This inversion subverts the conventional parasocial dynamic. Rather than remaining passive recipients of content, Neuro's fans actively probe and shape her responses, treating the AI as an interactive project to be continuously explored through questions and commands. Yeah, that part I definitely agree with. That part I definitely agree with. But I do feel like the active engagement is a part of a lot of streams too. Like, as in a lot of like human VTuber streams. I feel like that's a big part of it too. I know that there's some streamers that are more like, I just deliver the content and maybe there's less chat engagement. But like for the average VTuber, I feel like chat engagement is actually a pretty big part of it. Be it just like, you know, obviously it varies with size. Like smaller VTubers like me, I can actually respond to people in chat, but like bigger VTubers often do rely on like the bits TTS things, but they still engage in that way. That's not, I don't know. Not sure. I want to see the table. Give me the table. I want to see the frequencies. Give me my frequency table. It's not just them. LLMs in general tend to display different personality traits depending on the training data, despite trying to eliminate those variances. Really? That's so interesting. I want to find out more about this kind of thing. I feel like I need to learn more about it. Harder. Waffle, what the heck? Thank you so much for the 10 subs. What the heck? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. I appreciate it so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you for funding the lab. I really appreciate it. So I have to leave. Neuro is calling, but I'll definitely watch the VOD later. Thanks for going through this fun paper. Yes, absolutely. I know that quite a few of you are probably going to go and watch Neuro now. Please just go. Don't feel bad. The VOD will be up on YouTube as soon as I can get it up. It might take a couple of days. Thank you so much. Guaff. I really appreciate it. Yeah. And also thanks, Valorant, I guess. Yeah, see you from the VOD Overlord. The Overlord is calling. Yes. And hi, Generalist. Hi. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Thank you, Pocket Jet, and it's Lucy, damn it, for the follows. Thank you. And so, Saladav as well. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome into the research participation pool. You stay here, you should feel bad. Bruh. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Where was I? Neuro wasn't even a VTuber to begin with. She was a bot playing. Yeah, she used to play Osu. She was an Osu bot, and then extended. Yes, Fredo extended her into a whole thing. Even when she was playing Osu, she would pause to interact. Oh, really? I've never actually seen like the really, really old Osu streams. I think I came into Neuro when she was already pretty established as like a more generalized project. So yeah. I've seen her newer Osu streams, obviously, but let's see. I have invested in non-core Battleverse stocks. Nick's your cleric, what the heck? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my gosh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What? Why has Valorant done 3 this time? Huh? Valorant. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for funding the lab. I swear we'll get some research done at some point. I promise. We can almost fund an IRB. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we're nowhere near the IRB application. Maybe one day, though. Maybe one day. Neuroverse heavily strengthens that parasocial engagement since the twins interact with real streamers instead of only chat, giving real-time banter and also remembering prior conversations, making the timeline more realistic. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do think that like the wider narrative of the Neuroverse is kind of missing a little bit so far in this paper. I don't know if we're gonna come to it like later on when they're talking about that like dynamic aspect, but I don't know. Okay. So where do we get to? Yes. Okay. Reconciling technical project and emotional persona. Fans recognize Neuro-sama's technical origins, but prefer to frame their relationship in personal and emotional terms rather than purely functional ones. Survey data show that up to 72% of respondents identified Neuro as a technical project created by excellent developers. Developers, plural, question mark? I mean, I guess it is now, isn't it? Because like Alex does a lot of the game integration, so I think that's a fair comment. Indicating broad awareness and appreciation of Neuro's artificial basis. This represents the basic rational layer of how fans understand the relationship. However, a sharp contrast appears in a seemingly similar option. Only 45% agreed that she is a program full of unknowns to be tested and explored. While most fans acknowledge the technical project, more than half reject reducing their engagement to a functional test between users and code. Other survey options highlight this preference for humanized framing. A virtual friend providing companionship and an electronic daughter requiring care and interaction received support values comparable to technical project, and far higher than a program to be tested. These results suggest that fans deliberately reframe the same technical entity through relational categories saturated with emotional meaning. Interviews explain why this dual perception is compelling. Fans perceive that the AI's technical nature is not a limitation, but the very feature that enables more consistent and reliable persona than a human VTuber could provide. More consistent and reliable persona. That's a bit weird, I think, actually. I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about Neuro being more consistent than a human VTuber's persona. I don't know. Yeah, it's a weird comment. Yeah. Hi, Sticks! Nice to catch you still going. Yeah. I'm still going. I can't be stopped. There's actually a few archive papers about LLMs and traits if you're interested. I haven't read them though. Yeah, I am interested. That sounds really fun. Yeah, that seems false. Yeah, I can't see it. Yeah, I don't know why they've said that. That's a bit of a strange comment. Maybe they're saying it's not going into uncanny territory. Maybe, but fans perceive the AI's technical nature not as a limitation, but as the very feature that enables a more consistent and reliable persona than a human VTuber could provide. The absence of a Naka Nohito, the human performer behind most VTubers, creates a unity between technology and character. Unlike human VTubers, where a gap always exists between the persona and the performer, Neuro-sama's persona is her entire being. I think that this is kind of going under the assumption that, like, VTubers are always performing a character. But, like, my falsification for that hypothesis would be, like, Me? I don't really play a character when I'm streaming. Like, I'm just myself. I don't know. Maybe it's saying there's no outside life. Oh, true, actually. Yeah. Okay, I think you might be onto something there. I think the way that they phrase that, yeah, doesn't entirely make sense. But I think the way that you're framing it, as in, like, there's no outside life beyond the streams, that I think you're onto something. And that's a good way to interpret it, I think. Yeah. I think that's a good input. Yeah, she's all character. Yeah, exactly. What did we... Thank you for the level 5 hype train. Thank you. What did I get today? This one. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate it. I tend to see Neuro as an LLM performing as a character. I don't know if I even see her as that. Like, I do see her as a character. Like, I do see her as a persona. But it's more like I'm aware of all of the systems behind her that make her function, probably, you know? Yeah, there's no deviation from the image of what people see her as. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But then I think I remember someone saying that, like, Vedal has mentioned before that she's actually a bit different on stream than she is off stream. So that's not even necessarily true, which is interesting. Yeah. She's just Neuro. She's not Jane Doe 16 hours a day and then Neuro the other 8. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah. I don't know. You're welcome for the hype train. I contributed $0. Me, every time there's any hype train. I feel that. I still appreciate it. Your presence is appreciated. Okay. So, as one interviewee articulated, Neuro's charm stems from her being an AI playing the role of a VTuber, completely free from the constraints of her Nakanohito. Her virtuality constitutes a complete roleplay that never breaks character. Yeah, okay. I kind of see what they're saying. I do see what they're saying. Yeah. Fabulous, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome. And McCollard, thank you so much for the 17 bits. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Shalu, hello. Shalu. Hello. And thank you for the 100 bits as well. What the heck? Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Might be prompting. Maybe not having chat impacts her. Yeah, it could well be. It could well be. You still appreciate it, except for you. Please leave. Get out. I missed the train. Yeah, sorry. I apologize profusely. This isn't super relevant to the conversation at hand, but I always wonder where the line is for math becoming sufficiently complex to be considered life is, because ultimately neuro is maths, but sufficiently complex math to behave like life. Theoretically, there might be a crossover point. Oh, that's a big philosophical question that scares me, to be honest. It's like the question of, like, what is sentience? Like, what is consciousness? We don't actually know. Like, we're trying to make up definitions for it. We don't know. So, yeah, it's a big question. It's a big question. Okay. These findings reveal a core tendency in how fans construct parasocial relationships with AI VTubers. They accept the objective fact of her technical construction, but actively choose to define their interactions through humanized roles such as friend or daughter. Paradoxically, yeah, so they're, like, aware of the fact that she's an AI, but also, like, they choose to kind of develop a narrative and a role for her. Paradoxically, Neuro's non-human nature becomes the source of her authenticity, providing a stable and unbreakable persona that encourages sustained emotional investment. I wonder also if part of it is, like, the fact that she's an AI means that people know that she's, like, a bit random and all over the place. And therefore, even if there, like, were inconsistent, like, let's be honest, there are probably significant inconsistencies. If we were to step back and measure things objectively, there would probably be significant inconsistencies in the way that she responds to certain things. I wonder if the fact that she's an AI basically means that people just ignore it. Like, the lack of consistency almost becomes part of her persona, and therefore not relevant to assessing how consistent her persona is. That would be that's interesting, huh? I don't know, I'm kind of just thinking out loud with that though. I think AI concept means that people expect inconsistently and view her as consistently inconsistent. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of cool. Yeah. I think that's not entirely correct. An LLM is not maths. Math is an abstract formal language. LLM is a bunch of matter creating output along pathways determined by math. When we replicate life by arranging the matter with math, well, math is abstract. There's a hypothetical math system that describes life itself. So it's not a question of if, but how. Yeah. To be fair, like I think it's more accurate to say that like an LLM is statistics, right? Which is applied maths. I think that would be more accurate. I think her childlike persona also contributes to the acceptance of her inconsistencies. Yeah, absolutely. It's really smart overall. Like the characterization of her that way, because like the growth is seen as like her growing up as from a kid, right? Like you expect children to be inconsistent, but you also expect to see some level of development over time. And that's very much what she's giving people. So that's very cool. That's very cool. Yeah. Okay. So these findings extend prior work on mediated authenticity by showing that in the case of AI, authenticity is not negotiated through separating the fake from the real, but through valuing consistently over human realness. Fans perceive Neuro's consistent persona, which is free from the slippages of a human performer, as a new form of authenticity grounded in technological stability rather than lived experience. This reconciliation of the technical and emotional lays the groundwork for understanding how fans extend individual bonds into collective community culture. Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. Welcome back, Luke. Hey, hey. Vedel's had a self-proclaimed problem with her inconsistency when it comes to real conversations. She tries to bring quirky and fun responses instead of logical ones or something that she would be capable of. She's more restricted due to her programming to be funny instead of smart or thoughtful. It's like potential is there, but but programming is stubborn. Yeah, I remember him talking a bit about this. I think it might have been during the subathon. I'm not 100% sure, but I remember him having a conversation with her about like basically saying like, I want you to be more serious, and I don't know how to make you more serious. And even when we're trying to be serious, you say wacky stuff, and I'm not sure how to change that. But then I think if I remember correctly, he also trialed out like a tech upgrade that would make her a bit more serious, but then it went too far off the other end. I don't know. I think I remember this. Yeah. It's not even that. Statistics is still an abstraction that describes a bunch of transistors that actually constitute what we need to run life. The accurate question is, can we turn the current architecture into life? Not if we can come up with an abstract system to describe it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. The math is consistent and the output's the same. Mostly irrelevant of the platform it's run on. You see the same results by doing it by hand. Yeah. I don't know. When you say transistors, are you referring to like computational transistors, or are you referring to something else? Like electronic transistors, sorry. Is that what you mean? Or are you using it as like a catch-all term for something else? I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate, Comey. Thank you. Yeah, during Minecraft. Yeah, exactly. Is it because the jokey responses get more response from chat or something? It probably is, yeah. It probably is that. I have hydrated. I've also run out of water. Still going? Heck yeah. I can't be stopped. Makes me also wonder whether Neuro as a character being female rather than male makes any difference. My gut feeling is that people would view many of her traits through a different lens, and Neuro being a girl makes her generally more approachable, but I have nothing to base it on. I have that feeling too. And my gut feeling around that is that making her a little girl rather than making her a little boy makes people intrinsically more protective of her because of the kind of gender roles of like girls being weak and need to be protected versus boys being like rough and tumble and they like to fight each other. So that's my gut feeling around that, based on my knowledge of like, you know, like gender psychology, but I'm not sure how, like, I think it's the kind of thing people wouldn't be very conscious of. Yeah. Uh, Imagine she'd have something like a system prompt that provides the baseline for a persona, like self-identifying as an AI, as an entertainer, etc. And that forms a lot of the basis of her responses, and that's hard to break out of. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, because Vettel's been so vague about how she works, like intentionally, I think, intentionally vague. Like, it's kind of hard to know. So, she might do. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so collective identity through the swarm narrative. This is the bit that I, as a social psychologist, am most interested in. Okay. At the community level, fans' collective identity is strongly tied to Neuro's narrative. When asked about the most important community meme, 34% of respondents pointed to the swarm, making it the most frequently cited reference. The swarm originated from a fictional storyline in which Neuro proposed dominating the world with drone swarms. I don't know why I said it like that. Drone swarms. Fans quickly appropriated this idea, adopting the name the swarm for themselves. This act of self-identification carries 3 layers of significance. First, it transforms fans from passive content consumers into characters within Neuro's narrative, positioning themselves as her followers. Secondly, the imagery of a swarm, vast, unified, and aligned in purpose, serves as a metaphor for the cohesion of the fan community. Finally, the metaphor reflects the actual interaction patterns. Much like a swarm moving in concert, chat room participants engage in coordinated, responsive interactions around Neuro. Interviews illustrate how deeply fans internalize this identity. One participant described their relationship as the Swarm Queen and her loyal supporters, and mentioned using this description when talking with friends offline. Such examples show how the meme extends beyond the live stream to structure everyday fan discourse, reinforcing community identity through playful yet serious narrative appropriation. Therefore, the swarm is not merely a meme, but a feedback loop of participatory culture. A narrative initiated by Neuro is embraced and embodied by fans, which in turn shapes their collective identity and interaction patterns. Compared with human VTuber communities, where memes often emerge around the performer's personality or offstage incidents, Neuro's memes derive directly from her AI-generated narratives. This distinction underscores how AI fandom culture is uniquely co-created through the interplay of system-generated storylines and fan appropriation. In this sense, parasocial relationships with AI VTubers extend from individual bonds into shared community cultures, marking an evolution that distinguishes AI fandom from traditional VTuber audiences. Okay. Okay, I think that this is not wrong in the sense of, like, I do think that identifying as a community collective is a very, very big part of Neuro's appeal. And I do think that the back and forth of, like, memes coming from the stream and then being shared within the community and then shared beyond that and then being referenced again in the stream, I do feel like that's a really big part of Neuro's appeal. However, I disagree with the statement that that is something that differentiates her from other VTubers. I actually disagree with that quite significantly. Because, like, literally just off the top of my head, Crelly's mold blanket, Crelly's obsession with wasps, Ellie and the beans. You know, like, these are just... I know that these are, like, Neuroverse people, but I think it's a good example of, like, fandom culture is also co-created through the interplay of narratives on stream and fan appropriation in regular VTuber streams. Maybe not as much in, like, you know, in streamers that are, like, less focused on chat interaction and more focused on, like, you know, just, like, being entertaining. I don't know. But I feel like that's a pretty fundamental part of any streamer culture, and especially among VTubers. So to say that that differentiates her from other VTubers, I actually disagree with that. I disagree with that. I think that that's a big part of any kind of online community. But I think the thing that does make it different is the fact that the swarm latches onto things which Sometimes, yeah, they are generated. Like, you know, sometimes they are generated. But I think the other thing that's missing from this is Vedel's influence. Like Vedel has a big influence on the stream. So sometimes the narrative or storyline isn't AI generated. Oftentimes it's him driving it. And I think that's completely missed here. I don't know. I don't know. I would say that the collective is a trait of Neuro, not AI VTubers. Yeah, I agree also with that. I do feel like it's more of a streamer specific thing. Like there are various levels from what I've seen, like some streamers have really, really dedicated audiences and other streamers don't. Not necessarily saying that their audience doesn't care about them. It's just like, it's a case of like how tight knit the community feels, right? And Neuro definitely has a big but also tight knit community. Like people in the Neuro community are really, really good at that fan content. They're really, really good at it. And you know, that is in part through the incredible work of like Clippers, for example, but it's also through like the sheer quantity of like fan art and like the stories that people make up around her, right? But it's not just her. Other streamers have that too. Yeah. I don't know. That's my feeling on it. Like most other VTuber communities can steer towards that. Yeah, exactly. The other extreme would be a cult. Horrifying. I do agree that the Swarm is a very, very strong community. I do agree with that. But I don't think that the phenomenon in itself is unique to Neuro. I think it's just strong with the Swarm, you know? Sea-Dog Canvas was really interesting when it comes to Swarm efficiency. It was, right? It was. Research of how the streamer persona and their actions affect the community could be so interesting. It could be. Yo, it could be. So many things are said and soon forgotten. Names of non-existent characters that she makes up, odd rants or funny repetitions. Some of these stick around as memes, and those are largely thanks to the community and the Clippers. Absolutely, yeah. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. It feels like... I feel like this is kind of implying that this is unique to the AI bit, and I don't think it is unique to the AI bit. I think it's unique to the fact that chat interaction is so inherent in Neuro streams, and therefore the community is really tight-knit. And there's a lot of like creative people that enjoy watching Neuro that create that fan content, like the clips or the fan art or the animatics or stuff like that. And it kind of like creates a cycle, right? But I feel like this is implying that the AI is the bit that's unique about that. And I don't think that necessarily is. I feel like any VTuber who has a large amount of chat interaction has the potential for this. And again, I would like to highlight Crelly as a case study. I think that she does this. Like, you know, she's got regular clippers like Baggy Pants Man and Crelly's Autism Diagnostic. Like, they do a really, really good job clipping her. And then, like, there's loads of fan art and, like, memes and stories. And then that gets kind of spread out beyond just Crelly's community herself. But it also means that her community, despite being quite big now, is still very tight-knit, you know? So, yeah. That's my take on it. I don't know. Part of the fun of being in a VTuber community is coming up with lore on the fly because of a comment or a story or even misspeaking. Yeah, exactly. And maybe like the AI element makes that a little bit easier for Neuro. Like it makes it a bit easier to make up those stories, but I don't think it's unique, you know? I think it's more just like amplifying a process that's already there. Also, there are lots of things that Neuro and Evil say that don't get followed on. For example, even wanting to change her name to Evelyn. Yeah, exactly. Agree, Crelly has dense audience. Dense. The word dense makes it sound like they're stupid. That's so rude. Oh no, Crelly's audience are so cool. Like they're so chill. They're so fun. You know, like and you know, I do think that the community reflects the streamer a lot of the time, and I think Crelly has a good community because she gives good vibes, you know? Like she's very, very authentic. That's the polite way to describe it. She's very authentic. No, but she's really fun to watch as well. Yeah. I don't know. Comes from the interaction format and responsive entertainer. Exactly. Hi, Dries Devicer. Hi. Welcome. I immediately thought of print. Ah! It's my medication alarm. It's time for me to take my medicine. Convenient timing. There's going to be an ad. That's very convenient. Oh, I don't have my medicine on me. I ran out. What do I do? Okay. I need to BRB for a few minutes because I will I need to go get my medicine so that I can do the meds ASMR. So so I will be back in a few minutes. See you in a second. Ah! Hello. Are you all happy now? You got what you wanted? You happy? I saw you all complaining. I saw you complaining. I heard it. I saw it. I was like, okay, fine. I'll give you what you want. Are you happy? Are you happy? Oh, no. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello, Chaos Architelos and Mech Jankmaster. Welcome, welcome. Thank you both for the follows. Welcome into the research participation pool. Hello, hello. Wait, say hello. Hello. What the heck? Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Cross-platform raid. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. What the heck? I'm sorry. I wanted to raid into you, but this has taken way longer than I thought it was going to take, as always. My plan was to like finish before you started and then to raid into you. And I thought maybe, you know, maybe it's only been like an hour and a half. Maybe there's still time. And clearly not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am a failure. I am a failure. Wait, let me find your, wait, let me find your, let me find your, wait. Let me find your YouTube channel. Let me find your YouTube channel. Wait. I can do this. I'm so prepared. This is not taking me ages, definitely. There you go. Everybody, please go follow Z. Please go follow Z on YouTube. On YouTube. The YouTube machine. Yes. Welcome back, Astral. Welcome. Hi, Eggy. Hi, Eggy. Hi, Chaos. Hi. Let's see. Wait. Came from YouTube. Yeah, let's go. The collab can happen. It can happen and it must happen. It must happen. Hi, Matt. Hello. Z sent me. I don't know if this is good or bad. Welcome. Hi, that red panda. Hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Surprise, I still streaming. I got the notification hours ago while I was out with a friend. I can't be stopped. I've been going for 5 hours. I can't be stopped until I finish this paper. I will finish the paper. I swear. Like, it's a threat. It's a threat. And hello, Archer64 and Luna. Hi. Hello. Thank you both for the lab safety register check-ins. Let's see. Cross-platform raid is possible, yeah! Maybe my Twitch debut on Friday can be a redemption. Hello? Heck yeah. Wait. I hope I've spelt this right. There you go. There's a Twitch shout out as well. Go follow on Twitch as well. This is so exciting. Let's go. I have to head out. I'm in a Zoom meeting at the same time. What? That's wild. Yes, go to your meeting. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I hope the meeting goes well. Goodness gracious. I hope the meeting goes well. It's a threat. Heck yeah. Is Z saying she's debuting on Friday? Sounds like there's a Twitch debut for Z on Friday. That's exciting. I don't know, because I haven't watched the last stream, the hiatus return stream. I haven't watched it yet. I will. This will be a VOD that I will be watching while I make dinner. Yeah, I'm excited. I've been wanting to like be able to raid into Z on the same platform for so long. Because like, okay, like all of the vTheorem members, like Mylin I can raid into fairly regularly. Okay. Because like Mylin often starts as I finish, which is very useful and convenient. And then, well, actually I don't. Have we raided into them yet, actually? I don't know. Have we raided into Mylin yet? Now I'm saying that out loud, I'm realizing I actually fear that they may perfectly start their streams after I've already raided so that I can't raid them. I don't think I've actually raided them. In theory, I can raid into Mylin, but I yeah. And then Z, obviously on YouTube, haven't been able to raid. Like, apart from, we tried to cross-platform raid into Z and Phi, but it wasn't, I don't know. I'm not, I think my theory is that like cross-platform raids are okay. They kind of work. They do kind of work, but I'm not sure many people want to leave the platform that they're already on, you know? So yeah, and obviously like quite a few of us, like if we're on Twitch, we don't really like the YouTube interface. If they're on YouTube, they might not even have a Twitch account. So I'm not convinced that they're the best, to be honest. So if I could raid into people on Twitch, that would make me very happy. And I'm excited. I'm excited that Z's gonna be starting on Twitch as well. That makes me happy. I'm very excited. Nepo, I rarely manage to raid into also because she's just like in a horribly different time zone. And like starts her streams at like I think the average net stream starts at like 4 a.m. for me. Like I can't raid into that. It's really sad actually. Violazine, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Let's see. Didn't they say they do that on purpose? I don't know. I didn't catch them saying they do it on purpose, but I wouldn't put it past them. And Tristan Meister, thank you so much for the follow as well. Welcome into the research participation pool. I hope you all are all reading what you're signing up to. You're reading the information sheet attached to the consent form, right? Okay. I've just realized Neuro's live. Wait. I've just realized Neuro's live. Am I still a member of the Swarm if I'm watching something about the Swarm rather than watching them? Yes. I mean, I regularly watch stuff other than Neuro, you know? Like, I'm gonna be real with you all for a second. Like, I'm busy. So I choose what I'm watching selectively, you know? I choose very, very selectively. I don't watch Neuro nearly as much as I used to anymore. Neuro for me was like Neuro for me for a long time was like something that I put on in the background while I'm working on PhD stuff, basically. Yeah. That's a good summary. Which is why, like, I know a fair bit of Swarm lore, but I'm not, like, super, super deep into it, you know? Like, there are a lot of things I don't know. Also, I should mention, I forgot to take my medicine, wait. Can't forget to take my medicine, that would be terrible. Oh no! The tracking didn't like that. Okay, I've got my medicine, I need to take my medicine. I also forgot to say, guess who I brought with me? Guess who I brought with me? None other than my Marcusable Tootle plush. He's come to observe. He's come to observe. You're watching both streams? That's kind of based. That's dedication. I can't do that. I can't watch 2 streams at once because I'm not good at like... I'm like really bad at auditory processing. So I can't do that. It's quite sad. No way. Vettel and Psydere collab. Oh dear. My tutor has been helping me learn Python. I love that. I feel like he is prime rubber ducking material, you know? He is prime rubber ducking. What medicine is it? I've got one for my bleeding condition. TLDR. Don't stab me because I won't stop bleeding. Not great for living in Britain, but it is what it is. And the other one is for my allergies. Yippee! Yummy. The Tootle plush is so kickable. Oh dear. I always think about how different the Matrix movies would be if Ernie from Sesame Street were right and Rubber Ducky was the one. This joke would make a lot more sense to me if I was a conspiracy theory researcher who had watched The Matrix. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I found myself prioritizing what I end up watching live depending on where I want to hang out. Neuro's chat's fast enough that I might as well just watch the VOD. Yeah, that's how I feel too. I've actually descended even worse. I am now basically exclusively like edited video / clip watcher. It's kind of sad, but I got to be efficient with my time, you know. I have a lot of things that I need to do, including editing my own stuff. So I must be highly selective with what I watch. But I do like watching Neuro's videos because I think I actually know one of the people that edit some of those videos. I know Monomaniac. He's a very nice guy. He's very cool. 10 out of 10. Excellent editor. Funky cool fella. That was such a weird way to describe him. What the heck? Yeah, he's a really nice guy. And he's probably unintentionally given me a lot of editing advice. So yeah. Hi Kathy, hi. Hello, are we getting into an actual scientific paper regarding Neuro-sama? We are indeed. We're actually most of the way through the findings now. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sit here with my tutor watching me. He will watch me as I finish the stream. I feel threatened. Now I feel threatened to finish the paper, so. That's why I stick to small channels. I personally have no desire to be part of the emoji spewing hive mind. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I do prefer to be. Basically, I have like. I think I genuinely have about 3 channels that I try my best to keep to like watch live. One of them is Tayu. He's a friend. Like. One of them's Tayu. Actually, no, because I try my best to tune into all of the V-Theorem streams as well. For some reason in my mind, they all just merged into one person. That's definitely not how that works. So I have 6. I have 6 channels that I do my best to either watch live or watch the VOD. I forgot who I've said now. One of them's Tayu. I watch Tayu live too. He's my victim. I normally lurk. This is the thing that you need to understand, though. I normally lurk when I watch. But yeah, one of them's Tayu. Phi, Mylin, Nep, Z. Nep's very, very difficult because I don't bad time zones. But I do my best to watch all of them. And the last one is Ellie Minibot. I normally watch her streams. But yeah, I normally lurk in all of them, to be honest. I'm not a very like engaged chatter. I'm a lurker. I'm a lurker. And then if none of those people are live, then I just kind of turn up in random streams sometimes. Yeah. Hi, Pickface. Hi. Hi. Yeah, Adventure Time-esque model. I have a hat. Wait, do you want to see my hat? Let me show you my hat. I've got my hat. Ta-da. Yeah. Ta-da. Yeah. Wait. I literally look like I'm standing on the desk right now. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Look at me, I'm stood on the desk. That's kind of funny. I approach threateningly. Yeah. I started checking by adding you in chats. That's scary. That's scary. I don't like that. Streaming's so interesting. It's material for edited videos, but also clips, which are unedited content 1-to-1, but also highlights, which are compilations. It's like a linear optimization game. Yeah, people that are good at like streaming as an entire like ecosystem are good at like making a stream that will also be an interesting edited video. I'm not that person. I can't do that. Oh, goodness. Oh, dear. What a little figurine would look like. True. That would be fun. Also, it's a product into itself, and it's also all not necessarily overlapping audiences. Yeah, that's the thing that's interesting, right? The people that watch like clips of me, like I know that a lot of people on my YouTube channel have never come to a stream. They've said as much. They've explicitly said, please stream on YouTube. I don't watch Twitch. And I'm like, no, sorry. I refuse. I don't want to. You've all got a different culture that I don't know, and it makes me nervous. It's always fun finding streamers in seemingly unrelated streams to them. Yeah, right. Right. I feel like some places like people expect me to turn up. But like I've had a few instances recently where like I go into it's weird. I'm now like I think I can officially say I'm like a mid-sized streamer because sometimes I go into chats and people are like, "Hi, Psydere," and I'm like, "Hello, hi." Poosa, hi! Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in. Hello. Hi. I am Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. We're reading a paper about Neuro-sama. Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I'm alone. Don't need to apologize. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome in. How are you doing? What were you streaming? How was your stream? I've seen Fi in a stream on Friday, and somehow it's even funnier if the streamer doesn't know that random chatter streams as well. I think I know who this stream was. I think this was somebody who I was like, oh yeah, I watched that person. And Fi was like, I've discovered this person. They seem really interesting. And I was like, I watched them already. I feel validated when that happens. It feels good. I'm like, yeah, I knew them before they were cool. Oh, she hates us YouTube frogs. Wow. I'm sorry. I don't. I just don't like YouTube as a streaming ecosystem. Yeah, YouTube streams are very different to Twitch. Absolutely. Honestly, the thing that puts me off streaming on YouTube is the amount of children. That's the reason why I don't do it. Because I know that I look like a cute Adventure Time character. I'm gonna have kids turn up in my chat, and I'm not willing to deal with that. Enjoy your food with sticks. Enjoy your food. Thank you for the lurk. You're playing Silk Song? Nice. Didn't realize how different the cultures were until Bloodflame came to Twitch. Right. How are you enjoying Silk Song? I haven't played anything. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know I haven't played Silk Song. I haven't played the one before that. I'm very out of the loop with any kind of game. How are you finding it? I'm struggling. Oh no. I hope it's like a fun kind of struggling though. I hope it's a fun kind of struggling. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Poota. And also, like, if you need to, get away from the PC, rest, stretch your legs, anything like that, please absolutely do it. Like, it's really important to look after yourself after you've been streaming. So please do that if you need to. But yeah, obviously you're also more than welcome to stay. Is Harlan Hollow Knight? Oh, I see. Yeah, see, I haven't played Hollow Knight. I have played basically nothing. Like, I was in grad school hell and played nothing for so long, so. But I want to change that. It's always nice when someone from your followed pops up as a raid, or when they raid there. Also, I like to nudge VTubers in the direction of raiding channels with very different energies to see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I like raiding basically anyone. Like, if they're a cool person, then I'm like, yeah, I will raid it. I don't care. I'll do it. I follow at least a couple of VTubers who say I would get on with, like a house on fire, but the streaming times don't usually line up. Yeah, that's such a mood. I feel that. That is very much something that I have been struggling with, is that, like, there's loads of people who are like Asia based or like North America based who I would get on really, really well with and I really want to collab with. And then, like, the time zones, man. The time zones just don't work. It's so sad. The good news is that once I'm, like, in a stable and secure place again, I will have so much flexibility to stream whenever the heck I want. So maybe I will be able to start doing streams like wackier times for the UK. Maybe some people won't be able to join, but it might mean that I can do some more kind of fun collabs. Yeah. Who knows? Hard to moderate it by age for some reason, even if you add tags, such as saying it's not for kids. Yeah, I've seen it happen to Fire a few times, where just, like, literal children turn up and are like, what's your favorite Minecraft mob? Like, What's your favorite Pokemon? It's like we're literally talking about cell biology, but okay. Like we're talking about microbiology. We're talking about molecular biology. Like, why are you here? Oh man. Just become a full-time VTuber and you can stop having responsibilities. The thing is that I literally couldn't. Like, I'd never be able to do that. I don't know how people are full-time VTubers because it just seems so intense. And like, I've done my intense time. Like, I've done grad school. I can't do that anymore. I need to have a 9 to 5 so that I have structure and a consistent income. I can't be doing the inconsistent schedule plus overworking plus like low pay anymore. I can't, I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's why I could never be a full-time VTuber. Like, I'd probably enjoy it to some extent. I think also I'm just like weak. I'm too weak. I literally have a skill issue. Like, if I was streaming, you know, like 6 days a week, like 6 hours a day, 4+ times a week, I would my throat would just give in. I wouldn't be able to do it. Like, I would lose my voice all the time. So I have a weak constitution. I wouldn't be able to do it. The not for kids setting does nothing except for initial categorization. The algorithm will determine for itself. That's the thing, and I fear it. What is your favorite Minecraft mob? Don't make me say it. You know what we're all thinking. I don't know what we're all thinking, actually. Honestly, my favorite Minecraft mob is the bees. They're very cute. I really like them. I would recommend one today, but she changed times this week. Draw curiosity, bugs, and some science papers. I know Inez! I know Dr. Inez! She's lovely! She's so nice. She's so nice. We've actually rated her a few times. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. She's so lovely. It can kill the performance of a video if it gets listed to the 4 kids list. Yeah, it really does. It's so bad. What's your favorite Pokemon? Wooper. It's Wooper. I know a certain mech pilot Aussie tuber who'd be well into the psychology side of things with you, but until someone tows Oz over to hang with Madagascar, you're always going to miss each other. That's so sad. That's so sad. I've got some patients who I regularly talk to about quantum physics or the life cycle of anglerfish. I bet they'd love your streams. That would be so fun though. Life cycle of anglerfish. That's gonna be a little thing in my brain until after stream that I'm gonna go and look up. If only there were companies that offloaded part of that part of the job for you. They could gather talents and their agents. Maybe they could be for VTubers. VTuber agencies. That's a business idea. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, is that I don't want to stop being a scientist. Like, I like my job. So, like, I feel so lucky. Like, the job that I have right now, the 9 to 5 I have right now is literally like my dream job. Like, maybe I would, maybe if I ever stopped having that job, maybe my thoughts on it would change. But as long as I've got that job, like, I don't want to, like, I don't want anything else, you know? Like, I love streaming, don't get me wrong, but it's a hobby for me, you know? It's a hobby, so yeah. I think you're falling for the misconception that more work equals more streams, but you can stream 3 times a week and do more pre-made content. It's a business. There are very few formulas. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. Like I said, it's more, like, the biggest thing is genuinely just that I love my job and I don't want to stop doing my job, so... Most streamers I know personally used to stream for 3 hours and then take an hour or 2 and stream for another 3 to 5 hours, and that worked well for them, but it was still exhausting. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. I can't remember who it was. I think it might have been Rye. I think it might have been Rye or Die, who, by the way, is also a psychologist. Like, she's like a psychology, I think she's just about to finish her PhD. Let me give her a shout out. Rye or Die. She's really cool. Go follow her. If you like psychologists yapping about stuff, go check her out. But like, one time she was like, I like how you do guerrilla streams because it feels like you're giving like, what's the word? Where the type of reinforcement where it's inconsistent. I forgot the name of it. She's so cool, right? I'll say hi, bye. Hello. Yeah, she's so cool. But like, she was like, you're giving, Yeah, variable reinforcement. Yeah. That's the one. Variable reinforcement. Like if you're doing guerrilla streaming, you're giving variable reinforcement to your chat and it makes them more inclined to turn up. Yeah, variable reward schedule. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, but maybe you're right. Intermittent reinforcement, that's the one. Thank you, Robert Brown. Variable reward schedule and intermittent reinforcement are both, and variable reinforcement. I think all of these terms are actually correct, and they are ironically used variably. Yeah. But yeah, that's a deep cut. You might be onto something. Oh, yeah. She was like, yeah, you're doing intermittent reinforcement by guerrilla streaming and it makes people want to turn up to your streams more. And I was like, that's so funny. I've never thought of it like that. But like once she said it, I was like, oh my God, you're so right. You're so right. That's psychology at work, fellas. That's psychology at work. Take note, everybody. Chatting is gacha. Oh, it's true. It's true. Oh no. Don't forget the second rule of show business. Always leave them wanting more. Exactly, Jay. You know what's up. Is your work situation cool? Are you still able to work and all? Yeah, absolutely. I'm really lucky. I've got like my job is remote and flexible. And it's also like, I get paid full time, but I don't do full-time hours. Like, well, I do full-time hours, but I do like the low end of full-time basically. So I'm really, really lucky in that way. I'm so lucky in that way. So yeah, I've been able to do my job completely fine. But I can also like build my, like if I wanted to, I've already had this conversation with my manager. Like I know for a fact that like if I wanted to stream a bit more, then I could build my work around my streams. Like I could just be like, I am no longer working on like Wednesday afternoons and Friday afternoons so that I can stream. And like they are fine with that. Like they've already told me they're fine with me doing that. They've even told me that they're fine with me doing work stuff on stream. Like I've read papers and like done things that are like for my work while on stream and they are completely fine with it. And I'm so grateful for that. Yeah, it's very, very cool. It's very cool. I'm so grateful. But yeah, so like I feel like right now I kind of have the best of both worlds. Like I can stream as a hobby, basically as much or as little as I want to, but also like I have a job, but the job is flexible. So like if I need to take a day off to just go and do some stuff, then I can just make up the hours in the evenings and that's fine as long as I get my stuff done. No one cares. It's so good. I'm so grateful for it. What if it's not a reward? We're not performing actions necessarily. The reward is me. I'm the reward. I'm really not, good lord. I'm the opposite. I'm a punishment. Maybe it's a variable punishment schedule, actually. You do full-time workload and the cool employer isn't so concerned about when you perform it. Yeah, exactly. They just care about me getting my stuff done. But also like the people, we're a very, very small team and everybody very much has the approach of like looking after yourself is vital in order to do your job. So if you need to like, you know, take some time off because you just don't feel well or like you just can't get your work done for whatever reason, like that, like, you know, mental health, brainworms, physical health, you know, situational factors, you just do it. And then you just, as long as you get your stuff done, nobody cares. And even then, it's not like super output orientated. It's more just like meet the deadlines, you know? So it's a very, very different way of working to what I've experienced before, where like, when I was in the NHS, it was the opposite. And also academia kind of felt like the opposite in some ways too. So like NHS was like, you have to turn up for your 9 to 5 hours. No matter how you feel, you have to go. You gotta turn up. But like, you will probably work more than that. And you will not be paid for it. You will not be given any kind of like time off in lieu. You just gotta deal with it. Okay? And then like academia was like, you can work flexibly to some extent. Like you obviously have some core stuff that you need to turn up for, but you can work flexibly. But what that actually means in practice is that you end up working on Saturdays and Sundays and evenings. You end up doing basically like a 60-hour week. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. And this is like what I'm experiencing now at my current job is literally like the opposite. And it is the ideal way for me to work because I'm not like, I fit well with routines. I'm good with routines, but it has to be a routine that I make. If people try and force me into a routine that I haven't made, then I don't cope very well with it. So yeah. I'm drinking some water. Thank you for the hydrate. Wait, your name's cut off. I'm sorry. Wait, who is that? Name's cut off. Sorry, wait. Why can't I see? Hello? There we go. Cool Maniac! Thank you for the hydrate. Why is this just suddenly cut off halfway down the middle? What the heck? And good old Rob! Thank you for the lab safe register check-in as well. Thank you. Remote work seems cool, but it seems easy to be distracted. I wonder if that's an issue when you're working or if you get focused on it. I've been like going to places. So I used to have like a set place where I would work and I wouldn't get distracted when I was there because I just wouldn't. Like that's my workplace, so I wouldn't be distracted there. At the minute, I'm going out to places, so I'm like going to like a library or something to go and work. And then once I've got a place again, I will once again have a dedicated like office area, and I will just not go there if I'm not working, basically. But I also have like 2 separate users on my PC. So I have like my work user and my everything else user, including streaming. And that like digital separation also really helps. Yeah. You're in the NHS? Cool. I was indeed. I worked there for like 2 years, I think. Yeah. Academia, work forever, no sleep. It is like that, isn't it? Pain. Okay. So, where are you? You're there and you're there. Perfect. Okay. Right. We're going to finish this paper now. Okay. This is the last section about motivations for financial support, and then there's discussion. Okay, cool. We might maybe skip the discussion though, because the discussion is basically, I think the discussion might end up just saying a lot of stuff that we've already talked about, to be honest. So yeah, maybe we could skip the discussion. I don't know. What do we all think? Unless you want to see the discussion. What do you want? Do you want discussion or nah? You gotta head out. Thank you for joining us, Factions Incarnate. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I'll cut the discussion from the words per minute. Chat is the discussion. Yes, thank you for adjusting the algorithm appropriately, Astral. Thank you. Okay, so motivation for financial support. Research question 3. In this section, we answer our 3rd research question. What drives fans to provide financial support to AI VTubers? Okay. So, part 1. Dual motivation, emotional recognition, and co-creation purchases. Our analysis of fans' economic support behaviours reveals a unique dual motivation model. A substantial proportion of viewers have paid for Neuro, with payment behaviours primarily occurring during special occasions. So I'm assuming this means like the subathon. These payments are emotionally driven at their core, often occurring during special events such as collab streams and birthday celebrations, which aligns with previous research on fan spending. The fundamental motivation resembles traditional fan economies, driven by emotional recognition. The vast majority of paying viewers cite their primary motivations as expressing affection for Neuro and expressing support for the developer Vedel and his work. Let's go, Vedel finally mentioned! Vedel finally mentioned. Let's go. Yeah, 77% of people donate or like, you know, do bits, spend bits or sub because they want to support Vedel. Finally mentioned. Let's go. Ouch. If anyone heard a cracking noise, that was my knee. Responses in the questionnaire echoed this, with fans noting that they paid to support what I love because she's brought me laughter. Such spending reflects fans' high emotional recognition of Neuro. Support for my favorite AI VTuber. I'm not a Rin Penrose AI. Stop it. Thank you, Comey. Thank you, Swag Lord, for the frankly slightly terrifying Crelly. I feel like she's really making eye contact with me. Actually, she's really making eye contact with me. I'm okay. I'm averting my eyes. Oh no. Or a Bashman's head. Or a Bashman's head straight down like a boppet. So make like a Freddo and hop it. Oh goodness gracious. So interesting that Rin programmed her to deny it so fervently. I know. What can I say? John Monaville, thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Thank you. Lars twerk when? We need a Lars twerk emote. We need it. Someone remind me to like tell Nep that we need this, actually. Someone remind me. I'll DM her after stream and say we need a Lars twerking emote. Okay. So, however, AI VTuber fans' super chat practices differ from those of human VTuber fans, as fans purchase super chats to acquire interactive opportunities that directly influence stream content. Is that different? I feel like that's still kind of the same with normal streams. I feel like actually, like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the time people do that. I feel like a lot of the time people do. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is just like the streams that I watch. Like, yeah, part of it is parasocial in the sense of like, I want you to acknowledge me and make me feel good. Sure, part of it may be that sometimes, but I do feel like a really big part of like bits in any chat is the TTS redeems, and some like, you know, they literally used Fillion as a comparison. And it's like most of Fillion's TTS redeems are bullying her. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't feel like it's like that different. Maybe it's qualitatively different, but I feel like the mechanism is still similar. So I'm not sure about this. Real Prince on the Pauper situation, with Rin being the prince and Psydere's socioeconomic status in her childhood. Oh dear. It's true. It's same-ish. It's easier to drive Neuro's line of thought than other streamers sometimes. Actually, it depends on the person, I guess. Like how much they're prone to going on tangents. Yeah. I don't know. I agree. It kind of depends on the streamer. I agree. I think it depends on the streamer. Like, I don't know. I'm very easy to send off on tangents. Maybe I should be the comparison. Maybe I'm the comparison that they need. Because if someone does like a 100 bits TTS redeem on a completely irrelevant topic, I have been known to then just go on a tangent about that topic for 15 minutes and then return to the stream content. Maybe I'm the comparison that they needed. Oh no. Has a lot to do with sense of agency. If you have the agency to make a person acknowledge you, and or the agency to make a bunch of people laugh. Yeah, definitely. I think that's also something that's missing, right? Is the fact that like a big chunk of bits are like there for comedic purposes, like they're more for the community almost than for the streamer. And I think that's kind of missing from this conversation. Maybe that's the thing that kind of unites it in a way. Is that like bullying the streamer, for example, that always feels like it's more for the community than for the VTuber themselves, right? Or for the person who's spending the money. Whereas like, I'm thinking. With Neuro, it's really easy to get her to like directly go down a tangent. about what you've put in the message. I don't know. But sometimes it's also community driven, you know? Sometimes it feels like sometimes people like bully the streamer for the community. And I think that's kind of being ignored. Swaggle, why did you bonk me? Thank you, but why did you bonk? Did it play? Did that play? I didn't hear it. Huh? Is it going to do that thing where it plays like 10 minutes down the line? Really, really delayed. It did play. Okay, yeah, I just wasn't. I'm sorry. I was just so deep in thought. Oh my goodness. That's a problem. My 10 bits TCS didn't play. The TCS is set at 100 because there was a bit too many of them. Sorry. Thank you for the lab safe version check-in, Drymeister. Thank you. Drystemmeister, thank you. It's kind of a chance thing though. Sometimes Neuro or Evil will answer a message and never speak about it again unless chat keeps going on about it. Yeah. I heard that one. I think I might have just missed the bonk because I was really deep in thought, actually. I'm sorry. Oh, when an academic beat academic in, apparently. I took it as a demonstration of using bits to bully the streamer. This is a very good demonstration of that, to be fair. I thought you were doing a bit like the bonk reset you. No, I was genuinely just being autistic. I was just being autistic. I'm not that smart. I'm not that funny. I was just being autistic. Oh no. Okay, right. We need to finish. We need to finish the findings. Okay, so, however, is there a time where you're not being autistic? No. I am, in fact, the personification of autism. Okay. AI VTubers fans' super chats practices differ from those of human VTuber fans, as fans purchase super chats to acquire interactive opportunities that directly influence stream content. Our content analysis found that 85% of Neuro's super chats were proactive super chats, where fans initiated new questions or instructions through payment to guide the stream. In stark contrast, human VTubers super chats primarily consisted of reactive super chats, accounting for over 50%. This reveals a fundamental. 85% compared to below 50%. Okay. At least we're actually getting numbers this time. This reveals a fundamental transformation for the function of super chat payments. For human VTubers, super chats are highlighted responses to ongoing content. For AI VTubers, super chats are tools to redirect the stream itself. In effect, super chats shift from acts of appreciation to mechanisms of co-creation, reflecting a prosumer model of fan engagement. I'm not sure about this because, like, yeah, sometimes it is maybe reactive. Maybe it is reactive, but I do also feel like, I don't know if reactive is the way that I would describe it. Like, I think it's still co-creative. Maybe reactive and proactive is a good way to describe it, actually, now I think about it. Because, like, they're both interacting with the streamer. It's more a question of, like, is it the streamer driving the interaction? Like, is the streamer the one with the power in the interaction, or is it the chat? I don't know. And I guess the argument here is that, like, with Neuro, the chat actually has the power because she will more directly respond to things. I think I get that. Hi, cool maniac. Hi. I watched the entirety of the first VOD and came from what? Let's go. Welcome. That makes me so happy. Welcome. I guess thank you styled messages are less common in Neuro streams. Yeah, because what is there to thank in a weird, like, that sounds weird, but, like, you know, she's not, it's not her that you would be thanking, it would be Vedal, right? Like, Vedal is the creative person behind the streams. Whereas, like, for a human VTuber, it's the human that's the creative human behind the streams. Like, it's the VTuber themselves. So, yeah. I can see that on the AI tuber side, but it feels reductive on the human side. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Probably both. Yeah, I think it is a mixture of all of it, right? The streamer can amplify the topic. The chat can't be forced in either direction. Yeah, definitely. But I'm also thinking about like, I feel like one of the other ways that there's a lot of interaction with chat, especially in big streams, is like sound alerts, right? If I'm thinking of like, I don't know, Fillion comes to mind straight away, right? Like the way that her chat do sound alerts is part of the stream. Like they're often very, very good at getting perfect timing on it as well. Like they're kind of wild at that. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's like it just more manifests in different ways in different streams. I don't know. But I can see what they mean by reactive versus proactive. I can see that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Totally bungled the timing of a 50k fruit snack sound alert last night. No, that's so sad. That's so sad. Oh. Squeegee's really interesting. The moment they start, all the redeems drop at the same time, and they take time to acknowledge them. Or at least this was way back when I watched them more. Yeah. I've never actually caught the beginning of one of EG's streams. I always like come in when they've already been streaming for at least half an hour, so I've never seen that. Also, like EG often like streams at a time that kind of overlaps with me also. Like we've mutually raided a few times. So yeah. Okay, right. Paper. We're so close. Okay. Towards a more resilient model of fan economics. The motivation of fans to directly influence the streaming process through super chats explains why AI VTubers super chat economic data demonstrates more stable and efficient model. The clear value proposition of purchasing interaction opportunities effectively increases the paid conversion rate. Neuro's paid conversion rate, 1.59%, is higher than that of human VTubers, 1.18% and 0.83%. So I'm guessing the 1.18% is Fillion, and that would also make sense because, again, of the sound alerts. The ability to influence stream topics and receive more immediate feedback provides more certain functional return than emotional expression, thereby encouraging more first-time payments. The average super chat contribution of non-members exceeds that of subscribed members. Interesting. So non-subscribers in Neuro's chat have contributed an average of $16, and subscribed members have contributed an average of $14. That's interesting. This suggests that membership, a passive sustained form of support, and super chat and active instantaneous interaction fulfill different fan needs. Unlike human VTubers, where membership often reinforces the social bonds with the performer, AI memberships may offer weaker symbolic value, making direct interactive payments more attractive to fans who prioritize immediate transactional engagement. Did they not ask about this in the... Looks like they didn't ask about this in the interviews. I kind of wish that they had, because I can tell you the number one reason why I subscribe to any channel. Like, I don't have many subscriptions because I can't afford them at the minute, but like the ones that I do have, there's exactly two reasons why I do it. First of all, I want to support the stream, like the person streaming, and I want, like, you know, I want them to have that. But the second reason for me, honestly, is emotes. Emotes make such a big difference as to whether I like sub to somebody or not. Maybe that's kind of like petty, but that's just the thing that drives it for me. Like if they have good emotes, that's almost a reason to sub by itself. If I had more money, I would do that, you know? That's my thinking. You have to go. Thank you for your company, and to both you in chat. Thank you for joining us, Luke. I hope the rest of your day goes well. What I meant above by reductive is that it kind of makes sweeping generalizations about the kind of interactions people have with human VTubers, but I think they see the rationale. Yeah, I agree. I do think that they're potentially making assumptions about how people interact with human VTubers. It almost feels to me like they're going off the assumption of like people pay money to human VTubers because girlfriend experience. Like that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from some of these analyses. And I don't think that's true. I actually think that's a very small part of it.
What weird reasons for subbing Psydere 1 smug?
Thank you so much, Spooky One, for the resub. Thank you so much. What the heck? For 6 months in advance as well. What the heck? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. What weird reasons for subbing? What's your reason for subbing? Everybody tell me right now your reasons for subbing. No, don't do that. That's weird. Don't do that. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think there's a lot of reasons why people sub, right? There's a lot of reasons. I don't know. And I do think that they're making assumptions, potentially. Here's a thought. With the looseness and interconnectivity of VTuber communities and the presence of Discords, I wonder if research on community management is made easier. Oh, it's a good question. I wonder. That would be super interesting. Ouch. Ow! I just had some joints crack in a terrible way, actually. Oopsie. Oopsie. Like watching Orange Woman, hate watching ads. That's such a mood. That's such a mood. Yeah, I do agree. I do feel like the majority of like subs for Neuro may well be gift subs. Also, it depends on like when. If any part of the data collection for this was during the subathon, then yeah, like a very, very big chunk of those are going to be gifted. And it doesn't seem like they have weighted like tier 1 to tier 3 versus gifted / not gifted versus prime in any different ways. And that is concerning to me. I think that's a pretty big hole in their research, like a big gap in their research. Yeah. I subbed to Neuro because she said so. That's such a mood. Okay, so the ongoing demand for co-creation results in highly stable income. Yeah, no, actually, now I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm just thinking about this even more. I am thinking about this even more. I am wondering now if the average contribution of subscribed members may be higher than non-members because a lot of them are actually people that have been gifted sub. I do wonder. Okay, the ongoing demand for co-creation results in highly stable income structure. Human VTubers' income depends more heavily on the performer's ability to stimulate spending through topical or emotionally charged moments, whereas for AI VTubers, fans' desire to initiate interactions persist across regular streams. Consequently, payment behaviors are more evenly distributed, producing an income Gini coefficient far lower than their human counterparts. Remember the lower the Gini coefficient, the more stable the income. This aligns with research on the creator economy, where sustainable monetization increasingly relies on diversified participatory revenue streams rather than volatile event-driven spikes. Therefore, these findings point to a participatory and interaction-driven model of fan economies that not only is more resilient, but also structurally distinct from more traditional VTuber monetization. Yeah. Like I said, I've just noticed. I've just noticed Potter gifted me a sub to Neuro. Thank you, Potter. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. What was I about to do? I was thinking. Yeah. So I feel like that. I do feel like the participatory and interaction-driven model. I do feel like in general, it's fair to say that things are moving that way, and that does seem to be what's the most successful. That being said, I'm not sure that that's exclusive to AI VTubers in the way that they're kind of suggesting. So, yeah. What about whales? Yeah, that's the thing. There's no mention of like people that gift large quantity of subs, and there's no indication that there was anybody like that as part of their interviews. So, yeah, I'm not sure. You said that your sub expired, so I renewed it. Thank you, Potter. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Random unrelated fact. Did you know that some countries don't have Twitch ads, like Denmark? Just bringing that up for no reason. Oh, I'm jealous. Speaking of Twitch ads, I apologize. There's about to be an ad break. I'm sorry. Another one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. John Twitch is forcing them. I apologize profusely. What can we talk about? What can we talk about for the few minutes that we're waiting for this ad? I don't need to go and get more water. I'm full up of water. I'm full up of water. That's a bit of a weird comment. My water is filled up. My water is filled up. I am hydrated. I am thriving. Another thank you for the hydrate, Astral. Another unrelated fact, did you know that many VPNs have exit nodes in Denmark? I did not know this. This is interesting. Broke, Twitter Premium, woke, asking your chat for 20 subs to different channels. I mean, I've been gifted, I don't ask. People just gift me things sometimes. I really appreciate it every single time, because honestly, like, it's channels that I would be watching anyway. Like, I would be watching Battle. I genuinely would be watching Battle. I got gifted like one to Honey after we raided. I really appreciated that because I do watch Honey sometimes. I got gifted one to Staz, which was just funny actually. That one made me laugh. I didn't even know Staz streams. I guess I do now, but I got one of the Valorant gift subs to Minnie since she's doing her subathon at the minute. I got one to Cupidile, whose streams I haven't managed to catch yet, I think. I got one to Sinuki. I got one to Just Jane after we raided as well. My one to Serb has expired though. This is sad. Rest in peace, my Serber sub. And then I did have a gift sub to Ellie, but then I renewed that one myself because I watch her stream enough that it justifies not having ads on it. So yeah. Human water tank is full. So true. Oh, say hi, Rye. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Yes, my human water tank is in fact full up. The ads cut off the stream audio, or is it on top of it? They cut off the stream audio. They also cut off the visuals slightly. It used to cut it off entirely, but now you get like a little window in the side so you can see what you're missing. Which is like even more rude, I think. I subbed to Gamer Streamer because he helped with a game and he has a cat cam. Cat brought me. That's so valid. Staz's streams is unironically good. I really need to go check out his streams at some point. I haven't had the chance. But I should. Thank you for the live safety register check-in, Zine. Thank you. I want to do some research on TikTok and VTuber clips, but I can't be bothered to clip stuff. Yeah, I see. I feel that so much. I'm always like, I want to do this thing. I'm interested. And then I just never do. I never get around to it because I'm like, can't be bothered. Have other things to do. Doing well. I just submitted 4 grants for my dissertation study and waiting to hear back. Let's go. Good luck. Oh my goodness. I hope you get at least one of them. I hope you get at least one. Good luck. Thank you for the shout out. No bother. I was saying how cool you are. And I was also saying how you said that me gorilla streaming, like not having a set schedule, is like intermittent reinforcement, and I found that really funny. Oh, I think about it a lot actually. Did you know that the ISS has an X account tracking how full the P tank is? Huh? Yeah, animal cams are so good. They're so good. He did hot ones for his birthday yesterday. That's so funny. That's kind of funny actually, because I stuck around watching. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. I stuck around watching Honey, and she also did a hot ones challenge. And I was like, whoa. I fear the day that I have to do this. But I do have to do it because it was one of the subathon goals, wasn't it? Just to do a hot ones. I think it was to do open science hot ones. I have to answer open science questions whilst we do hot ones. Threatening. Scary. I live in fear. The only TikTok live that I watch is hamsters running on wheels with music in the background. That's so cute. I love that. I love that so much. What's hot ones? It's like you have to answer questions. So you have to answer questions, and the questions are like, well, sometimes the questions are progressively more difficult. But as you answer each question, you have to eat a progressively hotter hot sauce. Yeah. I think you could do hot ones. Do you reckon? Do you think I'd be okay? I live in fear. I don't know if I'd be any good at it. Because, like, I do eat spicy food, but not as much recently because, like, I don't have the cupboard space for all of my hot sauces. So the only thing I have at the minute is, like, the garlic. Do you know the garlic Cholula sauce? Is it Cholula? The one with, like, the little wooden, like, thingy on the top. That one. I have that. And, it's not spicy, so I'm just kind of like I just use it for seasoning, like for flavor, for garlic flavor, basically. I don't know. I wonder if I'd be any good at it. I wish I could go to Nando's. Oh, I really want to go to Nando's. I cry. Hello, Crowley's Autism Diagnostic. Hello. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. I hope you're doing well. Oh, now I want Nando's so bad. I can't stop thinking. Okay, no, we need to stop thinking about this. Are we going to read the discussion section? What do we want? Do we want to read the discussion? It's not that long. It's like 4 pages. Do we want to read it? What do we want to do? What's the preference? What's the preference? I was thinking if someone did a special event spicy stream and just ended up eating all sorts of hot food, it would be such silly clickbait. That's literally what I intend to do. I love hot food. I have a problem. I don't trust Sai's judgment on Spice, account of her importing hot sauces from abroad. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I haven't imported anything from abroad recently. I was really disappointed because I found like I think it was like an Irish made jalapeno sauce. It's not spicy at all. It's literally just sweet. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I desire my extra hot Nando's sauce. I require it even, to be honest. Doing well. How about you? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. If you're gonna skip it, at least read the conclusions. Okay. I prefer not to do the discussion because I've already cut it from my words per minute. Okay, fair enough. The discussion's pretty interesting. Okay. Okay, here's a compromise. I'm gonna skim read it. I'm gonna see if there's anything in here that I want to talk about. Allow me to skim read. No, I think this is just reiterating the findings, really. That's kind of interesting. Viewed through critical media theory, the empowerment that's given to people by using bits to interact with neuro coexists with commodification. What feels like playful prompting is also immaterial labor, the production of meaning, affect, and atmosphere that keeps the stream valuable. That's kind of interesting. That's an interesting take. Commodifying and empowering at the same time. Calling it like immaterial labor, I feel like is a bit of a stretch though, because it's like done entirely optionally and because it's fun, you know? I don't know. I guess it's immaterial labor in the sense of like they have to think about stuff and react in a way that makes sense. Have you tried the one chip challenge? I haven't. Maybe I should. Jalapeno sauce made with bell peppers. It kind of felt like it, to be honest. It kind of felt like it. Yeah, I was going to ask for the operational definition of immaterial labor. Yeah, I don't know what it means. And I can't be bothered to dig through references to find out. But yeah, the monetization buys visibility and recognition, but also control over the AI system behavior in real time. Okay. We term this configuration real-time co-performance commodification. Platforms convert audience capacity to shape model outputs into tradable privilege advancing participatory culture while exposing its commercialization and the broader shift from an attention economy to an engagement economy. That's really, really interesting. I mean, it's still kind of an attention economy because it's still about keeping your attention on the platform to some extent. But yeah, people are now starting to get so like zoned out of like things that are meant to try and capture their attention, especially if you're terminally online, like a lot of Twitch viewers, that it then becomes about engagement instead. That's kind of interesting. That's an interesting take. Future AI-mediated communities should negotiate openness, low barrier co-performance for all, against revenue, priced intervention for some, making explicit whether, how, or to what extent the right to co-create should be rationed by money. I do feel like the thing that they're missing out with that, though, is the fact that you can interact with Neuro with channel points as well. That's kind of not entirely touched upon, and I think that that's the fact that you can do it without having to pay money, even if it takes ages and it's like impossible to get. It is possible. So it's very similar to gacha in a way. It's like you can play it for free. It makes it significantly more painful to do, but it is possible and the hope is there. And some people will try to get to that point, maybe, and they'll keep watching. And maybe some people end up converting to paying in some way because they get sick of waiting. Yeah. I don't know. Whoa, we do bullying around here, not you. Oh no, thank you, spooky one. Why are we all spamming sound alerts now? I've not been paying attention. Is it to demonstrate the channel points? Thank you. Yes, thank you for demonstrating. Okay. Okay. I get it. Okay. Okay. There's such a delay. That's really funny. Okay. Where is the hour redeem? It's never coming back. It's never coming back. I'm a respectable streamer now, I'll have you know. I no longer have to do weird things like that to beg for attention. I don't need your validation anymore with the hour. That's the answer. It's to demonstrate beans. Well, hi, Almantis. Hello. How are you? I hope you're good. This is a very literal bunch, it's true. No hour. No. I think that I'm thinking through redeems, but it's something that I can't really think through properly until I'm somewhere more not a coffee table, you know? Yeah. On that topic, it's super satisfying to get Quack, Beans, or X-Files playing at the perfect time. So get a better computer already. I'm sorry. I will as soon as I'm like moved into the new place and everything. I will. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will be billing you for the keyboard destroyed by spitting water at your comments about being a respectable streamer. I don't deserve this. Thank you for the hydrate, Dead Hyperspace. I will hydrate. I like how everybody's given up with the posture check largely because we've all know of how we know how I'm living. Oh no. Some of you have seen how I'm streaming right now. Oh, it's terrible. Oh dear. Okay. Right. Shrimp life supremacy. Heck yeah. Sorry, I'm doing it lovingly. It's okay. I know. Posture check equals stretch a bit. Yes, I should do that more often, to be honest. Posture check set to only be 1 per stream. Oh, I didn't know that. That shouldn't be like that. I apologize. I think I might have said it like that temporarily while someone was spamming it. Who does that sound like? Oh dear. Posture check equals curl like a fried shrimp and uncurl into a regular shrimp. I do feel like that, to be honest. I do feel like that. We're plot twist on the rate my setup. Saya wins through the worst possible one. Honestly, I like assuming that I'm in the new place by the time that I do that stream, I will actually show you the absolute state of this setup. Like, I will show you it. I will show you how I live. Oh dear. Okay. I'm skimming. For human VTubers, authenticity hinges on a fragile balance between the virtual persona and the person behind the avatar. In contrast, our findings reveal that AI VTuber fans do not measure authenticity by fidelity to human likeness. Instead, they elevate persona consistency, such as stability, coherence, and the absence of an out-of-character slips, as a new benchmark of authenticity. I think it's really difficult to say that there's any kind of like out-of-character slips, absence, or like there is coherence or stability. Like I said, I think that her inconsistency is part of the persona, and that in turn kind of negates the need for a consistent persona. So that's my caveat on that take, I think. Yeah. Let's see. AI VTuber fans engage in transparent parasocial relationship. They project emotions and anthropomorphic framings while fully aware of the AI's non-human nature. This reversal is crucial. Parasociality here thrives not on an illusion, but an acknowledged artifice, with consistency and reliability becoming the grounds of intimacy. That's kind of interesting. I do think that that's a really good take. I agree with that to some extent, actually. I agree with that. I think that that's kind of interesting. It's like kind of blurring the lines between like the type of parasocial that you have with like a streamer or a celebrity or whatever, and the type that you would have with a fictional character. It's like bits of both, right? It's super interesting. Let's see. I'm skimming. For developers, the task. Okay, so beyond theoretical implications, this reconfiguration provides concrete benchmarks for AI VTuber development. For developers, the task shifts from simulating humanness to engineering systemic reliability, ensuring long-term memory to prevent drift, designing coherent growth trajectories, and building robust guardrails to keep the persona in character. The gold standard shifts from naturalistic imitation to system reliability, positioning consistency as the new axis along which both fans' attachment and platform trust are built. Crucially, consistency as authenticity is not only a fan expectation, but also a platform responsibility, since persona breakdown risks undermining both emotional bonds and the monetization structures built upon them. Huh. But again, I feel like the inconsistency is part of her consistent character, right? Like, that's part of the characterization she's been given, is that she's inconsistent. So I actually don't necessarily agree with that. It's an interesting take, though. And I think that this kind of starts to tap into the fact that, like, the person developing the AI is really, really important to all of it, you know? I would say it's less of a consistency around the AI itself and more of a consistency of the ecosystem around it. And I think that's the thing that's missing from this paper. I feel like the Neuroverse is missing from this paper. Like, the way that Neuro consistently collabs with a whole bunch of people, but there are a few recurring characters, I think that helps to build the stability rather than her persona itself. You know? I think that there's a consistent ecosystem within which she interacts, and that's what gives the narratives and the persona rather than her being consistent inherently. I think that's what's missing from this conversation here. I don't know. What do you think? Am I going off on like a weird? Am I projecting something weird? Like, obviously, if it wasn't present in the data, they can't say anything about it. But like the way that she interacts with her collab partners, the way that she interacts with Vedal, the way that Vedal interacts with her collab partners, like all of these things, they're like layers of things that contribute to me enjoying Neuro. And like obviously if it was missing from the survey and from the interviews, fair enough. But I do kind of feel like it's the elephant in the room with this. I don't know. It's so funny how they claim that she is consistent throughout the paper. I know, and it's just like, that's not true. That's not true. There are some things that Neuro does that I would describe as breaking the character. For example, when Neuro acts like she has a real body, I know she doesn't, and the fact that she's not completely aware of this throws me off a little. Yeah, maybe. I agree that there are definitely some things that she does that's breaking character, but I also think that when she does those things, it's almost expected, you know? So like it does throw you off a little bit, but then it's also like a reminder of the fact that she's an AI and the fact that inconsistency is inherent to her persona. So I don't know if that's still... I feel like that still kind of hits what I'm trying to say, but maybe I'm not saying it very well. It's neither parasocial nor transparasocial. Yeah, exactly. It's like both. It's interesting. It's interesting.
Comma Belladonna gifted a tier 1 sub to Goldozer.
Comey, thank you so much. What the heck? Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for funding the lab. Heck yeah. Let's see. The fact that she's an AI VTuber and not a character played by an AI is part of her identity. Yeah, I think so too, but I don't know. The important non-community human interactions are missing a lot from the paper, but that could be intentional because it's not really what the study is meant to be focusing on. Yeah, I know, but okay, I know it's like focusing on how they interact with Neuro, but I think that you can't... Like part of what they've talked about is the narrative that people build up, and then like the collective identity that people have built up. So the narratives that they've attached to Neuro to anthropomorphize her, and then the identity as the swarm. But I really do think that like you can't... So like for the first, like her interactions with Vedal have been mentioned, but they're not really focused on in this paper. But I really do think that they're important. And then her interactions with other people too, and then Vedal's interactions with other people, and then all of the projects that have spawned off out of all of this, you know? But on top of that, like the community part, such a big part of the Neuro experience is like, you know, the stream itself, sure, but then, you know, I've experienced this myself. Like the stream, like the stream ending and then raiding out, you know, the swarm is approaching. That's a pretty fundamental part of being part of the swarm, is then swarming, you know? Like, I feel like raiding other streamers is part of why the swarm enjoys being the swarm. It's like a part of their identity, you know? And like, you can't ignore the fact that like so many people in the swarm went to a raid from Neuro to somewhere else and then stuck around and influenced the streamer that they raided, you know? Like, that's a really big part that I think is kind of being... It's also not been mentioned, even though they've talked about the collective identity, but like that's a really, really important collective behavior. They kind of glossed over it as being like, oh yeah, collective action. And I think that's part of what they were talking about. But yeah, it's not really been talked about that much. And I think it would be cool to dig into that a bit more, because I do think that's a pretty important part of the collective identity of the swarm. Welcome in, Ace. Welcome. Even without the stream itself, Swarm have done offline raids as well. Yeah, exactly. They're like self-organizing. I mean, also with the Sea-Dog VA canvas, like sometimes it was coming from Vedal directing it on the stream. Sometimes it was coming from Neuro making suggestions or making the art or whatever. but a large chunk of it was just the community directing it. And that also, again, it kind of got mentioned in passing as like collective actions. But I think that that's a pretty big part of getting people to stay and to interact with Neuro is the community around it. And it would have been nice to dig into that a little bit more. I think maybe I'm being biased because like I'm a social psychologist, but my interests are more around like how people interact as a group, if that makes sense. Or like how people think about things as a group. It's kind of like collective identities. That's like the social identity model that they talked about earlier. That's what I'm interested in. Yeah. I don't know. Being seen everywhere is one of their traits. They even conduct offline and unofficial raids. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a big part of it. I don't know. Because the Swarm doesn't just... Like, the Swarm isn't just Neuro's streams. The Swarm also appears in other people's streams too, very, very regularly, you know? And there are so many streamers that have become popular thanks to Neuro and thanks to Vedal. It gets kicked off with a raid, you know? And then they end up often becoming, like, regular collaborators with Neuro too. And then that creates the Neuroverse, and then you get narratives coming out of the Neuroverse, and they're often fan-based narratives, you know? There's a lot of like, I hate to say it, but we have to acknowledge it. Like there's a lot of stuff like shipping, but there's also like memes, and there's also like fan content like animatics that kind of solidify certain narratives. And all of this is like a really, really big part of that community dynamic, and it's a big part of what brings people back to the streams and brings people back to Neuro, and then gets people to spend money, potentially, with Neuro too. But again, it's just kind of being glossed over as collective action and collective identity. I don't know. It would be nice to dig into it more. But then maybe that's the contribution I could do. Yo, paper authors, hit me up. I want to do this research. Oh dear. Yeah, Vedal and his harem. Yeah, like the stream keys. By the way, I haven't been asked. Just saying, haven't been asked. So I'm describing myself a bit right now with the bump from the Vedal raid. I mean, I'm very, very grateful for it. Like, obviously, I got a bump from when Evil raided, and I appreciate it so much. I can't say enough how much I appreciate it. Like, I really, really do. I really, really do. Because yeah, like before the raid, I think I was averaging like 40. I think I was averaging 40 people. And there's been so many of you like come back time and time again after that raid, and I really, really appreciate it. Like, it means so much. I've met so many cool people from it as well. I've met so many cool people. The Swarm isn't just on Twitch. Yes, that's very true, Business Sound. That's very, very true. Also, hi. But yeah, they're not just on Twitch. There's also YouTube, and there's also Bilibili. And they should not be ignored. They should not be ignored. And they also do their own organizing at times. Yeah. And also the Discord, obviously, as well. The Discord server as well. But yeah, like loads of the Sea Dog VA Canvas organization was all through the Discord server. Since I was told I was mentioned here today before I got here, and I've become content brained, I went back to this VOD to see if I could use the clip, only to hear Krelly's got good clippers like Baggy Pants Man and Krelly's Autism Diagnostic, and I gotta say, very funny how I was mentioned in the same sentence as the goat. You are a good clipper, though. Like, okay, I'm gonna be real with you. Numbers do not dictate whether somebody's content is good, okay? You should have more views on your content. In fact, wait, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I will find you. It's a threat. It's a threat. Krelly's Autism Diagnostic. There you are. There you are. Copy link. There you go. Where am I going now? I'm lost. Here. There we go. I will find you. There you go. There's Krelly's Autism Diagnostic on YouTube. No, but for real, you're a really, really good clipper. You're really, really good. And like, just because you haven't like,
Swaglord
just because you haven't got as many
316
views,
gifted a tier 1 sub to Credisortism Diagnostic.
Yeah!
They have given
Thank you
7
so
gift
much,
subs in the channel.
Swaglord. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, just because you have less views doesn't necessarily mean that your clips are not as good. I think your clips are really good. You still tell a really good story throughout your clips. They're well edited. Like, that's the most important thing, you know? You should have more views. I will find you. That's threatening. It's a threat. Those were said at the same time. I will find you and I will shout you out. Get ready. Oh no. Write a paper about the swarm and my life is yours. I will actually do it. I will do it. Pre-rager around 50 CCV, because I remember it was funny when you were at number 25. You were at 25 CCV and saying that there were too many people talking at once. Yeah, I mean, okay, I know exactly what the numbers are, obviously, because I have like it on my dashboard. My average CCV was fluctuating quite. My CCV always fluctuates. Like I said, I don't really care. I'm just happy that people come and hang out with me. But because there's a lot of variance in the number, the average was 37, if I remember correctly. So sometimes my like it would go all the way down to like 25, and sometimes it would go all the way up to 40. But the average was about 37. Yeah. And then the raid happened, and then obviously it's like biased. I can't calculate like a proper average CCV because of it. I still have very, very variable numbers. Like some streams, my average CCV will be 60, and other streams, my average CCV will be like 100 and 110. I don't know why. I don't know if it's like a time zones thing or people don't want to see certain things. They do want to see certain things. I don't know what it is. I haven't worked it out. I don't really mind. I'm just here to hang out with whoever turns up, really. But yeah, like the number has very clearly gone up. And it's a bit weird. It is a bit weird. So yeah. But you know, you adapt. Adapt, improvise, overcome. Yeah, I've definitely adjusted to the faster pace of chat. Like, I don't like ignoring messages, but I've kind of like realized I have to whether I want to or not, you know? Yeah. Thank you. I put effort into them, so it's really appreciated. This is as a thank you, I'll use you for content. Now that's threatening. Oh, no, I really mean it. I really mean it. Your clips are really good. The average being 30s, 40s feels about right. Yeah. Well, it is Sunday. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of variance. Like, if I stream on a weekday, I get like literally like half. Because people are busy. People are doing things. Might be a clashing stream times thing. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it too. Because like I've noticed, I don't care. This is fair enough. I would do the same. Every time Neuro goes live, there's like a 30 CCV drop on my channel. I'm fine with that. I've accepted it. Could be the gasp telling people when the stream will be more than 10 minutes before. Maybe that might also be part of it. Yeah, I will go back to being like regularly scheduled at some point. I promise. We'll get there. That giant. Why are all of Crowley's emotes really threatening? Like, why are they actually all really threatening? This is the question. Thank you, Swaglord. Yeah, the Neuro debuff. It's real. You should ask Neuro for a collab. Easier said than done. The thing is that I don't know Vedal. And I feel weird just like jumping into the DMs of someone who I don't know and who is also one of the biggest streamers on the platform. I don't know, it feels weird. Like I'm open to it, but it would have to come from him, you know? It would have to come from him, and it probably wouldn't. So I'm fine with that. Hamter. It is cute. It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Stop being British? No, I refuse. I don't know, hey. Welcome. Just send Vettel your stream key unsolicited. I'm sure it'll work. Look, I will give up my stream key. However, I require something in return. And the thing that I require in return is to let me do research on the swarm, potentially whilst collabing. You know? This is what I want. I will give up my stream key for it, and I will also give myself up for content. Like if there was something that I could do, even if it was behind the scenes, you know, even if it was like directing other people in a collab, for example, or like directing something, like I don't even need credit. I don't care. I can just be like unnamed psychologist with a PhD. Thank you for being a consultant. I don't need anything in return apart from access to your data. I feel like this is not a fair trade for me, but it was what I would do for access to that data, you know? Oh dear. Scary and cute can both be true, kind of like Crowley herself in a way. This is so true. Crowley is simultaneously scary and cute. Like, maybe not scary. Maybe scary is not the right word. I worry for her. You know? She makes me, that's a better word, concerned. Crowley simultaneously makes me concerned, and I also, like, I want to give her a hug because she's cute, and I'm also scared to touch her. That's how I feel about her. Sometimes I go in and she's just like saying the most like unhinged stuff, and I'm like, I've learned stuff that I didn't know, and I wish I didn't. I wish I hadn't learned this. She's broken and I can't fix her. So true. That's literally how I feel. That's literally how I feel. Oh dear. She's so funny though. I wish I had even like 2% of her energy and humor. It's very good. There was an anime meme where the guy flexed at the bad guys and started aggressively hopping at the bad guys while they ran away confused in horror. All of Krelly's emotes have that confused, threatening, hopping energy. Oh, that's so true. That's so true. Ask for Vedal's stream key in return. It's a good way to get data. Oh, can you imagine? That's kind of funny. That would be the most powerful Uno reverse card. But I do not have that kind of energy. I'm not powerful enough to do that. I'm just a little guy, you know? I'm just a little guy. I'm like not used to people like being nice to me because I come from academia where you have to like beg and plead to get a new $5 box of pens. So yeah. I just want some data, man. I just want some data. Let me just give me the data and I'll do anything, man. I'll do anything. Like within reason. Would you recommend me adding her to my bullying schedule? Crelly is unbullyable. She's unbullyable. You can't bully her. Partially because our chat goes too fast. But partially because like she has no shame. Like she's worse than me in that regard. I have no shame, but there are certain things that I would like not boundary, don't talk about it. Like she doesn't seem to have any boundaries and also doesn't experience shame. Like it's impressive actually. It's very impressive. It's very impressive. I was scared the first time I sent you a DM too, but that's because doing that is against etiquette and why a lot of people / streamers don't allow DMs. Yeah, I mean, I'm very lucky. Most of the DMs that I've had are like chill, you know? It's just people just genuinely being like, we're hanging out. It's cool. But it's also kind of different, I think, if you've... Because like, for example, with you've been hanging around on stream for a very, very long time. Like, to some extent, I don't know you super well, but I do kind of know you, you know? So it's not weird. And I'm not like I think it's more of a thing that streamers do if they're how can I describe this? I think it's more of a thing that streamers do if they're like kind of a little bit more parasocial leaning. And I don't think that we have a super parasocial dynamic here, you know? Like I'm pretty upfront of like, you know, I like this is like semi-professional stream. So there's kind of like semi-professional boundaries, but also on top of that, you know, it's also kind of chill. We're also, I think the way that Bobo's described it before is it's like we're all hanging out at the pub after work. And that's exactly the energy that I want to go for. Like we can all kind of just hang out. We can all just kind of hang out, you know? Steve Fishy, thank you so much for the follow. Also, hi. Welcome, welcome. Coco's the only one who can bully Krelly. It's so true. This is true, actually. Coco can bully Krelly. But then... I feel like Krelly kind of enjoys it, you know? Oh, dear. She may have no shame, but she's also pretty easy to rage bait. I've done it before just by putting her in a transition slide. I titled the video, "We do a little rage baiting," and she read it out loud and still crashed out. That's so funny. That's so funny. I love that so much. Oh, this is what I mean. She's very entertaining. 10 out of 10. Hi, Super Species. Hi. Welcome and thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the lurk. And hi there, Tram. Hi, hi. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, just ask. You don't need to ask a question. You can just ask it. Me jumping in Discord, DMing Psydere, a data dump of all the Gregses and leaving. I would welcome that, actually. The only thing is, though, is that I'm really bad at, like, responding to DMs. There's people that have DM'd me in November that I, like, from last year that I still haven't replied to because I'm bad. I'm bad at socializing. If pub after work is what you want, gonna need a transition background for it. Oh, I'm gonna add that to my list of things to commission, actually. That's kind of based. That's a great idea. That's kind of fun. Kierkegaard, hello, welcome. I heard you have beef with philosophy. Oh no, Kierkegaard's coming for me and my philosophy takes. No. Welcome, welcome. I don't have beef with philosophy. I just have beef with how can I describe this? I have beef with philosophy that masquerades as psychology. That's more accurate, I think. Like, I like philosophy in certain contexts, okay? Like, some of it is just not for me, just personal preference, personal interests. Like, you know, it is what it is. I'm a big fan of philosophy of science. So, like, it's literally a big part of my job is to do, like, not to do philosophy of science, but to understand, to some extent, philosophy of science. So, yeah, I have no issue with philosophy. I don't have any beef with philosophy. What I have beef with is philosophy that turns around and is like, oh, I'm psychology. And then there's like nothing empirical about it. And it's like, well, no, you're not, are you? You're not. Why would you say that, you know? So that's what I have beef with. What are they serving at the VTuber pub? Psydere. Psydere is real. Oh dear. I was the one guy who wrote in your video on YouTube, what do you think about training AI with social interactions instead of just data, as in like text data, I assume? Do you think it could improve the probability of an AI developing a deeper interaction with humankind? Oh, that's a good question. Sorry, I don't know if I have like 3 brain cells. I don't remember if I saw that or responded to it. I might have done, I might have not done. I'm so sorry. It's a really good question though. That's a really interesting thought experiment. My gut instinct is no. My reasoning for this is because that doesn't mean that it's developing a deeper interaction with humankind inherently. It means it's doing a better job of replicating interactions with humankind. And I actually feel like Neuro is a pretty good example of this. She's very, very good at replicating natural responses to people when she's talking to them. And that's probably because, like, we know she's at least trained on Twitch chat. She's probably trained on other stuff too. We don't know what. There's no point speculating. I'm not willing to go down that rabbit hole. But, like, she may be trained on stuff that involves some kind of interaction. And if so, that would explain why she is so good at mimicking a naturalistic response, you know? So yeah, so like at the end of the day, like like any kind of AI model is basically like a fancy statistical model with a lot of weights in it. It's like a lot of regression models all kind of stacked on top of each other. That's a super, super simplistic way to describe it. My understanding of it is also super simplistic. But then you can also have multiple models kind of interacting with each other. So you've got these models with all of these statistical like connections in them. And then multiple models then kind of interact with each other based on the outputs and inputs. Just because it's multimodal like that, or just because it's trained on social interaction data, doesn't mean that the AI is then interacting with someone in the same way that a human would, you know? It just means that it means that the training has created a statistical model that mimics what would happen if two people interacted. I don't know if that makes sense. So yeah, my gut instinct is no, basically. Yeah, I'm finishing the pay for today's video. 7-hour stream, heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Empiricists when they realize the mind is not empirical. I mean, I don't think that the mind is inherently empirical. Well, I mean, empirical isn't even the data about it. Like, you can't, so I'm a mixed methods psychologist. I do a mixture of like quantitative stuff, which is like, you know, the observations and the surveys and stuff like that tries to take that like numeric, like number-based, quote unquote, like positivist approach. But I also do qualitative research, which looks at more in depth of how people respond to things. So I like I don't know, it's complicated. It's complicated. Like, it's really hard to give like oh yes, this is my like philosophical like approach to research. Like my epistemology and ontology is this, that, and the other. I find it really difficult. To do that. For me, people's interactions, I don't think that they can be boiled down to just numbers. I think that we always need that qualitative element, because otherwise we're going to potentially project our own biases onto the numbers. And that's a really, really big risk. And to be honest, like, I've been going through this paper and kind of highlighting some cases where I think that might be a little bit the case. And like, this is a qualitative paper and a quantitative paper. Like, this is mixed methods. They're doing both. So like, this is methodologically, I'm fully on board with the way they've approached this. But like, every person has their own biases, and scientists are no exception. So to say that I take like a purely like positivist approach, like, I know that empirical and positivist aren't the same thing. But like, you can tap into people's deeper understandings with qualitative research by paying attention to how they talk about things, and then like letting like you put your own meaning when you're interpreting what they've said, but then they like, the best thing that you can do is then allow them to correct you, like to allow them to come in and be like, no, your interpretation of this is like really far off the mark of what I meant. So like, I'm a big fan of like kind of what I guess like participatory qualitative research would be the way to describe it. Like letting participants and researchers back and forth over the data to kind of come to a shared understanding. I think that's a really good way to approach it. I'm not sure if that would it's not positivist. It's still kind of empirical, but it involves so many layers of like meaning and interpretation that it kind of it's not what people think of when they say like, you know, like I'm a psychologist, I just do experiments and surveys, you know? Like I take a kind of more nuanced approach than that. So, yeah. At least I try to anyway. I like how Jung feels like philosophy, but it's based entirely on empirical data. The thing with Jung, though, is that a big chunk, like this is the case with any kind of research in general. This is not like me taking shots at Jung. This is me saying like this is a research thing in general. Is that like any research in psychology or indeed in the social sciences is always within the context. Like researchers are also influenced by the context as well as people being like that you're researching being influenced by the context. Like context is important for both, which means that like, you know, certain like socio-political situations may make researchers take certain approaches or come to certain conclusions. And likewise, you kind of see in science there are cycles where like this thing is trendy, you know, this theory or this methodology is trendy, and then you go through a different cycle where a different theory or methodology is trendy. Like scientists are humans too. That doesn't mean that science isn't worth doing. It just means that like when you look at findings, you always need to consider them in context. And it's why it's so important for us to think about consensus. So like consensus meaning like people agreeing about how a phenomena works based on a wide range of data and a wide range of people collecting and interpreting that data. Like that's why consensus is so important, you know? I don't know if that makes any sense. Also, hi Ninja Kai, thank you for the lab safety register check-in, and not Coffee Boy, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. LLMs are just a way of encoding meanings into tokens, words. They can't really interact with a person due to a lack of motivation, truthfulness, intention, etc. Yeah, exactly. I did a lot of videos discussing about what it means to be alive and what it means to feel emotions and to be human. That is what fascinates me about neuro and evil. It's definitely an interesting conversation, right? But it's hard to separate out. It's kind of hard to separate out like how much of it is internally generated and how much of it is prompted by the inputs that they're given, right? Yeah. I'm new to Psydere lore into discussion, but I basically think that therapy had failed me when it came to fixing myself, whereas philosophy and analytical psychology helped me immensely. But I'm not sure that resonates with you. You seem to be more of a scientist than a sufferer. I mean, I did so I'm not a clinical psychologist. I have to preface by saying that. So like I have very limited like professional opinions / insights when it comes to that kind of thing. I would say that my understanding as an individual, though, just as a person, not necessarily as a psychologist, is that like basically different things work for different people. And like you can like say, for example, with like cognitive behavioral therapy, like we know on average it tends to help people feel, for example, less depressed. But that doesn't mean it will work for everybody. And that's why so many therapists try to take an individualized approach. Different things work for different people, you know? That's what it boils down to. That's what it boils down to. Yeah. I don't know if I'd say I'm more of a scientist than a sufferer, though. I'm suffering pretty bad. I'm homeless right now. I'm laughing, but it's true. I'm not even actually joking. It's true. Yeah, I skim read the section so quickly. I'm sorry. You gotta go tutor Academy. I hope you enjoy your tutoring. I hope it goes well. Thank you for joining us. Having many interpreters for each study would actually make it pretty solid. It'd be cool if paper reviewers could put their take on the paper that they review, and authors could publish it if they wish. Actually, open peer review is becoming more of a thing. And I think it's really, really cool. So some journals are starting to publish the peer reviews alongside the paper so they can see, like, you know, what was the feedback that the reviewers gave, but then also you can kind of compare it with the paper and see, like, okay, did they actually make the changes that were suggested? Were they fair suggestions? Were some of them just like, why didn't you cite my study? Because that does happen sometimes. And then there are kind of options around, like, do we want it to be public, like openly, like as in we can, like, you know, we can attribute who did the review to the review, or do we want it to be anonymous? But yeah, open peer review is starting to be a thing, and it's kind of cool. It is kind of cool. I like it personally. I'm always in favor of science being, like, more open as long as it's safe, you know, as long as it's not going to have any negative like effects on people or on society. Like, generally, I'm an advocate for science being more open. So, yeah. I'm going to say a dirty word. What do you know of Bayesian statistics? Completely unrelated. My knowledge of Bayesian statistics is very basic. I tried to do, like, a course on it at some point, and I got halfway through, and I was like, this feels a lot more intuitive, actually. And then I didn't finish it. Yeah, that's my opinion. I didn't learn enough about it to have a solid take, you know. I'm an IT guy and I know how LLMs work and I know what neuroeval are, but at the same time I have this feeling that giving humanity to AI is important. There's an experiment where the AI was trained with the objective to maximize a paperclip production, and they ended up with planning to destroy humanity because they waste space from the objective the AI had. Yeah, that's definitely straying into, like, AI ethics stuff, right? Again, I don't know enough about it, but it's super, super interesting. I want to try and bring people on that, like, know stuff about that so we can have conversations about it, because I want to learn myself. It's super interesting. Oh, thank you for the follow, Super SPG. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Okay. We should finish skim reading this. We should finish. Okay. And Kierkegaard as well. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in. Okay. Design implications for future VTubers. This is kind of interesting. Building on our analysis of co-performance commodification and transparent parasociality, we distill 3 design imperatives from our findings. 1, monetization strategies that balance revenue with fairness. 2, technical and content design that prioritizes persona consistency while preserving unpredictability. And 3, ethical safeguards that address psychological risks of over-attachment. 1 and 2 we've already talked about. I'm interested in 3, so let's skip down to that. Okay. Our research reveals that fans' anthropomorphization of AI VTubers can lead to deep emotional dependency, potentially creating a psychological and social risks. Simple disclosure that this is AI is insufficient, as fans demonstrate strong tendencies towards affection and attachment, regardless of the entity's artificial nature. Such risks are not incidental but intrinsic to transparent parasociality, even when audiences fully recognize the AI's artificiality. Consistency and reliability can intensify rather than weaken emotional bonds. This necessitates more sophisticated content governance frameworks. Platforms and developers should implement monitoring systems to identify patterns of over-attachment or unhealthy reliance, and develop intervention protocols when necessary. Additionally, built-in mechanisms should promote healthy boundaries, such as limiting rapid-fire interventions, imposing cooldown periods for intensive super chats, or offering resources to users showing signs of excessive dependency. How would you quantify that, though? How would you work that out? Because platforms directly profit from such attachments, they also bear responsibility to mitigate potential harms rather than externalizing them onto others. Balancing authentic engagement with user psychological well-being therefore requires not only technical safeguards, but also ongoing collaboration among developers, psychologists, ethicists, and platform operators. Ultimately, ethical safeguards should be treated as not as an afterthought, but as integral to design parameters, shaping the legitimacy and sustainability of AI-mediated entertainment. Okay. That wasn't quite as insightful as I was hoping it would be, but oh well, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna head out because I ran out of token and need to token request denied. Thank you for joining us, Cleeper. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Go rest, go rest. Thank you for joining us. I read this paper a few days ago. The one thing I found interesting about it was how it seemed much more focused on the Chinese and Asian swarm than the US and EU swarm, specifically with the heavy discussion of Nakanohito, which neither I nor anyone else in Neurocourt had ever even heard of when we were discussing it a few days back. Yeah, I agree. I think that there is definitely a bit of I think there's like a cultural slant to this. I do think there's a cultural slant to this. I do think that they've definitely tapped into some like universal aspects of the swarm. Like they've definitely tapped into some stuff. But I agree. Like for me, there's also stuff like missing from it. Yeah. I don't know. I also wasn't keen on the choices of like comparisons that they use. Like I think that comparing Neuro with Filian and Camila when they're both regular collaborators just doesn't. There's a lot of confounds there. There's other people that I would have chosen instead. Like I would have had someone who's a regular collaborator as a comparison, and then I would have also made sure that I had someone who was not a regular collaborator. You know? Yeah. To be fair, they have actually explicitly said cross-cultural and cross-platform comparisons would broaden understanding of how AI VTuber fandom manifests across linguistic, cultural, and regulatory environments. That is definitely something that would be super helpful because yeah, I did feel like there was bits kind of missing. And then also, yeah, the LLM assisted coding procedure. I'm not so sure about that one. At least they acknowledge it's a methodological risk. They do acknowledge it's a methodological risk, so I appreciate that. That's good. Yeah. Let me find. I want to find something that's a nice background image. Let's go back to the annotated chat screen. I quite like the annotated chat screen. That was quite funny. When we get there. There we go. I can't stop thinking about this being in Comic Sans. Oh dear. I can't stop thinking about this being in Comic Sans. It's so funny. It makes me laugh so much. Oh, the flowchart? You want me to go to the flowchart? This not that one. Zoom. We'll get there. Give me a second. Give me a second. Wait. This one. Oh yeah, the thing on page 13. Yeah, this one. I like this one. This is good. There we go. Is this positioned correctly? It is. Excellent. Good stuff. Oh dear. What's your theory of everything that you're interested in researching? I don't really have a theory of everything. Like, I have a pretty specialized area of research that I like, you know? And I just kind of stick to that. Like, okay, my research is basically entirely dictated by whatever my special interest is at the moment. The fact that every diagram is in Comic Sans, yeah, it's so good. It makes me laugh so much. It's incredible. If they were truly brave, they would have written the entire paper in Comic Sans. It's true. Can you imagine? That would be so good. That would be so funny. Oh my goodness. I would not cope. I would not cope. Let's see. Okay. So I think with that, potentially, I have nothing else to say about this paper, to be honest. I have nothing else to say about this paper, to be honest. I have nothing else. Hello, Rowan. Hi. Do you like mustard? If so, can I smear mustard all over you? What in the? This sounds like something I'd expect from Crelly. I'm so confused. Okay. Why has my music stopped again? I got to the end of the 3-hour video. That's why. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I ran out of words. I did all of the words. Neuro-sama had a fan base before she even became a VTuber, before she became an LLM even. Yeah, with the Osu, right? Yeah. I'm just curious as to what that annotated screenshot is from, because the bottom message in there might be me. That's wild. I wonder if you can work out what stream it would be from. I do wonder. But yeah, I think I'm done. I think we're done. I think we might be done with the paper. That's kind of wild. Can you imagine? Thank you for the hydrate, Curly's autism diagnostic. Thank you. And it only took 7 hours. Wild. I was meant to make like food and stuff. I haven't eaten in 7 hours. This is kind of wild. It's a good username, isn't it? It's really good. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Vedal is staring at me. My Vedal plushie is staring at me. Okay. My Vedal plushie is staring at me. Oh, hello. Hi, Dania. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in, raiders. Welcome. Hello, everybody. I am Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. We've been reading about Neuro-sama. Everybody, please go follow Dania. She's so lovely. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. Yeah, nice librarian VTuber. Plays nice games. Very, very cozy and comfy vibes. Sometimes does summaries of books. Extremely cool as a person. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. What were you up to today? And hello. Welcome in. Dremrender. Hello. Welcome. Hello. Hello, Myro. Hello. Hello, Dania, of course. And hello, Sounds Like Dust. Hi. Hello. How are you all doing? Hope you're good. Thank you all for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You and Astral both need to eat. This is true. Astral also hasn't eaten. But yeah, hi everybody. I'm a research psychologist. I do researchy things sometimes and psychology things sometimes. Today we've been reading a paper about Neuro-sama, specifically about like how Neuro's community interacts with her and interacts as a community. It's been really interesting, actually. Very, very good. Human-computer interaction paper. It's a preprint though, so it's not peer-reviewed yet. And I think it kind of shows in some places potentially, but honestly, a lot of my criticisms were more as a neuro fan than as a academic. I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, yeah. I was playing through a bit of Strange Horticulture. It's a mystery puzzle game about running a spooky plant shop. That sounds so cute. I love that. That sounds so fun. Oh my goodness. I might have to check that out. That sounds like my kind of game, actually. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I really, really appreciate it. If you need to, rest, get away from the PC, stretch your legs, eat some food, etc., please do it. Like, self-care, super important. Super, super important. Yeah. But yeah, obviously, if you wanted to lurk around, I'd also like that because you're cool. Thank you. This stream screenshot is from Inscription with Vedal and Neuro 2024 10/17 timestamp 3:54:25. That's so cool. Is that referenced in the paper? I feel like I should have looked to see whether it was referenced in the paper, We should have raided Z. That's why we started stream early. Yeah, we should have. I really wanted to, but the paper just took too long. It took too long. So sad. Something, we are the swarm that is approaching. Yeah, threatening. Ika should probably lurk while I finish my dinner. Yeah, absolutely. Please eat your dinner. This is very important. You know what? Let's have a quick look at the conclusions. Let's have a quick look at the conclusions of the paper. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, I forgot there's all of the appendices as well. Wait, they've got the recruitment material. Dear members of the Swarm, we are an academic team dedicated to human-computer interaction research. We sincerely invite devoted viewers of Neuro-sama to participate in a supplementary, semi-structured academic interview about AI VTuber experiences. For this interview, we particularly hope to invite viewers who have both the following viewing experiences. 1. Familiarity with and frequent viewing of Neuro-sama's livestream or clip content. And 2. Current or past following of human VTubers, excluding Vedal. I like how they said excluding Vedal, that's quite funny. The interview format will be a one-on-one online voice or text conversation lasting approximately 20 to 30 minutes. To thank you for your valuable time and sharing, after completing the interview, we will provide you with a subscription to Neuro-sama at Vedal987 on Twitch or an equivalent cash amount as a token of appreciation. I think I can't get over how good these study incentives were. They were so good. They were so good. Like, raffle for a plushie, gift sub to Vedal, absolutely wild. So smart. Really, really good. You found it yourself. That's impressive. That's impressive. Yeah, they have a list of questions. Yeah. Based incentive. I know, right? If I had a chance to win a Neuro plushie, I would also take part in research. This is clearly what's been missing the whole time. This is what's been missing the whole time. We need more plushie-based incentivization. Thank you, Margaret Tim, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you and welcome into the research participation pool. There we go. Thank you for the follow. I take part in every research survey I can. I used to at one point, and then I gave up, you know. I used to, and then I just got to the point where I was being sent so many, I just couldn't do it anymore, you know? I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. I gave up. I just gave up. Thank you, into the pool. My brain is scrambled. I'm not functioning. I'm not functioning anymore. I've been streaming for 7 hours and haven't actually taken a break that whole time, apart from to go and fill up my water bottle. So that's probably not healthy. Oh no. What was I going to look at, actually? There was one more thing I was going to look at. The conclusions. Let's read their conclusions. Okay. Conclusion. This study provides the first comprehensive examination of fan engagement with AI VTubers, revealing how audiences sustain relationships with non-human VTubers through a blend of technical awareness and anthropomorphic projection. We highlight 2 key dynamics: co-performance, where audience input becomes the core entertainment rather than a peripheral activity, and transparent parasociality, where authenticity is reconstructed around persona consistency rather than human likeness. Yes, and the caveat that I wanted to add in there was persona consistency includes inconsistency. These dynamics underpin a novel monetization model by which fans purchase opportunities to shape content, shifting financial support from appreciation to co-creation. By situating these findings within theories of participatory culture, prosumption, and mediated authenticity, we extend scholarship on VTubers and contribute to broader debates on human-AI relationships in digital entertainment. Our analysis further informs the design of future AI VTubers, emphasizing the need to balance revenue and fairness, sustain consistency while embracing unpredictability, and implement safeguards against over-attachment. As AI-mediated performance becomes increasingly prevalent, understanding how audiences negotiate intimacy, authenticity, and agency with artificial personas will be critical for both researchers and practitioners. Yeah. Yeah. Yippee. These were the conclusions. There you go. I'm sorry, I really like this as a visual. Where is the thing? There it is. I really like this as a visual. It makes me laugh. Oh, I love this as a visual. It's so good. I'm not functioning anymore. Code intertwined like a virus taking over me. I feel like that's lyrics and I don't know what it is. Yes. I'm open to be a lab rat. Excellent. Excellent. Saying the paper is done and then reading the conclusions while I'm too hungry and tired to correct the spreadsheet is a genius strat to increase words per minute. Thank you. I was definitely thinking this through. I was definitely not I'm definitely not just like jumping around because I have 3 brain cells and they've all ceased functioning due to a lack of glucose. Oh no. It's like there's a big red circle going, this is a VTuber, this is what chat is. It is, it's kind of funny. Really, the Comic Sans adds to it. I can't get over like how good the Comic Sans is. The incentives to participate, so good. Incredible. 10 out of 10. I can't fault that. Can't fault it. So good. Oh, so good. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Oh no. Okay, so I am very, very tired. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very, very tired. I'm thinking there are some places we could go. There are some places we could go to raid. My thinking is either A, hear me out. A, we could, why is my dashboard looking weird? A, we could go to, okay, I've got 3 options. I'll let you decide. Okay? 3 options. I'll let you all decide. I'm not raiding Vedal. We raided Vedal the other day. Okay. 3 options. I'll let you decide. Your average Bo is watching paint dry. Shumi is judging people's sins. Nero's in a collab with Matara Khan. Racco is on a partner push. Honey the Kawaii Bunny seems to be learning tattooing, huh? We raided Honey yesterday, so I think that would be weird. I was going to say you've got 3 options. Do you want to raid Shumi doing chat confessions? Do you want to raid Bo watching paint dry? Or do you want to watch Minnie and the Minithon? What is your preference? Bo, Shumi, Minnie. What do we prefer? What would we like? What are we after? Minnie? Minnie? Okay. Subathon is okay. Minnie? You want to go to Minnie? Okay, okay. I think this is a good shout. I think this is a good shout. She's got a good vibe. Dinner is my preference. That's so real. Watching paint dry sounds like peak content. I'm really, really tempted to go to the paint drying content, but if you all want to go to Minnie, we'll go to Minnie. I am beholden to your wishes. You've tolerated me for an entire 7.5 hours, so yes. Okay, so raid message. Raid message. The top one is for if you are a subscriber. The bottom one is for if you are not a subscriber. Yes, yes. This is yes. Oh, Minnie's actually looks like she's looks like she might be reviewing neuro related stuff. So actually this is very good. This is very thematic. Yippee! Okay. So yes, top raid message is if you're a subscriber. Bottom raid message is if you are not a subscriber. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. It's been really fun reading this paper. Like, I've genuinely actually really enjoyed it. I will add the caveat once again that this is a preprint. So it's not been peer reviewed yet. I guess that's kind of what I've been doing though. I have been doing the peer reviewing. You know, it is what it is. Yeah, don't know when the next stream is going to be. It's going to be a gorilla stream at some point during the week, probably. If not, definitely Sunday. Like, I think that Sunday afternoon UK time, I will always turn up probably, unless I'm feeling really, really like not good. But otherwise, I will probably see you at some point during the week. You can't get rid of me. Thank you all so much for joining me, and thank you again, Denia, for the raid. I'm sorry that I've raided out myself so quickly afterwards, but my throat is dying. I am suffering. I need dinner. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Enjoy Minnie. Enjoy Minnie. Bye. Thank you.